Chapter 1666. Sword Conference. I have time. Lin Ling was not anxious. He looked ahead, searching for history. In history, 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, many humans had entered this place. They were also sealing enchantments, allowing Lin Ling to know the locations of the nearby enchantments. However, Lin Ling did not take action. He continued to search for history. Finally, at the beginning of history, he saw a familiar figure. It was the Realm Master. It turned out that the sealing enchantments here were set up by the Realm Master. Later generations only needed to strengthen the enchantments for 100 years. If I can find the Realm Master, then I will know the location of all the sealing enchantments. Lin Ling immediately became excited. He continued to look at the time. It turned out that before the Realm Master set up the sealing enchantments, he had also come here. At that time, he was only a youth. He had wandered the world and left behind a thick memory here. Dreamlike Mountain. Lin Ling softly spat out a sentence. He had a feeling that if he wanted to find all the sealing enchantments, the only way was to go to Dreamlike Mountain, because that was an extremely important place in the life of the Realm Master. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling stepped forward. At this moment, he was like a lonely swordsman. One man, one wine, the world is mine to walk. Unfortunately, he did not have a sword. This was a flaw in an otherwise perfect situation. Along the way, Lin Ling also saw many Sky Emperors. They hid their figures, transformed into demons, and walked on the ground. Similarly, many Sky Emperors also saw Lin Ling, but did not pay much attention to him. Although the Jade Token could emit devil chi, as humans, they could still sense each other. Gradually, Lin Ling left the remote mountain range and arrived at a flourishing city. This place was as lively as the human world. Many demons also learned the habits of humans. For example, wearing clothes, eating cooked food, etc. However, their appetite was huge. Although they were used to it, most of them still liked to eat raw meat. Dreamlike City. Lin Ling stopped in front of a majestic city. There were 3 large words on the city, and it was dreamlike. This surprised him, because in the eye of time, there was only Dreamlike Mountain in the past, and there was no city. Clearly, after countless years, the Devil region had also changed. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling stepped into the city and entered a restaurant to inquire for information. But moments later, Lin Ling frowned. This was because the Dreamlike Mountain he was looking for had become a forbidden zone. Not to mention humans, even demons would find it difficult to approach. Hey, you're a human, but you're eating and drinking in the demon race's restaurant. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? At that moment, laughter came from the table next to him. Lin Ling looked over and saw a woman with dark skin. She had 2 horns on her head, and she was surrounded by thick devil chi. However, Lin Ling smiled. He could sense that she was a human. He wondered which of the 3 great myths of the mortal world was the Celestial Emperor. Aren't you the same? Lin Ling took a sip of the fiery demon race's wine and replied with a smile. Aya, this old lady kindly reminded you, but you're still being arrogant. The woman immediately laughed and said, which god myth is Heavenly Emperor? The 7 Emperors' Heavens. Lin Ling did not hide anything and replied indifferently. Alright, since you're from the 7 Emperors' Heavens, this old lady will not teach you a lesson today. But let me remind you, it's best if you have a horn on your forehead. Otherwise, you'll be easily noticed. As for your skin color, it's up to you. The demon race's skin color is also a mess. The woman also took a sip of wine and reminded him with a smile. Thank you. Lin Ling stood up and left. A horn had also appeared on his forehead, making him look even more like a demon. The woman stared at Lin Ling and could not help but be stunned. Lin Ling was handsome with cold features. Especially his eyes, they gave off an extremely mysterious feeling. Now that he had a horn, his entire aura had changed. Demonic charm, yet with a sense of indifference. What an interesting fellow. I forgot to ask for his name. If I return to the mortal world, this old lady might chase after him. The Empress muttered to herself. This person was a diamond-level Heavenly Emperor. His strength was terrifying. After leaving the inn, Lin Ling looked at the demon race around him and could not help but ponder. How should he get close to Dreamlike Mountain? Sword Conference. The 13 Heavens of Demon Cloud is holding a sword conference to recruit a son-in-law. Any demon race member can participate. Quickly go and take a look. All the heroes and demons of the world have gathered. I wonder who is more powerful. I heard that the 9th Commandery Princess is using martial arts to recruit a son-in-law. In the streets, a large number of voices could be heard, causing the demon race members to move forward majestically. Sword conference. Lin Ling furrowed his brows. His gaze swept over and immediately saw that among the fiend race's people, several heavenly emperor powerhouses were also hidden inside, advancing forward. Right now, Lin Ling could not find a way to go to Dreamlike Mountain, so he might as well go and take a look. The sword conference this time was in the center of the city. A magnificent martial stage had been set up there, gathering the demon race from all over the world. Under the curtain of the Southern Demon Emperor, there was the son of Mod, and even the great Demon King. It was extremely lively. Around the martial stage were chains as thick as water buckets, binding 4 giant beasts. It was a giant beast with the body of an ox and the head of a lion. In between breaths, storms rose everywhere. It was extremely ferocious. Similarly, there was a 9-headed bird and a demonic dragon flying in the sky. They were all tied up, adding to the momentum of the martial arts competition. Grand, this was the real martial arts competition for a spouse. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He sensed that the aura of the 4 giant beasts was actually at the peak of the Saint Rudiment realm. If placed in the mortal world, any one of these giant beasts would be a disaster. Ordinary silver-level heavenly emperors would not be a match for them. His gaze swept around. There were many powerhouses here. Wuxia's aura spread out from time to time. This made Lin Ling think that if his identity as a human was exposed here, he would definitely die. Involuntarily, he secretly glanced around and saw a heavenly emperor. At this moment, he was also hiding there, not daring to breathe loudly. Yo, you've come to watch the martial arts competition for a spouse. Be careful, there are too many powerhouses gathered here. If you're discovered, you'll definitely not be able to escape. At this moment, a voice came from beside Lin Ling. It was the woman he saw in the restaurant. Lin Ling replied indifferently, "You too." "That's not necessarily true," the woman said unwillingly. "Your strength can block one person, but you can't recover the strength you consumed. So as long as you're trapped here, you'll still die," Lin Ling said. The woman immediately snorted coldly and said, "You're the first person who dares to speak to the Heavenly Emperor of the North Sea like that. But since I like you, I won't hold it against you." Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. This woman was crazy. He looked forward again, and saw that the martial arts competition for a spouse had already begun. The so-called 9th Commandery Princess was nowhere to be seen. But there were many people who wanted to be her husband. A 3-meter-tall demon with the head of a pig and the body of a human stepped onto the martial arts platform. He shouted coldly, "I've long heard that the 9th Commandery Princess is as beautiful as a flower. Today, I, the Zhupeng demon, am going to take the 9th Commandery Princess home." "It's the Zhupeng demon." The surrounding demons discussed animatedly. They seemed to know the pig-headed demon. Chapter 1667. Great Demon King's Martial Stage. Maybe the so-called 9th Commandery Princess looks the same as the pig head? You should know that the demon race's aesthetic standards are different from that of humans. The North Sea Celestial Emperor laughed, which made Lin Ling shudder. The pig head's appearance of the 9th Commandery Princess appeared in his mind. The purpose of this competition is to witness the experts of the realm of true force, and also to encourage the demon race to become stronger. However, you can't use demon chi in this competition. You can only use martial arts. At this time, a dignified voice drifted out. On the other side of the martial stage, a man who was nearly 5 meters tall was sitting there. He was majestic and domineering. His long hair was scattered behind him, and he was mighty and domineering. He was the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud. "Let's start. Don't talk nonsense." Surprisingly, a delicate voice came from the other side of the martial stage. The voice was very pleasant. It seemed to be the 9th Commandery Princess. Moreover, after her voice fell, the 5-meter-tall burly man actually bowed respectfully. This made Lin Ling curious. Wasn't the 13 heavens of the demon cloud recruiting a son-in-law? Why was the 13 heavens of the demon cloud so respectful to the woman's words? Could it be that the woman's identity was higher than the latter's? Shaking his head, Lin Ling simply didn't think too much about it. At this moment, in a room behind the martial stage, a young girl lazily looked at everything in front of her. She was eating grapes that were unique to the demon realm. Miss, in my opinion, the son of the Southern Demon King, Mo Yin, and the son of Mod, the great demon king of the realm of transformation, are the most likely to become your husband. Beside her, a maid smiled and said, I have already said that I am not the daughter of the demon king. How many times do you want me to say it? Also, my name is Xian Yuan. Does your demon race have this surname? The young girl reprimanded. Miss, the great demon king said that you are the reincarnation of his daughter. The maid lowered her head and said. She was somewhat afraid of the young girl. Bah, I'm a human, and he's a demon. Moreover, he's 10 meters tall, and I'm petite. How could I be his daughter? The young girl said again, her voice filled with helplessness. Young miss, because your previous life was an energy-returning spirit mushroom, and the great demon king's daughter's previous life was also an energy-returning spirit mushroom. Both of them were formed from spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. Even after reincarnating, both of them remain the same. In addition, young miss likes to sing, just like the great demon king's daughter. Therefore, young miss is one of the 5 great emperors of the demon region, the great demon king's daughter of the east. Nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. In the human world, some experts are formed from the essence of heaven and earth. These people are all reincarnated. I heard from the great Eastern Devil King that even the master of this world, the great realm lord, has reincarnated. It's just that we don't know where he has reincarnated. However, whenever the great realm lord is mentioned, the great Eastern Devil King's anger would overflow to the heavens. He doesn't allow us to talk about that person. Miss, you can't tell the great Eastern Devil King. Also, the great Eastern Devil King said that if you want to know about your previous life, you can find out in the dreamlike mountain. Alright. Stop nagging. You're so annoying. The young girl waved her hand. Her eyes were rolling. In fact, the marriage by martial arts competition was created by her. Her goal was to find a way to escape from this place. As for the dreamlike mountain, and searching for the memories of her previous life, it was all nonsense. Look at that pig-headed devil. If he wins, I'll definitely slaughter him. He wants to be my husband. The young girl stared at the martial stage. She was furious. These devils were too ugly. She couldn't help but think of that fellow she met in the ghost region. Although that fellow was arrogant, he was still pleasing to the eye. She wondered where he had died. If only time froze when we first met. The young girl muttered to herself. Her lips curled into a moving smile. I gave him a song. He should have received it. Bang bang bang. At this moment, the battle on the martial stage was extremely intense. Although they weren't allowed to use devil chi, the people of the devil region had innately strong bodies. Therefore, relying on martial arts techniques was also extremely powerful. Lin Ling was extremely bored. Was this a sword competition for marriage? First, there was a pig-headed devil. Next, there was a monkey-like devil. One of them held a hammer in one hand, and the other held a stick in the other. The so-called sword competition? Where was the sword? The devils imitated humans in everything, but they didn't look like humans at all. This marriage by martial arts competition is really interesting. Not only will the winner be able to marry the 9th commandery princess, but he will also be able to enter the dreamlike mountain to marry her. Beside him, the North Sea Celestial Emperor looked at the signboard in the distance and said. His words made Lin Ling's pupils dilate. He wasn't interested in this marriage by martial arts competition. However, he was very interested in the dreamlike mountain. Only by going there could he find all the seals and enchantments. Thinking of this, Lin Ling didn't hesitate. As soon as the battle ended, he jumped onto the martial stage. Beside him, the North Sea Celestial Emperor was stunned. His pupils constricted. This kid is crazy. At the same time, the scattered celestial emperors around the martial stage all gasped. Because there were so many strong cultivators here, even they had to be careful. However, a human jumped onto the martial stage, and became the center of attention. If he was careless and was discovered, he would be dead for sure. It should be Lin Ling, this guy. In a corner of the martial stage, a man smiled bitterly. He was the reigning celestial emperor. He didn't expect to meet Lin Ling here, and in such a shocking way. Beside him, the 9 spirits of heaven and Baiyun Tiandi were also there. They met on the way, so they walked together. Boss, you're so fierce. What a bastard. Could it be that you're so attracted by beauty that you don't even want your life anymore? The White Cloud Heavenly Emperor was enraged. Lin Ling's actions were too reckless. The 9 spirits of heaven looked at her strangely. He didn't understand why she was angry, but he still said, "Beauty? Baiyun Tiandi, you think too much. Look at that pig-headed demon. You can imagine how beautiful the 9th Commandery Princess is." Baiyun Tiandi looked over and felt like vomiting. He cursed Lin Ling in his heart for marrying the pig-headed 9th Commandery Princess. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't care about that at all. He appeared on the martial stage indifferently. Wearing a cloak, he looked very mysterious. "You're so short. I'm afraid you can't withstand my hammer. How dare you steal my wife with such a small body?" On the other side of the martial stage, the pig-headed demon sneered. Even the breath from his nose could form a small storm. Look at his body. He should be from the Charm Fox Demon Clan. No, he doesn't have a tail. Maybe he's from the Moon Rabbit Clan. He must be. Only those from the Moon Rabbit Clan look like this. He doesn't look like a man at all. The surrounding demons sneered. As for the girl in the room, she nodded slightly. Finally, she saw a man with a normal body. She just didn't know what he looked like. "Zhupeng Demon King, smash him with your hammer." The surrounding voices became crazier. As for the unhindered Heaven Emperor and the others, they shook their heads helplessly. Lin Ling had forced himself to a dead end because he couldn't explode his spiritual chi in front of the experts of the demon clan. He could only compete with strength. "This demon, use your sword." At this moment, the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud on the other side of the martial stage said lightly, "I don't have a sword. Can I use other weapons instead?" Lin Ling said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the laughter around the martial stage became crazier. Even the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud shook their heads. Only the girl in the room frowned slightly. She felt that the voice was familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it before. Chapter 1668. 8-Sword Stream. Haha. Haha. Everyone laughed even louder. Did he think he could defeat the Zhupeng Demon King's giant hammer with just a tree branch? This guy has a strong physical body and good fire-based martial arts. Is his sword Dao okay? Baiyun Tiandi was getting more and more worried. Who knows? Haha. The 9 spirits of heaven had never seen Lin Ling use a sword, so he shook his head. Let's begin. Haha. At this moment, Lin Ling said calmly on the martial stage. Although Lin Ling had been suppressing his opponents with violence most of the time after he became stronger, his attainments in Sword Dao were extremely profound. Now that the martial stage did not allow him to use other powers, it was just right for him. Poison Demon. Haha. At this moment, the huge Zhupeng Demon King sneered and strode forward. The hammer in his hand whistled loudly, and the strong wind caused the martial stage to crack. The most terrifying thing was that his speed was not slow at all despite his huge size. It looked like he was taking 1 step, but in fact he took 9 steps, forming an intricate movement pattern. It could be seen that the Zhupeng Demon King was not weak, because he did not use his demon chi. Otherwise, his strength would be even more terrifying, and he would have few opponents in the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Pop! Pop! The giant hammer swept through the void. It looked like it was smashing down with brute force, but in fact, it had a mysterious charm, as if it could attack and defend at will. However, Lin Ling still held the tree branch in his hand and remained motionless. His cloak fluttered, and at this moment, he looked like a lonely swordsman, giving off an indescribable feeling. However, everyone thought that Lin Ling was scared out of his wits. However, just as the giant hammer was about to smash Lin Ling's head, Lin Ling finally moved. His movement was very simple. He quickly drew his sword and stabbed out at an unimaginable speed, allowing the tree branch to touch the Zhupeng Demon King's neck. Almost at the same time, a bone-piercing chill bloomed, causing the Zhu Peng Demon King's body to tremble. He had a feeling that even though it was just a branch, if it really pierced down, he would definitely die. This caused his giant hammer to stop smashing down. Time seemed to stop. Countless gazes were fixed on the martial stage. There, the tall Zhu Peng Demon King raised his giant hammer, and below him, the thin man drew his sword with one hand. The sword was pointed at his neck, forming a shocking scene. Fight, fight, fight for a spouse you can't kill. A moment later, the Zhu Peng Demon King's terrified voice could be heard. You lost, Lin Ling said faintly as he put away the branch. Boom! The crowd's hearts exploded. He won. That skinny guy actually won. It was a wonderful battle. This was the real sword technique conference. When a swordsman does not draw his sword, he is calm and relaxed. But when he draws his sword, it is as powerful as thunder. It's fine if you don't move, but when you do, it's like a thunderbolt. Moreover, it's a fatal strike. What a powerful sword technique. On the other side of the martial stage, the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud frowned. This sword technique conference was not a competition of strength, but of skill. He did not expect that there would be a demon whose sword attainments had reached the point of perfection. I lost, you are still the best. The Zhu Peng Demon King walked down. He was well aware that if he used his full strength, that short man was not his match. But in terms of the sword, he really could not compare. That short man's sword was not only fast, but it could also kill in one strike. Interesting, I will fight you. At this time, a 2-meter tall, thin man with purple skin walked up. He was wearing white bone armor, and on the bone armor, there were beast teeth on his shoulders and elbows. The most shocking thing was that he actually had 8 arms. 8 Desolation Demon King. The surrounding demons clearly knew who this man was, and could not help but cheer. Lin Ling bitterly smiled in his heart. To be honest, he did not want to continue fighting, because the longer it dragged on, the more dangerous it would be. However, if he wanted to enter the dreamlike mountain, this battle would be unavoidable. Your sword technique is very powerful. You can turn complex into simple. It is a true killing sword. However, with such a perfect sword, I want to see if it is invincible. The man called 8 Desolation Demon King faintly said. His 8 arms shook and unexpectedly, they were 8 swords. Moreover, all of them were pointed at Lin Ling, and a sharp atmosphere spread out. I am the 8 Desolation Demon King, the #1 swordsman of the true martial world. Although your sword is perfect, it has a fatal flaw. If you lose, I will tell you. There has never been a perfect sword, and mine is the same. You say that my sword has a flaw, then you can point it out to me. Staring at the other party, Lin Ling's interest was piqued. As long as it was a person who truly entered the Tao of the sword, he would respect such a person. Hunting Moonless Cloud Light. I am Armor Break, Demon Return Sky Valley Radiant. These 8 swords are my favorite swords. To be able to lose to the #1 swordsman, you should be proud. Clang! The 8 swords let out sword cries. These swords were extremely famous in the true martial world. Your weakness is that you are too simple. You lack the tyranny of the sword. 8 sword current. The 8 Desolation Demon King moved. Like falling leaves, like meteors from the heavens, the 8 swords actually carried a trace of origin energy. Although he had suppressed the devil chi, it was undeniable that his sword moves were indeed powerful. Clang clang clang. Lin Ling's figure floated up, using a tree branch to block. Furthermore, he did not dare to meet force with force, so he could only strike from the side. 8 sword current is the true meaning of the way of the sword. If you win against me, so what if my sword belongs to you? The aura of the 8 Desolation Demon King's sword was extremely sharp, causing the entire martial stage to be filled with sword light. Seeing this, many demon clans sucked in a breath of cold air. If he used the devil chi, then the 8 Desolation Demon King's sword would be even more powerful. That idiot, he clearly has his own advantage, yet he insists on competing with the sword. Baiyun Tiandi stared at the intense martial stage and said with dissatisfaction, You don't understand. Sometimes competing with the sword is also a competition of the heart of martial arts. This is a battle between men. The 9 spirits of heaven shook his head. He looked at Lin Ling on the martial stage, And the more he looked, the more excited he became. At this moment, the martial stage's chi was rolling, and the ground was cut open. Many people saw that Lin Ling was almost cut in half a few times, but he narrowly avoided it. So your weakness is very obvious. Your sword is too simple, and you lack the tyranny of the sword. Take this move of mine, 3 disasters. A voice came out from the martial stage. The 8 swords turned into 16, 16 turned into 32, 32 turned into 64, and gradually, the sky was filled with swords, making it impossible for people to dodge. That guy is going to lose. Many demon clan-s stopped breathing. Who could dodge such a sword? At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He stared at the swords, and his eyes finally flashed with light. Unavoidable swords, then open up a sky for yourself. Wang. The tree branch in his hand shook and shot out like a dragon. It actually sent the 4 swords flying at a tricky angle, and then pierced towards the 8 Desolation Demon King. At this moment, the sword seemed to have come to life, and once again it was fatal. Chapter 1669. 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix. Haha. It's just as the 8 Desolation Devil Lord said. His sword is too simple, and lacks the tyranny of the sword. Right now, even though the 8 Desolation Devil Lord has been struck by his sword, he is still fine. As expected, the sword of the Moon Rabbit clan is like a sword played by a woman. The surrounding demon clan-s were surprised at first, but seeing that the 8 Desolation Devil Lord was safe and sound, many of them relaxed. Because the 8 Desolation Devil Lord simply would not lose. However, something unexpected happened. The 8 Desolation Devil Lord retracted his sword and stood up. I lost. What? Everyone was shocked. How did it turn out like this? If not for the fact that I was wearing the white bone dragon armor, I would have been injured by the previous sword strike. Therefore, I relied on external objects to win, and did not win the true battle of swordsmen. The 8 Desolation Devil Lord looked at Lin Ling, waved his 8 arms, and 8 swords landed in front of Lin Ling. He said, "These swords, you are more suitable to be their master, but I want to know, why did I lose?" Lin Ling smiled. This 8 Desolation Devil Lord was magnanimous. He was a real swordsman. He nodded. Your sword is indeed powerful, but it is too gaudy. Sometimes when swordsmen fight, gaudy swords are also swords that expose their weaknesses. A real swordsman does not easily use his sword in order to find the opponent's weakness. If he uses his sword easily, he will be the first to reveal his weakness. Also, my sword is indeed lacking in tyranny, but all of my power is concentrated on the tip of the sword. Only by being as immovable as a mountain can one not reveal any flaws. So that's how it is. The 8 Desolation Devil Lord's pupils constricted as he knelt down on one knee. Admirable. So this is how the #1 swordsman of the true martial world was defeated. Staring at the martial stage, many of the demon clan-s admitted the truth in front of them. They looked at Lin Ling, and couldn't help but admire him in their hearts. Perhaps, the Moon Rabbit clan was the #1 swordsman of the true martial world. After all, after reaching the Heavenly Emperor realm, everyone cultivated their source energy. They did not expect that Lin Ling's sword Dao would still not be lost, and was still as sharp as ever. Take your sword back. Lin Ling laughed again. 8 swords, what would he do with them? What? You look down on my sword and humiliate me? Bahuang Devil Lord frowned, looking a little angry. That's not the case. A swordsman's sword will accompany him for his entire life. How can he hand it over after a single battle? Furthermore, a gentleman doesn't take what others like. The sword that you like, I naturally won't take it away. Lin Ling shook his head. 8 Desolation Devil Lord's body trembled, and kowtowed to Lin Ling. I, 8 Desolation Devil Lord, am not convinced of anyone in my entire life. You are the first. With that, he sheathed his sword and strode away. Lin Ling looked at his back and smiled again. Although the people of the devil race were cruel and heartless, they were also magnanimous. The surroundings of the martial stage were completely silent. Now that even the Devil Lord of 8 Desolation had been defeated, who in the true martial world would be a match for that youth? This Lin Ling is truly an arrogant fellow. He dares to ascend the martial stage in the devil race. Isn't he afraid of being discovered as a human? Some of them were tall, some were short, and some were from the various races of the devil realm. However, if there were humans here, they would be able to discover that they were also humans. I heard that there are several sealing enchantments in the vicinity of the Dreamlike Mountain. However, the Dreamlike Mountain has become a forbidden area. So that fellow must want to enter the Dreamlike Mountain. Someone sneered. Originally, we should have given up on the sealing enchantment of the Dreamlike Mountain. But now, I'm a little moved. One of them coldly spat out a sentence, causing the others to look at him in shock. They said in disbelief, "Could it be that you want to compete in martial arts? You have to know that it's very dangerous there. With Lin Ling here, how can I let him do as he wishes? Although I don't understand the sword, I'm a diamond-level heavenly emperor. It won't be difficult for me to defeat him." That person's voice was filled with confidence. He slowly removed his cloak, revealing a jade-like face with the domineering aura of an emperor. It was Xianyuan Jiutian. What if we're discovered? Someone frowned. Cover me with all your might. At least if I'm discovered, Lin Ling will be too. Xianyuan Jiutian took a large step forward and headed towards the martial stage. The others nodded, their eyes filled with the light of facing death. At this moment on the martial stage, Lin Ling let out a light breath. Finally, no one was going up. If the competition continued, no one knew if there would be any accidents. It was best to be careful in the devil realm. However, at this moment, a figure leaped onto the martial stage, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. Another person had gone up, and it was a human. In that instant, anger rose in Lin Ling's heart. As humans, this was harming others and himself. At the same time, the heavenly emperors hidden around the martial stage were extremely surprised. This was because a heavenly emperor had gone up. If they were discovered to be humans, then the two people on the martial stage would die. That heavenly emperor was being a busybody. Damn it, it's one of the 9 heavenly emperors, Xianyuan Jiutian. The unhindered heavenly emperor frowned. That bastard. Shouldn't we be united here? He's trying to take us down with him. Perhaps he's here to cause trouble. Baiyun Tiandi and the 9 spirits of heaven spoke at the same time. However, they could only wait and see. I'm very interested in a sword competition. Do you dare to come? On the martial stage, Xianyuan Jiutian stood there indifferently. He had 2 horns on his head, and a lion's tail behind him. He looked more like a demon than Lin Ling, like a great demon king of the demon race. It's you. Lin Ling recognized the other party, so he knew that the other party was here to cause trouble. What? You don't dare to fight? Don't worry, I won't use my demonic chi here. A sword competition is a sword competition. I won't bully a junior like you, Xianyuan Jiutian said arrogantly. He was a diamond-level heavenly emperor, so he naturally wouldn't use his true strength to bully Lin Ling. That would be an unfair victory. Then let's fight. Lin Ling nodded, knowing that this battle was unavoidable. Xianyuan Jiutian was obviously stronger than him. But the good thing was that no one dared to use their spiritual chi here. My sword, 100 birds worshipping the phoenix. At the same time, Xianyuan Jiutian revealed his sword. As soon as the sword appeared, the sound of a phoenix rang out, and the illusion of 100 birds appeared, forming a miracle. What a powerful sword. The surrounding demons didn't understand weapons at all. They only felt that the sword was very impressive. Only the 13 heavenly kings of demon clouds' eyes flickered as they muttered to themselves, "A divine weapon." Similarly, the unhindered heavenly emperor and the others were also shocked. They could see the level of the sword. It was a divine weapon. Hey, you're too ugly. Others are using branches, but you're using a sword. Is this a sword conference? The 8 Desolation Demon King was the #1 swordsman in the realm of true martial, so he naturally noticed the level of the sword. He immediately shouted angrily, "If you feel that you can't win, you can admit defeat." Xianyuan Jiutian ignored the voices around him and said indifferently, he wasn't good at swordsmanship, and he couldn't use his full strength here, so he naturally relied on external assistance. Despicable. Chapter 1670. A broken sword might still be able to kill the enemy. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a cold light, but he couldn't use his full strength now. So he had to be careful. Otherwise, if he was discovered, his fate would be even more miserable. So even if it was unfair, he still chose to fight. I hope your swordsmanship is as powerful as your sword. The branch in Lin Ling's hand shook, indicating that he had accepted the challenge. However, his words were full of ridicule. You will know. Xianyuan Jiutian knew that he was mocking him, but he didn't care. Swoosh. The two of them didn't say anything else. They stepped onto the martial stage and collided in midair. Clang, clang, clang. In a short span of a breath, the two of them had exchanged over 100 blows. Lin Ling's advantage was his physical strength and his attainments in sword Dao. Although Xianyuan Jiutian had cultivated for a longer time and was stronger than him, in terms of sword Dao, Lin Ling was still several streets ahead of him. Xianyuan Jiutian's advantage was very simple. It was the divine weapon in his hand. Although he did not dare to activate the power of the divine weapon, the sword of 100 birds facing the wind was extremely powerful even without using anything. Feng Jiutian. With a slash of the sword, waves of energy rolled out, and a waterfall appeared, slashing out a ditch on the martial stage. 12 swords of flowing cloud. Lin Ling casually used a powerful sword move, which formed a natural flow of water, and blocked that waterfall. However, his figure was still pushed back, and the blood in his body was boiling. As expected of a divine weapon, its attack was domineering and magnificent. If it wasn't for his powerful physical body, the previous sword strike would have been enough to defeat him. Yo, this Lord's sword is so powerful. It only knows how to slash horizontally. Don't tell me you don't have any other profound sword moves? On the other side of the martial arts platform, the 9 spirits of heaven shouted, causing many demons to shout as well. Bullshit sword conference. I think he doesn't understand the sword at all. He just used the sword in his hand to sweep across. What a disgrace. Everyone could see that Lin Ling was the one who was truly proficient in swordsmanship. Xianyuan Jiutian didn't know anything about swordsmanship at all. He was only relying on the sword in his hand to crush his opponents. What do you know about swords? However, the most infuriating thing was that Xianyuan Jiutian did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he replied disdainfully, as if he was saying, "You are just a sparrow. How could you know the grand plan of an eagle?" Anger. The 9 spirits of heaven were furious. They had never seen such a shameless person. The other demons were also cursing in anger. It was one thing for him to borrow the strength of the treasured sword in his hand, but he was even mocking them. Your Excellency's sword Dao is indeed powerful. However, do you want to know your weakness? Xianyuan Jiutian was standing on the battle stage. He waved his weapon, and Lin Ling couldn't even get close to him. Really? Please give me some pointers. Lin Ling said coldly as he blocked the sword and retreated. It's the sword in your hand. That's the flaw. Xianyuan Jiutian smiled calmly, as if he knew how to defeat Lin Ling. Of course, his words were nonsense, because Lin Ling had a tree branch, and he had a divine weapon. How could the two be compared? Take my sword, Feng Lai Yi. Xianyuan Jiutian began to suppress Lin Ling with his divine weapon, causing the surrounding people to curse even more. Crack. The tree branch in Lin Ling's hand couldn't withstand the pressure and broke. He kept moving around, avoiding the sharp edge of the divine weapon. However, many people could see that he was in danger. Your sword is too flashy, too immature. You should just admit defeat. Xianyuan Jiutian's voice floated out from time to time, as if he was a swordsman of the generation, suppressing Lin Ling's pride. Then, let me talk about your weakness. Your sword is indeed powerful, but your level of sword Dao is low like a clown. You only know how to use one sword. Therefore, I only need to use one sword to find your weakness and defeat you. Lin Ling's voice floated out, causing Xianyuan Jiutian's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling was so stubborn. Then you can try. Xianyuan Jiutian pressed towards Lin Ling, and his divine weapon let out a sword cry. With a crack, it finally broke the tree branch in Lin Ling's hand. Around the martial stage, all the devils exclaimed. Lin Ling's sword was broken. Haha, broken sword, how are you going to fight? Admit defeat. Xianyuan Jiutian laughed heartily, as he stared at the broken tree branch on the ground. Suddenly he became high-spirited. Today, he came to ruin Lin Ling's plans. and he was very satisfied with the result. Of course, if he had the chance, he wouldn't mind killing Lin Ling. Moreover, he suddenly thought that as long as he defeated Lin Ling, he would be able to marry the 9th commandery princess. Then, he would be able to enter the sealed enchantment of the dreamlike mountain. Therefore, no matter what, he wanted Lin Ling to be defeated. A dignified heavenly emperor of the generation, relying on such despicable means. The Yungu Immortal Plateau's face has been completely disgraced by him. The unhindered heavenly emperor and the others had ugly expressions, and their hearts were burning with rage. Go to hell. Xianyuan Jiutian didn't care about them. The divine weapon pierced out, and a phoenix seemed to be crying in the sky. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't have a sword anymore. He only had a broken tree branch in his hand. How could he fight? At this moment, many of the devils were nervous. Even the young girl in the room far away was covering her mouth with her small hands, full of worry. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling's face was getting calmer and calmer. He was like the clouds in the sky, and also like a swordsman who had seen all the Tao of swords in the world. When the divine weapon pierced towards him, he only moved his feet slightly, allowing the divine weapon to pierce through him. Immediately, blood spurted out like a fountain. He's been hit. Many people's pupils trembled violently. Was the young man from the Moon Rabbit clan dead? You're not qualified to compete with me in swords. Xianyuan Jiutian maintained his piercing posture, but he sneered and looked at the crowd arrogantly. The 9th commandery princess belongs to me. When his words came out, the crowd was silent. Although Xianyuan Jiutian's victory was ugly, it was undeniable that he had won. When it came to swords, no one was a match for him. That's not necessarily true. However, at this moment, a calm voice suddenly came out. It sounded weak, but it was extremely firm, and had the arrogance of a sword. Xianyuan Jiutian's pupils trembled. He looked up and saw Lin Ling, who had been pierced by the divine weapon. Lin Ling slowly raised his head, and a cold and confident smile appeared on his handsome face. Bang! Lin Ling took a step forward, and allowed the divine weapon to pierce through his shoulder. Blood spurted out, but he was getting closer and closer to Xianyuan Jiutian. At this moment, Xianyuan Jiutian's face changed dramatically. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have such a move. A broken sword may still be able to kill the enemy. A cold voice suddenly came out. Lin Ling raised the tree branch in his hand and shot it towards Xianyuan Jiutian's neck. Although the tree branch was broken, it was still sharp. It turned out that Lin Ling had used his body to get closer to Xianyuan Jiutian, so that he could deal a fatal blow. After all, he knew that it was impossible to defeat Xianyuan Jiutian with conventional Tao of swords. Xianyuan Jiutian's face changed dramatically. He realized that the tree branch was not a tree branch, but a real sword. The murderous intent was strong enough to crush his neck. Boom! Chapter 1671. Identity exposed. The martial stage suddenly became silent. Many demons were so excited that their mouths were wide open. Wonderful, very wonderful sword conference. No one thought that the young man would use a tree branch to fight against a divine weapon and turn defeat into victory. A broken sword may not be unable to kill the enemy. That sentence appeared in the minds of all the demons. Even the 8 Desolation Demon King trembled. This was a swordsman, a real swordsman. So what if the sword was broken? It was also a broken sword. Haha, arrogant. You dare to compete with my boss? So what if you are a heavenly emperor? Xianyuan Jiuhun laughed excitedly. Lin Ling's sword had won beautifully. He had fought back from the brink of death, defeating the strong with the weak. Where's your divine weapon? Don't you know the way of the sword very well? Why are you running away in fear now? The white cloud heavenly emperor's voice was filled with mockery as he spoke. Trash! You still lost even with the sword in your hand. What kind of sword are you practicing? You obviously don't know anything about swords, but you pretend that you know everything. Now you even gave up the sword in your hand. Don't you feel that your previous words are like slapping your own face? The demons were magnanimous. They were not pleasing to the eye, so they all scolded. At this moment, Xianyuan Jiutian's expression was extremely ugly in the sky. He had lost all his face. He was a diamond-level celestial emperor, yet he had lost to Lin Ling. Most importantly, he had a divine weapon in his hand. If news of this spread to the human world, he would lose all his face. Of course, he also knew that the hidden heavenly emperors around the martial stage should have seen this. You are a human. However, at this time, the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud said coldly. Many demons' faces changed. They realized that although Xianyuan Jiutian had demonic qi, the aura he released was the power of the Saint Ocean. Human, it's actually a human, kill him. Kill. The demons and humans had always been irreconcilable. No one knew when this hatred was born. In short, in their subconscious, they must kill any human they see. This idiot. Around the martial stage, the hidden celestial emperors all roared angrily. Xianyuan Jiutian had simply thrown away the face of humanity, and had even implicated them. At this moment, Xianyuan Jiutian finally reacted. His expression became even more ferocious. Not only did he not achieve his goal today, but his identity was also exposed. However, he quickly sneered. Yes, I am indeed a human. However, I am not the only human here. There are a few humans on the martial stage. He pointed in several directions of the martial platform, making the expressions of those heavenly emperor powerhouses even uglier. Xianyuan Jiutian betrayed them. There's another big piece of news. The young man on the martial stage is also a human. Xianyuan Jiutian pointed at Lin Ling and said, as if he was cutting off all means of retreat. It was as if he was saying, Lin Ling, if you don't show me any mercy, I won't show you any mercy either. Let's see who will win. What, he's human too? Impossible. He's definitely a demon. Many demons did not believe that Lin Ling was a human. Perhaps today, Lin Ling had conquered their hearts with his sword. Haha, Lin Ling, do you still want to pretend? I can tell you that if anyone dies, you will die first. With your strength, you won't be able to escape from here. But I might not. Xianyuan Jiutian sneered, and his smile was extremely contented. Kill him, kill him, kill him. The surrounding atmosphere became more and more solemn. It seemed that life and death were at stake at this moment. The unhindered celestial emperor and the others looked solemn. Now that Lin Ling wanted to escape, it would be difficult for him to do so. However, at this moment, a clear voice came from the other side of the martial stage. What nonsense are you talking about? He is my husband, a real demon. How can he be a human? Ninth Commandery Princess. Hearing this, the expressions of all the demons changed drastically. Xianyuan Jiutian was originally laughing, but now his face became stiff. He was sure that Lin Ling was definitely a human. But why did the Ninth Commandery Princess say that Lin Ling was a demon? Ninth Commandery Princess, don't be fooled by him. He is a human, and he came from the same place as me. Xianyuan Jiutian could not help but say. He could be hunted down by the demons, but Lin Ling could not be an exception. Bullshit. He's a demon. He's from the Moon Rabbit clan. I can prove it. The Ninth Commandery Princess's voice floated out, which made Xianyuan Jiutian gnash his teeth in anger. She was lying through her teeth. You arrogant little brat, let me ask you, are you from the Moon Rabbit tribe? The Ninth Commandery Princess asked Lin Ling again. At this moment, Lin Ling was still thinking about the imminent disaster. When he heard the voice, he could not help but be shocked. Arrogant little brat? Was she talking about him? However, it was a matter of life and death, so of course he would cooperate. Yes, I am from the Moon Rabbit tribe. The Ninth Commandery Princess and I grew up together. That arrogant little brat was spanked by me since she was a child. We had an arranged marriage. Lin Ling said with an honest face. Bullshit. Xianyuan Jiutian was about to go crazy. He was sure that Lin Ling did not know the Ninth Commandery Princess at all. However, Lin Ling was so cunning that he actually took advantage of the situation and made friends with the Ninth Commandery Princess. Around the martial arts stage, the Overlord of Heaven, Baiyun Tiandi, and the others' eyes were twitching violently. Of course, they did not believe Lin Ling's words. Come on, beat this human to death. Lin Ling shouted coldly again. Since he had decided to pretend to be a demon, he would do it until the end. The surrounding demons looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. However, at this moment, the Ninth Commandery Princess's voice came again. What? Can't you hear him? Or do you think I don't exist? Let me tell you, his words are my words. Yes, Ninth Commandery Princess. Before the others could say anything, the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud stood up and stared at Xianyuan Jiutian with a murderous look. Xianyuan Jiutian's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, the surrounding demons also began to stir with murderous intent. Lin Ling, you. Xianyuan Jiutian's face was distorted. How could this happen? He and Lin Ling were both humans, but Lin Ling was fine. However, he was going to be killed by the demons. This was too unfair. Could it be that the 9th commandery princess of the demon cloud liked Lin Ling? Lin Ling, why? 9th commandery princess. I know everything that Lin Ling knows. Moreover, I am stronger and more handsome than him. Xianyuan Jiutian quickly said. At this moment, he did not believe that he was inferior to Lin Ling. Go to hell. You're as ugly as that pig head from before. How dare you compare yourself to my husband? Kill him. However, the 9th commandery princess did not give him any face. She shouted angrily, which was a blow to Xianyuan Jiutian. He looked at the surrounding demons and immediately ran away. Your sword, do you want it or not? What made him want to vomit blood was that on the battle platform, Lin Ling pulled out the divine weapon from his body and pointed it at him. It was as if he was saying that the divine weapon was very precious. Could it be that he didn't intend to take it and run away? However, how could he take it? If Xianyuan Jiutian did not leave, he would die here. He did not dare to take the most precious treasure in the world, let alone the magic weapon. Lin Ling, I will remember you. Chapter 1672. Guess who I am? Young Master Xianyuan, we're here to save you. In the distance, those heavenly emperors flew over to help Xianyuan Jiutian. Because Xianyuan Jiutian had a powerful origin, they couldn't let him die here. Moreover, Xianyuan Jiutian dared to enter the martial stage, so he naturally had a backup plan. Moreover, in his imagination, even if his identity was exposed, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. Most importantly, Lin Ling's identity would also be exposed, but Lin Ling wouldn't be able to escape at all. But now, the scene he imagined did not happen. Lin Ling was respected, but he had to flee. Kill. Those demon race experts moved out one after another. There were giants descending, and there were demonic dragons flying in the sky. Many heavenly emperors died there in a single exchange. Although those heavenly emperors resisted with all their might, it was only a matter of time before they were completely wiped out. After all, there were humans here. If they couldn't recover their exhausted strength, they couldn't escape death in the end. On the contrary, the heavenly emperors around the martial stage were safe and sound. All of them had a solemn expression and didn't dare to breathe loudly. This guy knows how to act. Now I'm wondering if he's a human. The North Sea heavenly emperor's eyes twitched. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. What a lucky guy. Although Bai Yuntiandi was surprised, she still said sourly, could it be that the pig-headed princess took a fancy to Lin Ling? Thinking of this, she was unwilling to admit defeat in her heart. Hearing her words, the 9 spirits of heaven and the unhindered heavenly emperor smiled bitterly. Lin Ling really surprised people. The battle in the distance didn't last long. 100 heavenly emperors fell very quickly. Only Xianyuan Jiutian and one person escaped with great vitality. Seeing the terrifying battle, the celestial emperors who were hiding around the martial stage felt their hearts sink. Dead, they were all dead. Xianyuan Jiutian wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. But in the end, not only did he fail to bully Lin Ling, but all of his people had died, and he had even lost a divine weapon. Involuntarily, many heavenly emperors stared at Lin Ling on the martial platform, describing Lin Ling as an existence that could not be provoked. Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking. His expression was solemn. The members of the devil race were indeed powerful. He couldn't help but feel lucky. If he was surrounded, it would be difficult for him to escape death. However, who was helping him? Who was the 9th commandery princess? Brat, you're the only winner of the sword conference. Men, bring that brat to me. At this time, the voice of the 9th commandery princess came from the martial arts stage. Then a devil walked towards Lin Ling. He clenched his right fist and placed it in front of his chest. He gave Lin Ling the most honorable salute of the devil tribe and invited Lin Ling to come forward. Lin Ling strode forward without hesitation. His blue cloak and the horn on his forehead made many of the devil race nod secretly. They didn't expect the Moon Rabbit tribe to be so powerful. Moreover, it seemed that the Moon Rabbit tribe was more handsome than the previous devil race. Baiyun Tiandi, the North Sea Heaven Emperor, and the others also stared at Lin Ling. They were a little stunned. Only when Lin Ling disappeared from their sight did they have a strange feeling in their hearts. He went to the 9th Commandery Princess. Will he be fine? The 9 spirits of heaven were a little worried. However, the Zongheng Heaven Emperor shook his head and said, if the 9th Commandery Princess wanted to kill him, she could have done so earlier. Why would she help Lin Ling? That's true. The 9 spirits of heaven finally felt relieved. Why would the 9th Commandery Princess help me? No matter what, I will not marry her. If she is too difficult to deal with, I will use force to kidnap her and force her to take me to the dreamlike mountain. Lin Ling walked forward as he thought to himself. He didn't want to hurt the 9th Commandery Princess, so he only planned to kidnap her. Soon, the devil race brought Lin Ling to a wing room and invited Lin Ling to enter. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered. However, just as he entered, a figure suddenly shot out from behind the door. A pair of hands reached out to his eyes from behind. It seemed that the hands wanted to cover his eyes. Guess who I am? This sudden turn of events caused Lin Ling's expression to change. His many years of combat experience made him subconsciously slap away the hand behind him. He quickly turned around and pounced on the person behind him, pinning him under his body. What do you want? Yes. In the realm of true martial arts. Although Lin Ling didn't want to provoke the devil race, he wouldn't put his life in the hands of others. Therefore, when someone attacked him before, he immediately fought back. However, after asking the question, Lin Ling also saw the face under his body. It was a delicate face with willowy eyebrows and limpid eyes. Hong Yin's small mouth was wide open at this moment. Her fair skin showed that she was a young and charming girl. Most importantly, Lin Ling knew her. She was Xian Yuan Gur, who had gone through thick and thin with him in the ghost realm. It's you. Yes. Lin Ling was shocked. Wasn't Xian Yuan Gur a lone ranger? How come it was the 9th Commandery Princess? In the ghost realm, when we met for the first time, you pressed me under your body. At that time, I said that I would definitely take revenge. Good, I haven't taken my revenge yet. The second time we met, you did this again. Are you addicted to pressing people? The girl under him was Xian Yuan Gur. She was so angry that she clenched her teeth. I really didn't know it was you. Lin Ling stood up awkwardly, then held Xian Yuan Gur's small hand and pulled her up. Xian Yuan Gur was still angry, but she looked very beautiful. The little maid next to her stared at Lin Ling with a face full of surprise. I really didn't know it was you. I thought someone was going to do something bad to me. Lin Ling explained. What an overly cautious guy. Forget it, you didn't mean it this time, so I won't bother about it. Xian Yuan Gur pursed her lips, then smiled and said, last time in the ghost realm, you helped me escape. Now I've helped you this time. You and I don't owe each other anything. Lin Ling also smiled. He glanced around the room and saw that there was still food. He immediately sat down and picked up the grapes on the table to eat. He had gone through thick and thin with Xian Yuan Gur, so he trusted her. Xian Yuan Gur also sat down and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. By the way, how did you become the 9th Commandery Princess? Lin Ling ate the grapes and asked curiously. No wonder someone had helped him before. It was this girl. I'm not the 9th Commandery Princess. I'm the daughter of the Great Eastern Demon King, one of the 5 demon emperors in the demon area. Xian Yuan Gur imitated Lin Ling and ate the grapes lazily. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Looking at Lin Ling's expression, Xian Yuan Gur giggled and said, don't expect me to explain anything. In fact, I'm even more confused than you. Anyway, after we parted ways in the ghost realm, I came to the demon area to explore. Who knew that I would encounter the demon army? Then a man who was almost 10 meters tall told me that I was his daughter. By accident, I became the daughter of the Great Eastern Demon King. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. There was such a strange thing. Chapter 1673. Life is like a dream. Did you hear that? Not only am I the daughter of the great demon king of the East, but I am also the reincarnation of some mushroom. Therefore, even I feel that these things are a mess. Xian Yuange obviously did not accept her identity at all. Even Lin Ling felt that it was hard to accept, but he also felt that it was normal. In this world, some people could indeed be reincarnated, such as the Fire Spirit Princess, or the Emperor Peerless who was the essence of the earth, and so on. Miss, the great demon king of the East is one of the most ancient figures in this world. He was born before the realm lord of the heaven and earth. It is said that he even fought with the realm lord, so his words must be correct. Miss, you are indeed the daughter of the great demon king of the East. In the Eastern demon tribe, many demons know you. Then tell me how I died. Xian Yuange said. The little maid was silent for a moment, as if she did not dare to say it, but she still opened her mouth and said, You fell in love with a human. However, at that time, humans and demons could not be together, so the great demon king of the East wanted to kill that human boy. Later, you pleaded for mercy, and the great demon king of the East let him go. After you separated from that boy, you were sad and tearful every day. Finally, under the longing, you silently died 100 years later. After that incident, the great demon king of the East was furious. He invaded the human world many times and slaughtered creatures, until the transmission array between the demon realm and the human realm was sealed. Only then did he restrain himself. Later he met you. The great demon king of the East immediately knew that you were his daughter. He was happy for a long time, and let you do whatever you want. Hearing this, Xian Yuange nodded. She also knew that the burly giant, who was nearly 10 meters tall, doted on her very much. Otherwise, he would have allowed her to organize a marriage contest because for her, the so-called marriage contest was just a game to kill time when she was bored. However, the great demon king of the East still allowed her to be willful. Is that human boy so spineless? The girl misses him, and washes her face with tears every day. Did he not do anything? Xian Yuange said. No, young Mississippi. In fact, the Eastern Devil King said that if he wanted to marry you, he would have to wait until the youth's power reached the level of a ruler. However, that youth did it and came back one day. Unfortunately, young Miss had already passed away at that time. The maid whispered. Xian Yuange was stunned and deeply moved. The daughter of the great Eastern Demon King had also been waiting for the young man before she died. The young man had also returned. Neither of them had abandoned the other. Unfortunately, fate made fools of people. They had missed each other. Lin Ling was also secretly regretful. The few of them then fell silent, causing the room to be somewhat quiet. A moment later, the little maid suddenly opened her mouth and said, Miss, if you don't believe me, you will know everything at Dreamlike Mountain. Xian Yuange was not interested in Dreamlike Mountain at first, but now he was curious. Lin Ling looked at Xian Yuange and then nodded. Dreamlike Mountain was also a place he wanted to go. The two of them exchanged a few words, and then set off. Dreamlike Mountain was not far away. Although it was a forbidden area in the Zhenwu world, it obviously could not stop Xian Yuange. When the two of them arrived at the bottom of the legendary mountain, Mu Ran discovered that the mountain was very beautiful. It was filled with pink plants. When the wind blew, pink snow fluttered in the sky. So beautiful. Xian Yuange muttered to herself. She stretched out her small hand and wanted to catch the pink snow in the sky. Indeed. Lin Ling nodded and took a big step forward. He took the lead and walked towards the mountain. Xian Yuange followed behind him with small steps. The Eastern Devil King said that when someone in Xian Yuange set foot there, that person will be him. The little maid stared at the blue-robed youth, her heart beating violently. Dreamlike Mountain. Life was like a dream, like fog, like flowers in a mirror, like the moon in the water. It was all empty at the end. It seemed to be saying that the so-called love was actually like a dream. In the end, there was no result. I only care about what I once had. Why care about eternity? Stepping on the snowy mountain path, Lin Ling smiled. His heart was extremely clear at this moment. I only care about what I once had. Why care about eternity? Xian Yuange followed behind Lin Ling and said softly. She raised her head, and looked at the peak of the mountain. There was a huge tree with pink flowers growing on the tree. It was extremely beautiful. I'll go there and take a look. She did not know why, but after seeing the tree, Xian Yuangu felt a sense of familiarity. Lin Ling nodded. In fact, he also felt a sense of familiarity, because the Realm Lord had come here before. Moreover, to the Realm Lord, this was an extremely important place. Sealing enchantments. Lin Ling did not go to the peak of the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, he saw a few ancient stone arrays. Those stones were about 2 meters tall. There were a total of 5 of them, and they were diamond-shaped. They emitted a sacred and inviolable majesty. However, Lin Ling knew that these were sealing enchantments. There were a total of 5 such sealing enchantments. This meant that out of the 100,000 sealing enchantments, Lin Ling could seal 5 of them. This made Lin Ling smile. 500 merit points were in his hands. He strode forward and came under one of the sealing enchantments. He took out the jade tablet hanging from his waist and gently touched the stone. Instantly, a dazzling light appeared. It was like ripples of water, causing the entire stone to turn blue. It was extremely beautiful. That mysterious blue color was like a tide, gradually turning the nearby rocks into a blue color, as if they were made of crystal. The sealing enchantment's power has been restored. Lin Ling smiled and continued forward. He began to seal enchantments one by one. In front of the last enchantment, Lin Ling stopped. His eyes stared at the ancient stone array and gradually flashed. In front of the stone array, he saw a familiar figure. It was the owner of the Eye of Time, the Realm Lord. There are regrets in life. If I had the determination back then, and was ruthless enough, I could have taken her away. Unfortunately, because of my promise, I made her wait for thousands of years. When I returned in triumph, she had already left. In my life, I have come into contact with too many women, but she is the one I will never forget, because she is my first love. In time, the man carried Lin Ling on his back and quietly looked at the stone array. His voice was calm, but Lin Ling could hear the heart-wrenching pain in it. Time could not be reversed. If it could be reversed, the man would have forcibly taken the girl away. He would not have agreed to wait until he was stronger and openly married the girl, because at that time, the girl would have already left. Life could not wait. If he fell in love with her today, then he would have her today. Lin Ling's heart trembled fiercely. In his mind, he suddenly had a guess. Could it be that the so-called she was Xian Yuangu's previous life? If that was the case, the one who fell in love with Xian Yuangu in her previous life was the young Realm Lord. Chapter 1674. Predestined Marriage. Time moved forward again. The one who appeared in front of Lin Ling wasn't the Realm Lord, but the young Realm Lord. The young man swore that the day he ruled the world would be the day he openly married the young lady. Be it demons or humans, he didn't care. Even if the rules of heaven and earth didn't allow humans and demons to walk together, he would break this rule. The young man swore that when he ruled the world, he would definitely return. This period of time was obviously set by the Realm Lord when he was young. Unfortunately, he was going to be disappointed. The person in his heart couldn't wait for him. In the future, when he returned with the identity of the Realm Lord, he would only be left with regret. The path of an expert was never smooth sailing. Other than enemies, you also had to give up on many things. For example, your most beloved first love. The 2 periods of time appeared in front of Lin Ling, causing him to feel a piercing pain in his mind. His soul force was increasing crazily. At the same time, a soul martial art from his memories quietly appeared. Maple Snow Sword of Sorrow. Putong. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. His head felt like it was going to split open. Those memories seemed to be tearing him apart. Maple Snow Sword of Sorrow. This was the soul martial art that the Realm Lord comprehended after the departure of the young lady. In reality, this martial art wasn't strong to the Realm Lord, but it was a type of memory. However, this soul martial art was extremely powerful to the current Lin Ling. Rumble. Lin Ling's soul sea was roaring crazily. His soul force was increasing like water, causing his soul to almost collapse. It was obviously difficult for him to successfully cultivate the Realm Lord's soul martial art. While Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, Xian Yuanguo's little leather boots stepped on the ground. Her beautiful eyes were staring at the ancient tree. Who? The wind blew over, filling the sky with pink snow. Vaguely, she saw the promise between the young man and the young woman under the tree. They held hands and stood under the tree, making the promise of their youth. Xiaoling, your father doesn't allow me to be with you. He said that humans and demons cannot coexist together. However, I Li Xiaoyao don't believe in this. I have the heavenly gaze. Be it humans or demons, I will break this rule. You only need to wait for me. When the day comes that I rule the world, I will marry you. At that time, no one will be able to stop us. The immature young man made a promise word by word. I believe you. The young girl was pure, like the pink snow in the sky. She had beautiful fantasies about love. That's great. The young man revealed a smile. It was extremely brilliant, but it was also filled with strong confidence. It's all real. Xian Yuanguo's beautiful eyes became moist. She felt as if she was there. She knew that she was the daughter of the great demon king of the East in her previous life. At this moment, the young girl leaned on the young man's shoulder and said softly, even if we are separated in the end, our fated marriage will not end. It will not end even after thousands of lifetimes. In the future, if there comes a day when I come here again, the person who will accompany me will be you. If there comes a day when I am willing to reincarnate for you, we will meet again here. The young man smiled and said with determination. Boom! Xian Yuanguo's heart roared. She subconsciously looked at the young man in the mountain. Her eyes became moist. The promise from the previous life, the fated marriage, would not end even after thousands of lifetimes. If there comes a day when they meet again here, that person will be him. No matter who is reincarnated, they will meet again. And now, they are reunited in the dreamlike mountain. That person is the young man who is cultivating in the mountain. Is there really a past life? Xian Yuanguo stood there quietly, letting the wind blow on her face. She stretched out her small hand, wanting to catch the snow in the sky, because the snow might be the proof. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling stepped on the top of the mountain. He could not help but be stunned. Xian Yuanguo under the ancient tree was extremely beautiful at this moment. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her lively facial features had a happy smile. Although Xian Yuanguo was not the most beautiful, she was petite and cute. She gave off a completely different temperament, just like the girl next door. How is it? Did you see the past life? Lin Ling stepped on the top of the mountain and suddenly smiled. I saw it. I didn't expect the story to be true. Xian Yuanguo curled her lips and said, then let's go. I have achieved my goal. Lin Ling shrugged, but after taking a few steps, he found that Xian Yuanguo did not leave. This made him suspicious. I also saw that young man. In fact, he did not do anything wrong. Unfortunately, he made the other party wait for too long. Xian Yuanguo stood under the ancient tree and looked at Lin Ling. I know, because I also saw it. Moreover, I know even more about that young man's background. Lin Ling smiled and said, that young man was the realm lord. He did not know the meaning of Xian Yuanguo's words. That him was actually Lin Ling. After thousands of reincarnations, they were reunited again. This promise could not be false. Oh right, you won the martial arts competition. You have to marry me. Do you have this plan? Xian Yuanguo sniffed and suddenly said. Lin Ling was stunned. Xian Yuanguo did not take the martial arts competition seriously. Why did she take it seriously now? He smiled and shook his head. Of course not, because I already have a wife. Oh, Xian Yuanguo nodded with some disappointment, but soon smiled. Then do you believe in previous lives? SOSO. Lin Ling shook his head. He could not help but think of the other world before he came here. He smiled and said, you used to be like a little witch. When did you become so sentimental? No, I was just teasing you. Haha, fool. Why don't you take a look at yourself? I am now the daughter of the great demon king of the East. I can do whatever I want in the demon area. Other people want to marry me, but I don't want them. So do you think I like you? Xian Yuanguo smiled and said, I knew you were up to no good. Since you don't plan to leave, then I will leave first. Anyway, you won't be in any danger in the demon area. Lin Ling waved his hand and left. Thank you for your help. I will remember this kindness in my heart. Xian Yuan Ge's eyes moistened as she looked at Lin Ling's free and easy departure. It was as if she saw the young man leave 10,000 years ago. She subconsciously said, "Get lost. Just like last time, I will give you another song." Hearing this, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. His eyes suddenly flashed, but he continued to move forward. Currently, he was going to seal the barrier and obtain more merit points. He was not as free as Xian Yuangur. If only time froze when we first met. However, Lin Ling still remembered all the scenes when he met Xian Yuangur. Under the ancient tree, a beautiful song was floating, as if it was sending the warrior away. Snow was falling, blowing the long hair of the girl under the tree. Destined marriage, you entered the cycle of reincarnation for me. Unfortunately, you don't know that you are him now. However, I will wait for you, just like in the previous life. But this time, I hope you won't make me wait too long. Chapter 1675. The Deacon Palace of the Human World had a bet. At that moment, Lin Ling was leaving the dreamlike mountain, but he wasn't calm. It seemed like there were some things he hadn't done, but when he thought about it, he didn't know what they were. This time, not only had he found all the sealed enchantments of the true martial world, but his soul had also increased, reaching level 145. He had also learned a soul skill, Maple Snowblade. Apart from becoming stronger, Lin Ling also knew that the World Lord had made a promise when he was young, but he hadn't fulfilled it. After becoming the World Lord, even though he was strong enough to control everything, he couldn't bring back what he had lost. If that had happened to Lin Ling, he was sure that he wouldn't have missed it. When he was young, he would have taken the girl away. Unfortunately, I'm not the World Lord. Lin Ling shook his head and continued on his journey. At that moment, in the true martial world, a large number of celestial emperors were sealing enchantments. Each time they sealed an enchantment, those celestial emperors were extremely excited, because those enchantments were worth points. Besides, the three legends of the human world were also competing with each other to see who could seal more enchantments. As time passed, many sealed enchantments were found and sealed. The extremely strong celestial emperors formed teams to seal the enchantments. At that moment, in the Deacon Palace of the human world, a large number of people had gathered. If one looked carefully, one would see that those people were strong enough to shake the entire human world. They were looking at a map floating in the air. The map was blurry, but from time to time, lights were flashing. So far, we've sealed 10,000 enchantments, said an ancestor indifferently while staring at the map. Those lights were sealed enchantments. I think 80% of them were sealed by our Yungu celestial stage, said a middle-aged man with an indifferent smile. Everyone in the palace was stunned. Currently, nobody knew who had sealed the enchantment, and why that person was so confident. Master Tian, maybe only 50% of your Yungu celestial stage is sealed. The rest is sealed by Champion University, said a tall and sturdy man coldly. His chi was monstrous. Nobody dared underestimate him. Hee, I sealed half of Yungu's celestial layer. The rest is sealed by Champion University. You think the 7 emperors' celestial layers don't exist? They should have at least 10%. The sage-like middle-aged man said again. 10%. Last year, there were 100,000 sealing barriers, but they only sealed 10%. Now there are 10,000 sealing barriers, and they want to take 10%. The tall and sturdy man who looked like a battle king laughed. The people around couldn't help but laugh, but they didn't dare to say anything. It was obvious that the person who spoke before was extremely powerful, and they didn't have the qualifications to speak. Among the surrounding people, there were the 3 Shi clans, the Xianyuan family, the Ji family, and other powerful forces. Old John Lord Sky, the seal isn't over yet. It's still too early to confirm everything. On the other side, 7 people were sitting together. An old man with a fishing net on his back said indifferently. He was Emperor Li Shou of the 7 emperors. Hee old fish, you still don't want to admit defeat. How about we make a bet? If you manage to seal 20,000 enchantments, my sword will be yours, said the middle-aged man from the Celestial Wind Palace smiling. He stared at the old man's fishing rod and said, "I've heard that the world fishing rod can catch fish from all over the world. If you lose, the rod will be mine. What do you think?" His Excellency the Sky King. He's using the execution god sword as a bet? Many people were staring at the middle-aged man's sword. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. The Sky King of Yungu celestial layer was really heroic. Then, they looked at Emperor Li Shou and smiled. Would the 7 emperors dare to make a bet? Old Fish accept his challenge. I'll add a bet, the universal chess playbook. At this moment, among the 7 emperors, a scholarly middle-aged man laughed. It was none other than Emperor Yu. The other 7 emperors also spoke, taking out their treasures. As one of the 3 emperors of the celestial layer, they naturally couldn't swallow this humiliation. If news of them being suppressed by 2 other mythical characters were to spread out, the other celestial emperors and Xiandi would definitely mock them. Not only that, the Xianping province would also lose face. Even the universal chess playbook has been taken out. In that case, my Yungu celestial layer wouldn't lose face anymore. I'll take out the fruit of 10,000 origins. A gentle voice rang out, causing everyone to turn their gazes over. The speaker was a woman about 30+ years of age. She was extremely beautiful and exuded a noble and dignified aura. Naturally, her identity was also extremely terrifying. She was none other than the strongest existence in Yungu celestial layer, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Behind her, there were a few people. Among them were none other than Yu and Inuer. Fruit of 10,000 origins, according to legends, it can increase all sorts of attributes. How generous! Many people were astonished. They couldn't participate in such a battle. They could only watch. Champion University will also participate. Let's go! On the other side of Champion University, a woman wearing golden armor smiled indifferently. She was one of the 2 champions of Champion University, and the strongest cultivator there. Boom! The crowd's hearts were pounding. The 3 great emperors of the human world were going to compete. That battle was about sealing the boundaries of the world. Whoever sealed the most boundaries would gain a lot of face. They might even obtain the most precious treasures. Yungu celestial layer has always been the first. They know many sealing boundaries. 500 years ago, Champion University had been the first, but the 7 emperors' world had never been the first. Because of that, in the human world, many people laugh at the 7 emperors' world. They say that the 7 emperors' world has an undeserved reputation. They don't do anything to contribute to the human world. Let's go! This time, the 7 emperors' world won't admit defeat. They're so confident. Could it be because of the celestial emperor of the Ji clan? A commotion broke out among the crowd. Naturally, the titled celestial emperors were also betting among themselves. Lu Susu and the other experts who had been waiting outside the teleportation portal were now at each other's throats. I'm telling you this time, Yungu's celestial altar wants all the sealed deployment spells. With Xian Yuan Jiutian here, we're definitely going to win. Your celestial emperors won't get a single point. Bullshit. We have 3 celestial emperors from the Shi clans, especially Luohan's celestial emperor. He'll definitely lead everybody and finish first. Let's wait and see. The Xiandi world's cultivators didn't want to admit defeat. The peerless celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' world frowned. The celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' world were led by a celestial emperor from the Ji clan. He was very strong, and he had the most celestial emperors with him. The most important thing was that he knew many sealing boundaries. They hoped he wouldn't lose face. Chapter 1676. Lin Ling come out. At this moment, there were more and more battles in the true martial world. If one wanted to seal the barrier, they would have to fight with the devil race. Because many of the sealing barriers were guarded by the devil race, and the devil race had also sensed the invasion of the human race. Therefore, it was as if they were facing a great enemy, which made the sealing barrier even more difficult. In the entire true martial world, a large number of small teams were moving forward in the east, south, west, and north in search of the sealing enchantment. He hasn't come out yet. Will Lin Ling be okay? I don't think so. If something really happened, The ninth commandery princess would have killed Lin Ling. I'm getting a little anxious. So much time has passed, and we haven't even sealed a single barrier. If this continues, we won't be able to obtain any merit points. Moreover, the 7 emperors have already issued an order. We must not lose face in this mission. Outside Dreamlike City, under a rather remote city wall, several figures had transformed into demons and were conversing in low voices. They were the unhindered Sky Emperor and the others. They were obviously waiting for Lin Ling. Moreover, 4 people had joined them. They were Celestial Emperor Qing Yun, Celestial Emperor Song Mu, Celestial Emperor North Sea, and a man named Celestial Emperor Lei Dong. They had formed their own team. While they were waiting, the heavenly emperors who were passing by couldn't help but laugh. These heavenly emperors of the 7 emperors world were really stupid. They were actually blindly waiting there. Could it be that they had come to the true martial world to play? Unhindered heavenly emperor, how many enchantments have you sealed? A powerful heavenly emperor recognized unhindered heavenly emperor and immediately laughed. His tone was filled with schadenfreude. You don't have to worry, unhindered heavenly emperor said with a cold face. They did not seal a single barrier. Very unlucky. Currently we have sealed 10 enchantments. Haha, you guys can slowly play there. The merit points belong to us. The heavenly emperors laughed and then disappeared into the distance. A petty person who gained power for a moment. The space-time heavenly emperor gritted his teeth as he watched the heavenly emperors leave smugly. He was clearly enraged. Don't worry, there are more than 100,000 sealing barriers. 10 barriers are nothing, the unhindered Sky Emperor comforted. But his right hand quietly clenched into a fist, clearly unwilling to give up. I'm not waiting anymore. If I wait for that guy, I won't be able to get a single merit point. Furthermore, I promised Lady Lu Susu that I would bring glory to the 7 emperors, so I can't just sit here and do nothing. Suddenly, one of them said with a frown, North Sea Celestial Emperor, how many barriers do you think you can seal if you leave the team? Even if you're lucky enough to find the enchantment, can you face the demons alone? The North Sea Celestial Emperor frowned. Indeed, it was difficult to face the demons alone. But what's the point of waiting here? Could it be that Lin Ling will be able to seal even more if we wait? Lin Ling is weaker than us. He can't change anything. The North Sea Celestial Emperor was still stubbornly trying to leave. I agree with the North Sea Celestial Emperor. Lin Ling is only a Silver Celestial Emperor, and we are all Gold Celestial Emperor. The North Sea Celestial Emperor is even a Diamond Celestial Emperor. Why should we wait for that trash? The Thunder Celestial Emperor snorted coldly. Watch your words. Lin Ling is on our side now. The Space-Time Celestial Emperor frowned and said, but he didn't say anything else. In fact, they were waiting here because they were worried about Lin Ling. It wasn't because their team would be stronger with Lin Ling around. In front of experts like us, trash is trash. Why can't you say it? The Thunder Celestial Emperor didn't give face at all, and snorted coldly again. But at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded out. If they want to leave, then let them leave. The more people there are, the more merit points we will need to share. The voice came from behind them, causing them to look over. They saw a blue-robed man walking over the city walls. His steps were steady and calm. There was a single horn on his forehead, and he gave off the feeling of a great demon king. Who else could it be other than Lin Ling? Seeing this, the 9 spirits of heaven, Baiyun Tiandi, and the others laughed. You brat, you finally came out. You made us worried to death. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor also let out a light breath. Greetings to Unhindered Heavenly Emperor, Spacetime Heavenly Emperor, Azure Cloud Heavenly Emperor, and Pinewood Heavenly Emperor. Lin Ling walked up to them and bowed politely. You're Lin Ling. The man called Lei Dong Sky Emperor sized up Lin Ling from head to toe, and then laughed disdainfully. This person was around 40 years old, had a beard on his face, his eyes were not big, and he had a horse face. But on the side of the 7 emperors, his reputation was not weak, and he was one of the best among the gold-level heavenly emperors. You have a problem with that? Lin Ling looked at him from the corner of his eyes. That indifferent look made Lei Dong Sky Emperor's pupils constrict. What an arrogant junior. You can leave. but the sealing of the enchantments is none of your business. I can also tell you that for the next 100,000 enchantments, we will seal at least 50,000. Lin Ling said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, the hearts of all the experts trembled fiercely. Where did Lin Ling's confidence come from? Are you out of your mind? What nonsense are you talking about? Lei Dong's Sky Emperor was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. With just a few of them, they wanted to seal 50,000 enchantments? This was simply a fool's dream. 50,000 enchantments. Even the heavenly emperors of the 7 emperors' heaven would not be able to seal that many. Therefore, not to mention him, even the unhindered heavenly emperor and the 9 spirits of heaven thought that Lin Ling seemed to be bragging. If you don't believe me, you can leave by yourself. Lin Ling smiled calmly, looked at the unhindered heavenly emperor and said again, since we have already wasted a lot of time, we should also take action next, and we can just form a team. However, there must be a leader in the team, so I think we need to choose a leader. You can't be talking about you, right? Seeing Lin Ling being so arrogant, bragging first, and then thinking of himself as the boss, Lei Dong's Sky Emperor couldn't help but laugh. At least it's not you. Lin Ling glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and said again, but I think I am indeed suitable to be the leader of this team. Boom. Everyone's heart exploded. Lin Ling really dared to say that. This guy, unhindered heavenly emperor in space-time, heavenly emperor looked at each other and smiled bitterly. One had to know that most of the people here were stronger than Lin Ling. What right did Lin Ling have to be the leader? However, because they were friends, they couldn't refute Lin Ling. On the other hand, the North Sea Heavenly Emperor and Lei Dong Sky Emperor didn't have such concerns. They laughed loudly, especially the Lei Dong Sky Emperor, who laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. A junior in the 6th heaven of the Saint Realm wanted to be the leader and lead everyone. He couldn't see through himself. Lin Ling wasn't surprised by their mockery. The reason he proposed the position of leader was because he knew that there were too many experts in the team, and they were all arrogant. Therefore, if he led a few people to seal the enchantments and none of them followed his orders, then the team would be like a plate of loose sand. Therefore, he wanted to be the leader. His goal was simple, and that was to obtain more merit points. Chapter 1677. The goal was to seal 50,000 enchantments. I'm in. The 9 spirits of heaven had no objection, and so did Baiyun Tiandi, unhindered Sky Emperor, and the others had a good relationship with Lin Ling, so they did not refuse. Among them, Sky Emperor Qingyan said, are you sure you can lead us better? Yes, as long as you join the team. A conservative estimate is to seal 50,000 enchantments. Lin Ling said word by word with strong confidence. Okay, I, Sky Emperor Qingyan, will be under your command. Yes. Same for me, Sky Emperor Qing Mu. Crazy. In the past, I was your protector supporting you, but today, I believe that you, Lin Ling, will not let me down. I, unhindered Sky Emperor, will join. Yes. Everyone pondered for a moment and nodded. They believed in Lin Ling's character, because although Lin Ling was crazy, most of them were crazy with strength. The most important thing was that the enchantments on the surface of the true martial world were sealed by others. They could only find the enchantments hidden in the dark, and they had no clue about the enchantments hidden in the dark. They could only wait for Lin Ling to create a miracle. And the fact was that Lin Ling had indeed created miracles time and time again. What a bunch of lunatics. I'm not going to be crazy with you. North Sea Sky Emperor, I'm leaving. Do you want to join me? Yes. Let's go, Lin Ling. I didn't expect you to be so exaggerated. Yes. North Sea Sky Emperor and Thunder Emperor smiled disdainfully and turned to leave. Lin Ling ignored them. It was normal that they did not believe in him. He looked at the city wall behind him and said indifferently, actually, there is an enchantment behind you. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched out. Under the broken bricks, the ancient stone array also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Fortunately, there were not many demon paths here. Otherwise, it would have caused a sensation. However, at this moment, unhindered Sky Emperor and the others were shocked. The North Sea Sky Emperor and Thunder Emperor stopped, and their pupils trembled fiercely. There was an enchantment behind them, and they were completely unaware. Everyone stared at the stone array, and their breathing became heavy. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor did not wait for the others to agree. He took a step forward and released lightning, melting the surrounding city stones. Then he took out his jade tablet and touched the stone array. Seeing the blue light of the stone array, he let out a sigh of relief and laughed. He had sealed a barrier and received 100 merit points. This guy is so fast. The North Sea Celestial Varch cursed inwardly, his eyes filled with jealousy. The others were also more or less envious, because 100 merit points were in their hands just like that. Why are you so excited? It's just a sealing barrier. Look at you, do you look like a celestial emperor? Lin Ling looked disdainfully at Lei Dong Heaven Emperor and reprimanded him. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor felt a little embarrassed. His previous actions were indeed unsightly. Let's go. The sealing barrier was snatched by some shameless people. But no matter, there are still many sealing barriers. Our goal is 50,000 merit points. However, although Lin Ling reprimanded him, he obviously did not care. He led the unhindered Sky Emperor and the others forward. The unhindered Sky Emperor and the others were excited, and suddenly, they trusted Lin Ling even more. The North Sea Celestial Varch and Lei Dong Heaven Emperor were stunned. If Lin Ling was bragging, then Lin Ling had indeed done what he said. In a short period of time, he found a sealing barrier. Most importantly, the sealing barrier was right behind them, but they did not notice it at all. This meant that Lin Ling might indeed have some ability. If they missed this opportunity, they would definitely regret it. Wait, Lin Ling, I'm in. Me too. The two of them chased after him. You're not going. Lin Ling continued to walk forward without even looking at them. The two of them laughed and rubbed their hands, feeling a little awkward for a moment. Call me boss, and then join the team. Lin Ling did not mind their previous words. Because they were going to do something big, they were short of people. Can we really seal 50,000 merit points? The North Sea Celestial Thearch's heart beat violently, and he looked forward to it even more. He did not expect this little guy to be so capable. Don't worry, follow me, and you will definitely eat meat, Lin Ling said confidently. He went to Dreamlike Mountain, and now he knew the sealing barriers of the entire true martial realm. Moreover, he was not interested in individual sealing barriers. He was interested in the formation of barriers. In his mind, memory surfaced. Lin Ling led a few people forward. They left the bustling city and came to a mountain range. Demonic chi billowed, as if there were many powerful demons hidden here. The territory of the demonic lightning bat dragon has existed since 10,000 years ago. This demon is not under any command and is cruel and ruthless. The mountains behind their tribe have a large number of sealing barriers. After a long time, on a cliff, Lin Ling and the others stopped. Lin Ling looked into the distance and said, there was a vast grassland, and there was an isolated mountain. The rocks of the mountain were terrifying, and no one dared to approach it easily. However, Lin Ling knew that there were a large number of sealing barriers in the mountain, and there was a small path leading to the mountain. How many barriers are there? Lei Dong Sky Emperor asked curiously. Lin Ling stretched out 5 fingers, causing Lei Dong Sky Emperor's expression to change drastically. Then he laughed excitedly. 5, that's great. You are also a gold-level Sky Emperor, right? 5. Your appetite is so small. Do you think that with so many of us here, 5 barriers are enough for us? Lin Ling rolled his eyes at him, causing Lei Dong Sky Emperor's pupils to constrict. Could it be 50? Pudong. The hearts of unhindered Sky Emperor and the others were beating violently. 50, they were rich, absolutely rich. One must know that if they could seal 5 of them, then this trip to the true martial world would not be in vain. So 50, it was hard to imagine. It's 5,000. However, Lin Ling faintly spat out a sentence, causing everyone to stop breathing. 5,000 sealing barriers. Dang dang dang. Lei Dong Sky Emperor's footsteps were unstable, and he kept retreating. His face turned pale with surprise. That's a sealing barrier array. Lin Ling looked at him and smiled slightly. We're rich, a barrier reward of 100 merit points, 5,000, TSK. Unhindered Sky Emperor sucked in a breath of cold air. With these 5,000 sealing barriers, then the 7 Emperors Children of Heaven, they would definitely be the first. Boss, you're my boss, there's nothing to say. 5,000 sealing barriers, you can have as many as you want. As long as you give me 100, I'll be satisfied. Lei Dong Sky Emperor hurriedly ran over and looked respectfully at Lin Ling. That appearance made the 9 spirits of heaven squint their eyes. What a thick-skinned Sky Emperor powerhouse. This degree of change in face. It was impossible to not be convinced. No need, let's divide it fairly, because that's only a fraction. Our goal is 50,000. Lin Ling waved his hand and said, causing everyone's expectations to be even stronger. If they followed Lin Ling, would they be able to create the first miracle of the 7 emperors, suppressing the 2 legends? Chapter 1678. Maple Snow Sword of Sorrow. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor. Go to the foot of the mountain with Qing Yin Heaven Emperor. Be sure to kill the devil race. What? Just the 2 of us? Lei Dong Heaven Emperor's pupils constricted. One must know that in Zhenwu world, they could not recover their strength. Therefore, he did not dare to kill the devil race with just the 2 of them. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor, don't talk nonsense. Listen to Lin Ling. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor reprimanded. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor was still dissatisfied, but he did not speak anymore. The 2 of you, go back to the prairie in half an hour. Remember, don't retreat before the time is up. Kill as many devil race as you see. Even if your bones are broken, you must hold on. Lin Ling said indifferently. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor's face changed drastically. Was this courting death? Unhindered Heaven Emperor, Spacetime Heaven Emperor, Baiyun Tiandi, Pinewood Heaven Emperor, you all wait in the prairie. If the devil race appears, you must help Lei Dong Heaven Emperor and the others. As for the leader of the devil race, it will depend on North Sea Heaven Emperor. North Sea Heaven Emperor, you are the strongest. You must kill the leader. As long as you kill the leader, we can enter the mountain. Lin Ling's mind spun quickly, and then he told him his plan. All right. Everyone nodded. If they were in the outside world, each of them could shake heaven and earth. But here, they all listened to Lin Ling's orders. What about you? Lei Dong Heaven Emperor suddenly said. Hee. I will guard the base camp at the back and look at the overall situation. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor's pupils constricted. He naturally did not believe it. He thought that Lin Ling was afraid of death and wanted them to be cannon fodder. But now that he had asked for help from Lin Ling, he could only endure it. Go. Lin Ling waved his hand. Everyone did not stop and rush forward. Boss, what about me? Only the 9 spirits of heaven was left on the cliff. At this moment, he looked at Lin Ling and asked. Stay here and protect me. Don't let anyone get close to me. Lin Ling said to him with a smile, making the 9 spirits of heaven immediately pat their chests and stand guard in all directions. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's expression was slightly grave. The eye of time appeared, surveying the entire battle situation. He was very clear that this was the first battle, and he had to achieve a great victory. Otherwise, the morale of the army would be shaken, and those celestial emperors would also doubt him. In the sky ahead, demonic clouds surged. On the prairie, unique poisonous grasses swayed, and unknown demonic beasts roared. Occasionally, a gust of wind would blow past, and the smell of blood was extremely thick. The devil domain was very big, and the true martial world was only one of them. It was also known as the Gate of the Devil Domain, just like the Yellow Spring Mountain of the Devil Domain. Only by going deeper into the Devil Domain would they be able to encounter even more terrifying Devil Clan. But even so, the true martial world still made the heavenly emperors cautious. Whoosh! 2 figures flew into the sky. In the next moment, the battle below the ancient mountain began. There are humans. Kill! The demonic lightning bat dragon clan was an extremely ferocious clan. After discovering the 2 of them, they immediately transformed into huge demonic bats, spreading their wings, and dense demonic lightning bloomed. Lin Ling's actions have caused us to die. Lei Dong stared at the devil clan that filled the sky, and his expression changed drastically. If it was in the human world, he would not be afraid of these devil clan. But here, the consumed spirit energy could not be recovered. If the battle dragged on, he would undoubtedly die. Don't think too much, kill. Qing Yuan Heavenly Emperor shouted coldly. His hands drew a mysterious trajectory, and the void fluctuated. Pop pop pop. Boom boom boom. The battle between the two heavenly emperors shook the entire demonic lightning bat dragon clan. In the prairie, the unhindered heavenly emperor and the others, who were lying in ambush, had a drastic change in expression. What a fierce battle! They hoped that Lei Dong Heavenly Emperor and the others could hold on. Time passed bit by bit. Lei Dong Heavenly Emperor and Qing Yuan Heavenly Emperor consumed more and more spirit energy, and Lei Dong Heavenly Emperor's eyes turned red, as if he had gone crazy, causing the entire land to be filled with the corpses of the demonic lightning bat dragon clan. This idiot! Far away, Lin Ling's soul force was so strong, and with the eye of time, he naturally saw the scene. Now the time had come. According to the agreement, Lei Dong Heavenly Emperor had to retreat, but he was in a killing frenzy. Get back here immediately. Go! Lin Ling shouted angrily. His soul force turned into a small knife, and like thunder, it appeared in Lei Dong Heavenly Emperor's mind, waking him up a little. He quickly retreated with Qing Yuan Heavenly Emperor. His heart was beating violently. If it were not for Lin Ling's reminder, he was afraid that he would have fallen there. Which junior dares to come to the land of my demonic lightning bat dragon? Little ones, kill. Go! At this time, the ancient giant mountain shook, and a giant bat flew out. Its cold teeth were shining, and it had a human-like face. This was obviously the demonic lightning bat dragon king. In fact, it had been paying attention to the battle before. When it saw that there were only 2 humans in the end, and they were beginning to tire, it decided to kill. Because it was the easiest time to kill the 2 humans now. I heard that the humans entered the true martial world, and wanted to seal the enchantment. However, the humans who came here are very stupid. Do they want to seal the enchantment with just 2 people? Swoosh! 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 Under the leadership of the demonic lightning bat dragon king, the demon race moved out. Lei Dong Heavenly Emperor's face became paler. If he did not escape quickly, he was afraid that he would have died. The 2 of them used all their strength to escape. Gradually, they arrived at the Great Prairie. Almost at the same time, powerful auras burst out from the Great Prairie. The unhindered Heavenly Emperor, the Space-Time Heavenly Emperor, and the other experts had all come out. Lei Dong Heavenly Emperor was touched when he saw them. When he was in a life-and-death situation, his comrades came out. We fell into a trap. Damn! The demonic lightning bat dragon king sensed the change, and its face became ferocious. What a cunning plan, to lure them out and then kill them. It looked at those heavenly emperors, and knew that those who were lying in ambush here were not weak. The most important thing was that they were in their peak condition, and it would be difficult to fight them. You tempted us, and we will kill you no matter what. The demonic lightning bat dragon king stared at Lei Dong Heavenly Emperor in anger. Even if he was tricked, he would still kill him. Lei Dong Heavenly Emperor's face changed dramatically. He did not expect the other party to hate him so much. He wanted to retreat immediately, but the demonic lightning bat dragon king was too close to him. Most importantly, the North Sea Heavenly Emperor could not save him in time. Die for me! A pair of giant bat wings appeared. With a sweep of its wings, it swept towards Lei Dong Heaven Emperor. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor gritted his teeth. With the amount of strength he had expended, he was no match for the demonic lightning bat dragon king. Therefore, time was of the essence. A breath could decide his fate. It seems that I am going to die here. Die! Lei Dong Heavenly Emperor's face turned pale. Is this the fate of a cannon fodder? Maple snow depressing blade. Die! However, at this moment, a deadly knife appeared, cutting through the clouds, and attacked the demonic lightning bat dragon king. When the demonic lightning bat dragon king's lightning claws were about to grab Lei Dong Heavenly Emperor, it hit him hard, and made his body fall back, and his soul become unstable. Chapter 1679. Overbearing snatch. Suddenly, he looked at the cliff in the distance, and his pupils suddenly trembled fiercely. There stood a blue-robed youth. At this moment, he was like an emperor, controlling the entire world as he looked at the prairie. Obviously, it was Lin Ling who saved him. I wronged him, I'm sorry. Sorry. Lei Dong Sky Emperor had always thought that Lin Ling was a fisherman enjoying the benefits. But he didn't expect that Lin Ling's responsibility was even heavier than theirs, because he was in control of the entire situation. Most importantly, Lin Ling didn't actually have to make a move. After he died, there would be one less person to share the spoils of war. However, Lin Ling still made a move because he regarded him as a comrade. Lei Dong Sky Emperor's blood boiled, and his eyes were moist. At this moment, he was willing to treat Lin Ling as his leader. With Lin Ling's crucial attack, it was enough to make the North Sea Celestial Emperor pounce over. Then the two kings began to fight. The impact was earth-shattering. In the distance, Lin Ling smiled slightly. He could see that the North Sea Celestial Emperor could win. In that case, the first battle was a victory. In fact, if Lin Ling let all the Celestial Emperors move out, it wouldn't be difficult to wipe out the demonic lightning bat dragon clan. It would just take more time. And most importantly, it would consume a lot of the Celestial Emperor's spiritual energy. This was not what Lin Ling wanted to see. In the true martial realm, the most important thing was not strength, but how to preserve strength. Because no matter how strong the cultivation realm was, if it was used up, then it would be like an ant. Bang bang bang. At this time behind the cliff, there was a sudden rumbling sound. Then, a figure smashed over and fell not far from Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to recover his mind. Looking over, his face suddenly became ugly, because the one who smashed on the ground was actually the 9 spirits of heaven. Obviously, someone had attacked him. It's just a silver-ranked heavenly emperor, but he's actually so difficult to deal with. He needs the 5 of us to take action to defeat him. How embarrassing. A moment later, 5 figures stepped forward and appeared in front of Lin Ling. These people's cultivation was not low. 3 of them were at the 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, while the other 2 were at the 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. However, on the surface, they looked travel-worn. It was obvious that they had gone through many battles in the demon territory and had yet to recover their world chi. Most importantly, Lin Ling recognized one of them. It was shockingly Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu also saw Lin Ling and could not help being somewhat surprised. I said before, don't let me run into you again. In the end, you ran into me again here. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu knows them? Could he be the Celestial Emperor of the 7 Emperors Heaven? But he doesn't look familiar. One of them also looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but laugh. Don't blame us. This guy didn't allow us to get close. It's too much. As Heavenly Emperors of the 7 Emperors Heaven, we should be united and not have scruples about each other. His words were obviously referring to the 9 spirits of heaven. Because the 9 spirits of heaven did not allow them to get close, it led to a battle. Nonsense, you didn't give me any leeway at all. That's overbearing. On the ground, the 9 spirits of heaven spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Ling slowly pulled him up and looked indifferently at the 5 people. Alright, it's a misunderstanding. What are you doing here? Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu's eyes flickered as he said indifferently. Looking for the sealed barrier. Lin Ling also looked at the other party and said softly. He wanted to see what tricks these people were playing. His words made Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu and the others' eyes light up. One of them smiled and said, is it a sealed barrier? Or an unsealed enchantment? Tell me, how many barriers have you all sealed currently? Relax, we're all heavenly emperors under the 7 emperors' heavens. We naturally have to fight for the glory of the 7 emperors' heavens. The more you all seal, the happier we'll be for you. Another person also opened his mouth, his eyes filled with anticipation. Not sealed yet, Lin Ling said directly, making the eyes of those heavenly emperor powerhouses flicker. Just as they were about to speak, Lin Ling opened his mouth and said, then how many barriers have you all sealed? We've currently sealed over 20, but compared to this, those unsealed barriers of yours are more important. Do you need help? As long as you tell us the location, then we'll assist you. After all, you and I are both disciples under the 7 emperors' heavens. It's the same whoever seals. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu said with a smile. as if shaking hands with Lin Ling and making peace. No need, we can handle it ourselves. Lin Ling shook his head and refused, making Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu's brows furrow a little. He smiled again and said, I wonder how many of those sealed barriers there are? 5,000, Lin Ling said. What? The faces of those 5 Heavenly Emperor powerhouses changed drastically. 5,000? They're rich, absolutely rich. This junior brother, we've decided to help you because there are 5,000 sealed barriers. The few of you can't handle it. That's right, you don't have to refuse, and you don't have to thank us either. 5,000 barriers. We want more than 4,000. You all take 100 seals each. Seeing that we're all under the 7 emperors' heavens, we won't bicker too much with you. Those heavenly emperors chatted with each other, appearing extremely excited. It was as if in their hearts, they had already sealed all the barriers. Xianyuan Jiutian looked at them talking, and his face instantly turned ferocious. What shameless heavenly emperors! At first, they said that they were helping and not sharing the spoils of war. But now they changed their words and wanted more than 4,000. Moreover, there was no need to thank them. Could it be that they were going to enjoy the benefits while the few of them still had to thank them? Involuntarily, he looked at Lin Ling. But Lin Ling waved his hand at him, then opened his mouth and said, I said no need. I said you must. However, just as Lin Ling's words fell, Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu sneered coldly. His words carried a thick majesty, as if Lin Ling could only agree and not refuse. This junior brother, you better see the reality clearly. How many of us are there and how strong we are? Otherwise, if you die, you can only regret it in hell. One of them said in a strange tone. Lin Ling was only a 6th-layer saint, who gave him the courage to refute them. Another person sighed for Lin Ling's stubbornness, thinking that Lin Ling didn't know what was good for him. This junior brother, although the sealing barrier is precious, your life is more important. I don't want you to die because of it, you have to think twice. Thank you for the reminder. But since I said no need, then there's no need. Lin Ling's mouth curved into a cold smile. After these people appeared, he knew their evil intentions. Kill the one called the 9 spirits of heaven. But don't kill this guy because we need to know the location of the sealing barrier through him. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu finally spat out a sentence coldly, then waved his hand. Go! Xiao xiao xiao. The 4 people didn't hesitate at all. With a sneer they pounced at Lin Ling. At this moment, the cliff seemed to shatter. Clearly, these people had erupted with their full strength, and it was a fatal blow. You all bastards! Seeing these people shamelessly attacking, the 9 spirits of heaven's face changed greatly. These people were too overbearing, immediately killing without a word. Bang bang bang. Chapter 1680. Do you still want my sealing enchantment? Seeing this scene, the 9 spirits of heaven shouted anxiously, Brother! Brother! Then he stared at Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu and the others with red eyes. If looks could kill, he would kill these overbearing guys at this moment. I heard that Lin Ling is invincible among silver-level heavenly emperors, but do you think we are silver-level heavenly emperors? Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu sneered. Last time, he was suppressed by Lin Ling, because he didn't guard against Lin Ling's soul power. This time they had more people, and they attacked first. Lin Ling was naturally like an ant. He shouldn't be dead. Go and bring him up, and kill the 9 spirits of heaven. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu waved his hand again. No need, I'll come up myself. Go. However, at this moment, a figure slowly floated up from the bottom of the cliff. It was Lin Ling. At this moment, his long hair and blue robe were fluttering. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent. Coupled with the blood at the corner of his mouth, it was a shocking scene at this moment. Most importantly, a sword appeared in his hand, with the cry of a phoenix. The body of the sword was golden, lustrous and resplendent, carrying a sharp aura. A surge of fighting intent spread out from Lin Ling's body. It was cold, powerful and murderous. At this moment, the 4 gold-level heavenly emperors suddenly felt a strong pressure in their hearts. It was as if the person standing above the cliff was not a person, but a sword, a god of death. Huh? Heavenly Emperor Tian, you looked at Lin Ling in surprise. His eyes were a bit strange. Lin Ling still wanted to fight. Go to hell. Lin Ling's figure floated up. His sword was like water, and it was like 100 birds worshipping the phoenix. The power of 12 universes shook the void and merged into the sword, forming a sword that was not afraid of heaven and earth. Attack me. Seeing Lin Ling's terrifying sword, one of them's face changed slightly, but soon he sneered. He was not afraid of a silver-level heavenly emperor. Get lost. The heavenly emperor roared angrily. He punched out, and the void exploded. The will of destruction was extremely dense, and it turned into source energy and blasted out. In his heart, the fact that Lin Ling dared to attack him first was an insult to him. Could it be that he was weaker? Therefore, he wanted Lin Ling to recognize himself. Unfortunately, he didn't know that he was facing Lin Ling at his peak. Whoosh! A sword slashed past. The sword light was like a phoenix. That destructive source intent was split into two, while that heavenly emperor powerhouse's expression changed drastically. He still wanted to say something, but his neck leaked out, and his head fell off just like that. What? The expressions of the surrounding people changed drastically. What kind of sword was that in Lin Ling's hand? It was actually able to kill a gold-ranked heavenly emperor. Moreover, it was killed in one strike. That sword was too sharp. Bastard, kill him! The remaining heavenly emperors were instantly enraged. One of them took a step forward, wanting to release his source energy. However, at this moment, the sword was even faster, like a violent storm, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas, ruthlessly slashing through him. In the next moment, blood spurted out like rain. That heavenly emperor's entire body was split into two, cut in half at the waist. He still maintained his attacking posture, but when he saw his lower body, he immediately let out a scream of fear and died in agony. The remaining 3 heavenly emperors were all stunned. How was this possible? This was impossible. Lin Ling was only a 6th-layer saint. Even if he borrowed the power of the sword, it was impossible for him to kill 2 heavenly emperors in succession. Suddenly, they realized a crucial point. This was because they had fought many battles in the demon domain, and had yet to recover their exhausted spiritual energy. Therefore, they were unable to unleash their full strength at the moment. Lin Ling, on the other hand, seemed to be at his peak. Coupled with the treasured sword in his hand, his strength was naturally unafraid of them. Boom! Their hearts roared, and a strong sense of fear rose in them. Lin Ling, what happened before was a misunderstanding. One of the heavenly emperors subconsciously stepped back, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Lin Ling did not speak, his face cold as he raised the sword in his hand and pointed it at the heavenly emperor. The thick murderous intent, the domineering aura of the sword, spread out, causing the heavenly emperor's heart to tremble. For the first time, he was actually afraid of a Saint Realm Jr. The sword had not yet been drawn, but the murderous intent already caused his heart to tremble. Every movement seemed to affect his heart. Die! A cold voice spat out from Lin Ling's mouth. His sword trembled slightly, and although it seemed slow, it was like 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix, like dark clouds covering the sky. Kung! The heavenly emperor wanted to say something, but before he could, he was instantly killed. Before he died, he never thought that one day, he would die at the hands of an opponent weaker than him. There were only 2 people left, and one of them was Heavenly Emperor Tianyu. At this moment, he did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong. He was still at his peak, and he even had a sword in his hand. That sword was very cold, so cold that it penetrated his heart. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have provoked the wrong person. I am from the Ji family, which is as famous as the Supreme Family. It is also one of the highest deacon palaces in the mortal world. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu took a step back and whispered, but he did not notice that when he said this, his heart was trembling. He was obviously afraid. However, his words were extremely sarcastic. Previously, they had treated Lin Ling like an ant, and wanted to snatch Lin Ling's sealing enchantment. Moreover, they had not given Lin Ling any choice to refuse, and had used their strongest attack. So now, Lin Ling did not need to give them any face. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Ling was like a peerless swordsman, cold and murderous. He held his sword and walked forward step by step. Just one sentence was enough to make Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu's heart tremble fiercely. Facing Lin Ling's words, he did not dare to refute. Enough! The Ji family is a meritorious servant of the mortal world. Is it someone you can reprimand? The other Heavenly Emperor shouted. The Ji family was one of the 9 deacons of the mortal world. They had supreme authority, not to mention Lin Ling. Even a powerhouse with the title of Xiandi did not dare to blaspheme. Lin Ling, based on what? You seem to have forgotten that your life is still in my hands. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was extremely cold, but his words caused the Heavenly Emperor's face to stiffen. Yes, his life was still in Lin Ling's hands. What right did he have to refute? Maple Snow Depressing Blade. With a low shout, a terrifying soul force blade shot out, piercing through the world and killing everything. Boom! That Heavenly Emperor powerhouse pointed at Lin Ling, and did not say anything. He fell on his back. Lin Ling seemed to be telling him that he should shut up at this moment. Because if he did not shut up, then he would die. Of the 5, only one was left. Of the 5, 4 were gold-rank Heavenly Emperors. Their strength was unfathomable. But at this moment all of them fell here. This kind of change made Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu's face turn pale. How could Lin Ling be so strong? He kept retreating, not daring to fight anymore. Stray dog, do you still want my sealing barrier? Chapter 1681. 5,000 sealing enchantments in hand. Lin Ling were back. At this time, a large number of figures flew over with smiles on their faces. They were none other than Unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the others. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor, North Sea Heavenly Emperor, it's you guys. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu hurriedly laughed as if he saw his savior. This Lin Ling has no respect for his elders, and killed several Heavenly Emperors of the 7 Emperors' heavens. You must kill him. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu quickly ran over, and pointed at Lin Ling with a sneer on his face. Lin Ling was very powerful, but could he kill more Heavenly Emperors? He believed that Unhindered Heavenly Emperor, and the others were enough to kill Lin Ling. After saying that, he looked at Lin Ling and sneered. You're very pitiful. You clearly had a chance to kill me earlier, but you missed it. Now that Unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the others are here, you're dead for sure. Before you die, you better tell me the sealing enchantments. Of course, if you regret it, I also want to hear it. You're so sure that they'll help you? Lin Ling slowly kept his sword and said calmly, I'm a disciple of the Ji family. If they don't help me, could it be that they'll help you? Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu laughed disdainfully. What a joke. One had to know that he was famous in the 7 Emperors' heavens. Who didn't give him face? Lin Ling was just a fledgling junior. How could these Heavenly Emperor seniors give him face? The Ji family's disciples seem to be very proud. Then you can see if they'll kill me or you. Lin Ling shook his head and laughed. At the same time, he looked at Unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the others. Haha, such a simple answer. Do you still need to think about it? Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu was stunned for a moment. Not only was he not worried, he laughed even louder. He didn't think that those powerful Heavenly Emperors would listen to Lin Ling's orders. However, his laughter was very loud at first, but it gradually became softer and softer. In the end, it almost disappeared without a trace. Because when he looked back, Unhindered Heavenly Emperor, and the others were looking at him with eyes full of killing intent. The result was obvious. Between him and Lin Ling he would die. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu took a step back, his heart filled with fear, shock, and confusion. We don't want to talk too much nonsense. Right now, you only have one ending, and that is death. Before the Unhindered Sky Emperor could speak, the Thunderclap Sky Emperor took a step forward, as if he wanted to attack immediately. You're crazy. Lei Dong Tiandi. Although we're not friends, we've seen each other in the past. Moreover, you should know my background. What is Lin Ling? You're actually helping him. Heavenly Emperor Tian, you could not understand why there would be this kind of treatment no matter what. He roared furiously. Could it be that you all are a team? Why don't you kill him? I'll join you. Pa. In the face of his words, all the experts of heaven and earth took a step forward. Their auras were intimidating and oppressive. Their actions represented their choice. He is our leader. Unhindered Sky Emperor finally spat out a sentence. Plop. Heavenly Emperor Tian, you subconsciously sat on the ground. Lin Ling was the leader. These powerful heavenly emperors were stronger than Lin Ling. And there were even diamond-level ones. They recognized Lin Ling as their leader? How could this be? He suddenly looked at Lin Ling and hurriedly begged for mercy. Lin Ling, it was a misunderstanding before. We are all heavenly emperors of the 7 emperors' heaven. We shouldn't have internal strife. At this point, he finally started to panic. Misunderstanding? The 9 spirits of heaven were injured by you, right? Then the 4 of them attacked. It was your order, right? These are all misunderstandings? Lin Ling sneered. His words stunned Heavenly Emperor Tianyu. Kill! Kill! Lin Ling did not speak any more nonsense, and waved his hand indifferently. You can die now. Kill! Heavenly Emperor Lei Dong seemed to want to snatch the credit. He released a powerful thunder source, and rushed toward Heavenly Emperor Tianyu. The latter's mouth opened wide, completely not expecting that he would die here today. Furthermore, these heavenly emperors actually dared to offend the Ji family for Lin Ling? If not for being about to die now, he really wanted to ask these heavenly emperors why Lin Ling was the leader. Unfortunately, no one could answer his question, nor did they have time to answer. Bang! Lightning wreaked havoc. Heavenly Emperor Tian, you clearly could not block it at all, and was blown to pieces. Courting death. Lin Ling shook his head. Heavenly Emperor Tian, you was simply courting death. Let's go. Go. Following that, Lin Ling brought the few people, and headed toward the mountain ahead. At this moment, there were already no fiends in that mountain. Everything was as Lin Ling thought. As long as the demonic lightning bat dragon king was lured out, and subsequently obliterated, then the demonic lightning bat dragon clan would retreat and escape without a trace. Under Lin Ling's lead, the few people advanced along the mountain path, all agitated. However, their gazes would subconsciously look at Lin Ling, secretly admiring him. Lin Ling's strength was not considered the strongest among them, but his status was pivotal. For example, they did not know that this place had an enchantment, but Lin Ling knew. Another example, although their strength was stronger than Lin Ling's, at the critical moment, the one who decided victory or defeat was still Lin Ling. Just take Heavenly Emperor Lei Dong previously for example. If not for Lin Ling, he would have long perished at this moment. Lin Ling, how did you defeat Heavenly Emperor Tianyu and the rest of the powerhouses? They are stronger than the 9 moons heavenly emperors. Heavenly Emperor Unhindered asked curiously. The other heavenly emperors also looked at Lin Ling curiously. Because they have already fought many battles, while I maintain my peak condition. Therefore they are not my match. Lin Ling replied coolly. Everyone's faces changed drastically. So that was the case. Therefore, making you all lure the demonic lightning bat dragon king out previously, was to let you all save more spiritual energy. Otherwise, if it was really a head-on clash, even if you all win, then your strength will be greatly reduced. Lin Ling continued. I discovered that you're not old, but you're really very suitable to be our leader. Heavenly Emperor Unhindered said with admiration. His breathing also became heavy. Lin Ling considered more than them. You're right. Although we expended some spiritual energy, we still retained at least 2/3 of our strength. If we encounter the fiend race next, we can still resist. Heavenly Emperor Northsea also admired Lin Ling even more. You have to be careful of the fiend race. But you can't underestimate humans either. Lin Ling nodded and said with a smile. If you all run out of spiritual energy, then I'll take over. At present, I still maintain my peak condition. What? Everyone stopped and looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Lin Ling killed Heavenly Emperor Tianyu, and the others without expending any spiritual energy? Previously, I relied on my physical strength and the power of my sword. Lin Ling explained, which shocked Heavenly Emperor Unhindered and the others. It seemed that in the true martial world, physical strength was more important than the power of the Saint Sea. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Lin Ling also noticed that soul power could be recovered in the true martial world. Although it was slow, it was faster than spiritual energy recovery. After a while, a few people passed through the mountain path, and a canyon appeared in front of them. Looking around, A large number of modeled and ancient stone arrays were located there. 5,000, it's really 5,000. Heavenly Emperor Lei Dong couldn't help but exclaim. The others also opened their mouths wide in excitement. Seal it. Lin Ling smiled. This was the result of the first battle. 5,000 sealing enchantments. If exchanged for merit points, how much would it mean? Chapter 1682. Fight. Everyone started to get busy one after another. Moreover, they had a tacit understanding. They left 1,000 sealing enchantments untouched for Lin Ling to seal, while all of them sealed 4,000. This was because they knew very well that without Lin Ling, they might not even be able to find 100 sealing enchantments. Lin Ling naturally sensed everyone's thoughts. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, he didn't argue and continued to seal them. At the same time, in the highest Deacon Palace of the human world, the human world's big shots stared at the floating map in front of them. They saw flashing dots appear one after another, representing a large number of barriers being sealed. That's crazy. I'm afraid there's a celestial emperor sealing the enchantments. 5,000 enchantments, TSK. It must be the heavenly emperor of our Yanggu Immortal Plateau. I don't think so. It's probably Tiandi from Champion University. Those experts were all extremely excited and elated as they discussed animatedly. Only the 7 Emperors' Heaven were frowning. Evidently, someone had found the sealing spirit formation. Merely, this sort of thing was very rarely seen in the 7 Emperors' Heaven. Thus, they knew that it was definitely not done by the heavenly emperor of the 7 Emperors' Heaven. Haha, old fish, do you have anything else to say? Skylord looked at Emperor Lis Ho and asked. Currently there are only 30,000 barriers sealed. It's not the end yet, so it's hard to say. The old man with the fish basket on his back said indifferently. However, even though he said that, he was secretly angry. Hee, you're quite stubborn. Alright then, after this is over, let's see if there are 20,000 sealed barriers in the entire 7 Emperors' sky. My sword has always been with me. If you can take it, it's yours. The Sky Lord smiled faintly. Someone chimed in. Lord Sky Lord, if you win, you will have the world fishing rod. The Li Shou Emperor's fishing rod can catch anything. When the time comes, you have to catch some fish for us to taste. Emperor Li Shou's under the heavens rod. All of them were extremely tempted. It was also the wager of this bet. You. The old man with the basket on his back looked at the person who had just spoken. He realized it was a champion from Champion University. He grunted coldly and remained silent. Haha. Many masters began to laugh. But on the side of the 7 Emperors' Heaven, the 7 great emperors' faces were ashen. Don't worry. This time, GFA will definitely not embarrass the 7 Emperors' Heavens. He can seal at least 10,000 enchantments. With so many heavenly emperors in the 7 Emperors' Heavens, we will definitely be able to complete the remaining 10,000 enchantments. Wushang family's little girl Wushang Ying, she can seal at least 1,000. The 7 emperors chatted with each other. They were still very confident. In truth, they had made a lot of preparations for this sealing barrier. At that moment, in the world of true martial arts, many celestial emperors rose up and became famous. For example, Xin Yuan Jiutian from Yungu Celestial Stage had sealed 10,000 barriers. Champion University wasn't weak either. A female great emperor was leading them, and they had also gained a lot. The leaders or captains of these small teams were all well-known figures among the titled heavenly emperors. They were all very powerful. Because of that, the world of true martial arts was in a chaotic world. Heroes were born in chaotic times. Strong cultivators rose up under great pressure. The world of true martial arts is the great Eastern Demon King's territory. He doesn't interfere, and the demon army hasn't appeared either. The great Eastern Demon King is as strong as the 7 emperors. We can't imagine what those strong cultivators are thinking. We're just small soldiers. Let's focus on sealing the enchantments. In the mountain range on the grassland, many small teams were talking. They were high-spirited and full of mettle. They wanted to show off their skills on the most dazzling stage of the human world. Without a doubt, after sealing the enchantments, the entire human world would pay attention to them, because they had contributed the most to the human world. They would be treated like heroes. The wind was blowing, and smoke was rolling in the air. At this moment, on top of a sand dune, a large number of figures were staring at a dilapidated ancient city in front of them. Their eyes were burning with passion. Demon-killing city. It was said that there were more than 10,000 sealing enchantments there. However, this city was difficult to attack, because the city lord, Great Demon King Baron Cloud, was a truly powerful demon, a great demon king who killed people like scything flax. His cultivation had already reached the level of Wuxia. If an ordinary team dared to approach him, they would be annihilated. Only the teams would cooperate with each other. Great Demon King Baron Cloud. That's someone who even dares to not give face to the Great Eastern Demon King. He is the mortal enemy of humanity, and loves to devour human flesh. He is also one of the great demon kings, who is most in favor of killing their way into the human world. No wonder he guarded the sealing enchantments to the death. So he had always wanted to enter the human world. This place must be taken down. Many heavenly emperor powerhouses were discussing in the distance. Great Demon King Baron Cloud, get out here. At that moment, at the bottom of the ancient city, a dozen silhouettes appeared. They were all wearing black clothes, and their chi was majestic and magnificent. It's the Black Eagle team. The leader is a diamond-level celestial emperor Fei Ying from Champion University. He's the dark horse of the sealed enchantments, said a celestial emperor, looking at the group of strong cultivators. This time, many dark horse teams had appeared. They weren't very famous in the human world, but the number of sealed enchantments was unimaginable. Hee brothers, do you see that? There are 3 legends in the human world. Many celestial emperors are watching us. Today we're famous. In front of the ancient city, a dozen silhouettes wearing black clothes were standing there. The leader of the group was a skinny man who smiled indifferently. He liked being called a dark horse very much. The other teammates also laughed proudly. To be able to become a dark horse, that was not something that anyone could do. Black Eagle team, do you want to attack the city? But I'm also very interested in the sealed enchantments here. At that moment, a large number of strong cultivators appeared. Their chi was monstrous. It was another powerful team. All right, let's see who can seal them, said Celestial Emperor Fei Ying, smiling coldly. He was extremely confident. Boom boom boom. At the same time, the ancient city opened. Demonic clouds rippled and black flames covered the sky and covered the earth. They turned into a 100-meter-tall black fire giant. It was the great demon king Baron Cloud. Human, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hiss. What surprised the crowd was that the great demon king Baron Cloud seemed to have known that they would come. So he had been waiting for them. It seemed like he wanted to eat human flesh. Evil spirit, hand over the ancient key of the city, and I'll spare your life, shouted Celestial Emperor Fei Ying furiously. If they wanted to obtain the 10,000 sealed enchantments, they had to kill the great demon king Baron Cloud first, and obtain the key, because the sealed enchantments were hidden in another empty space. If you have the ability, come and take them. Fight! 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 The two sides clashed. In the ancient city, a large number of devil races also appeared. There was the ugly and short ground rat race that loved to devour human bones. There was also the three-eyed poison wolf race. And there was even the evil dragon snake race. This kind of devil race loved women. Women who fell into their hands would suffer a fate worse than death. Especially human women, they liked them even more. Chapter 1683. Small Team Alliance 9 Celestial Emperors. Do you want that piece of meat? Yes. In the distance, many people looked at a handsome man. The man was wearing a black cloak, and his long hair was casually scattered. He had a lazy emperor's aura. He was Xianyuan Jiotian. Xianyuan Jiotian's Yang Luo team was one of the most powerful teams in the true martial world. They had gathered a large number of heavenly emperor powerhouses. Moreover, they knew the locations of many sealing barriers. They were the team that everyone was determined to take first place. No need. Those 10,000 sealed deployment barriers don't matter. As long as GFA and the Great Empress of Champion University don't move, we won't move either. because our real opponents are those two teams. The other teams are just trash. Besides, the real treasures are behind us," said Xian Yuan Jiutian. He looked wise and heroic, like an ambitious and ruthless cultivator. The 9 celestial emperors are right. Yes. Some of the other celestial emperors were sitting, some were playing flutes, some were drinking, but they all nodded and agreed. Dragons didn't live with snakes. They wanted to compete against the 2 strongest teams. They didn't care about the other teams at all. Therefore, as long as they could defeat the 2 strongest teams, they would win. After all, they had to preserve their strength. They couldn't fight against anyone they wanted. But what was worth admiring was that their sealed deployment barriers were ranked first in the world of true martial cultivators. The most important thing was that the 10,000 sealed deployment barriers were just appetizers. As far as they knew, Great Demon King Huang Yin had more secrets. On the other side, over 100 people were gathered on the side of a mountain. They were enjoying their tea calmly. The leader of the group was a handsome young man in a white robe. He was GFA, a peerless genius from the G clan. The group he was leading was quite reputable in the true martial realm. There were over 100 experts in the group, and they were all top heaven emperors from the 7 emperors world. But his only opponent was the 9 celestial emperors. Let's not do anything for now. Even if the 10,000 seals were taken by others, they would still be divided. As long as the 9 sky emperors team doesn't get it, that's enough, GFA said calmly as he looked into the distance. His voice was calm and filled with indescribable confidence. Yes, everyone nodded with pride on their faces, because they represented the 7 emperors. GFA, why don't we work together? At this moment, someone sent out an invitation and walked down the mountainside. It was a small team from the 7 emperors' heaven. There were 10 people in the team, and all of them were diamond-level heavenly emperors. The leader was a woman with a hot figure and long red hair. Wu Shangying, I'm not interested in working with your team. GFA took a sip of tea and replied calmly. The woman walked over and said with a frown, Right now, our 7 Emperors Heaven's mission is 20,000 barriers. Your team is the strongest. If you don't take action, how are we going to complete the mission? You're you, I'm me. Don't confuse me with you. Besides, I represent the 7 Emperors Heaven. Your team is trash. What gives you the right to represent the 7 Emperors Heaven? Besides, my opponents are the 9 Celestial Emperors Heaven and the strong team from Champion University. Therefore, if they don't attack, we won't attack either. Finally, piss off, said GFA icily. The woman pulled a long face. Piss off because of the Supreme Celestial Emperors. If it were anyone else, we'd have beaten them up, said someone icily. You're going too far. All right, if you don't want to work with me, I'll find other teams to work with. As long as they're from the 7 Emperors Heaven, I'll join the alliance. I, Wu Shangying, will become the strongest team of the 7 Emperors Heaven, said the woman frowning. In the world of true martial arts, apart from my team, you think you can find stronger teams? Dream on, said GFA smiling disdainfully. He was still staring at the battlefield. He wanted to see what the 9 Celestial Emperors Heaven and the other strong teams were going to do. Were they waiting for the secret to appear? Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, in front of the ancient city, the battle was still ongoing. Staring at the battle, many people's blood boiled. This was the battlefield of martial artists, the heaven and earth battlefield. But sadly, under Great Fiend King Baron Cloud's attack, the Black Hawk squad was completely wiped out. Those heavenly emperor powerhouses all died. Even though dark horses could become famous, it also depended on their strength. They had risen quickly, but they could also fall quickly. The most important thing was that they had already fought so many battles. They weren't at their best, so they couldn't compete with Great Demon King Huang Yin. What a pity. The Black Eagle team had many strong cultivators. But Celestial Emperor Fei Ying made a wrong decision, and his team was annihilated. But now that they're annihilated, many dark horses rose up. Look, that's Jiu Xiongdao's team. I've heard that they're affiliated with the 9 Celestial Emperors Heaven. It seems like the 9 Celestial Emperors Heaven gave them an order to come and fight. There's also a black horse team, Jianibu. Look, Jianibu is from Champion University, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Many experts stared at the battlefield, feeling more and more excited. Apart from the famous teams, there were also dark horse-like small teams that appeared in an endless stream. It was clear that everyone wanted to swallow the meat of great demon King Huang Yun, and after swallowing him in one go, their names would definitely shake the entire world. They would only be below the three most powerful teams. At that moment in the distance, a few people appeared and looked at the battlefield indifferently. "How lively," said the leader of the group calmly. He was wearing a blue robe. His hair was tied behind his head. He was handsome and extraordinary. "Leader, should we attack?" asked a short young man next to him smiling. The others also looked at the leader of the group. Even though the young man's cultivation level wasn't very high, those people looked at him in awe. There are many powerful celestial emperors watching from the surroundings. They haven't made a move yet. It seems to have formed a kind of pattern of heaven and earth. It should be those powerful teams clashing and competing in secret. The young man in the lead said indifferently. He took a sip of wine, and his eyes were filled with strong confidence. "Who cares about them? I think we can't miss the sealed world of the ancient city," said the short young man. "Indeed, there are 15,000 sealed worlds, we can't miss them," said the leader of the group nodding. He turned around and looked at his teammates. His teammates smiled and said, "We'll listen to you." That small team was Lin Ling's team. As they moved forward, they sealed a large number of enchantments. Currently, Lin Ling had sealed more than 2,000 enchantments. If he sealed 2,000 enchantments by himself, it would be even more unimaginable if the others were included. Great Demon King Huang Yin isn't weak. It won't be easy to get the key from him, but we have an advantage. He's exhausted, said Lin Ling indifferently. Even so, the world of true martial has been going on for a long time. Most celestial emperors are exhausted. They haven't recovered their spiritual qi yet. Chapter 1684. Rushing into the battlefield, the once powerful Sky Emperor was now gradually weakening, because in the true martial realm, what was competing was not only strength, but also endurance and perseverance. Lin Ling agreed with Bai Yuntiandi's words. In fact, the strongest person in their team was already Lin Ling, because Lin Ling had never used the power of the sacred sea. When he encountered demons, he relied on his physical body to kill them. There are many demons around Great Demon King Barren Cloud, so to kill him, we must be careful of those demons. Lin Ling said again, "Boss, you and the North Sea Sky Emperor go kill Great Demon King Barren Cloud. Leave the other demons to us." 9 spirits of heaven patted his chest and said. Along the way, his cultivation had increased, and his strength could be considered the strongest Silver Sky Emperor, only below Lin Ling. "That's right, Lin Ling, I'll support you." North Sea Sky Emperor also looked at Lin Ling. She was the strongest, but now she also admitted that Lin Ling was the strongest in the team. "North Sea Sky Emperor, I didn't expect you to actually give in to a junior. Could it be that because you used too much spirit energy you lost confidence?" At this moment, a large number of figures walked over from afar. The leader was a woman wearing red armor. Her long hair was like waves, and her figure was extremely hot. Wu Xiangying. North Sea Sky Emperor obviously knew her. Then she explained to Lin Ling. Wu Xiang is Xiandi's sister, and also the second strongest team in the 7 Emperors world. The 7 Emperors value them highly. When she was introducing, those Sky Emperor powerhouses had already walked over. The red-haired woman in the lead said indifferently, "Right now, the strongest team in the 7 Emperors world, GFA's team, they don't agree to join forces with us. So I need more teams to help me get those 10,000 enchantments. Your team doesn't seem to use much spirit energy, so how about we cooperate? After this matter is over, I'll give you 5,000 enchantments. If 5,000 is exchanged for merit points, it's a total of 50,000. You should be satisfied. And what you need to do is to stop those demons and let our team leader kill Great Demon King Barren Cloud." His words were like a reward, as if 5,000 enchantments were enough for Lin Ling's team to be pleasantly surprised. Hee hee. Hearing that, Lin Ling laughed. His laughter was filled with sarcasm. North Sea Sky Emperor, Bai Yuntiendi, and the others also laughed. 5,000 enchantments, did they think they didn't see it? This kind of smile made Wu Xiangying frown. What do you mean? Cooperate or not cooperate? First of all, 5,000 is just a small piece of meat for us. It's not enough to surprise us. Secondly, if we really want to cooperate, you take 5,000, and the remaining 10,000 will belong to us. Of course, the work you have to do will be much simpler, which is to stop those demons. Leave the great demon king to me. Lin Ling didn't want to waste time, and went straight to the point. Wu Xiangying's team stared with their eyes wide open. Lin Ling was only a 6th-layer saint. He actually boasted about taking 10,000 enchantments. Moreover, he wanted to kill Great Demon King Baron Cloud Demon? North Sea Sky Emperor, who is he? Can he represent you? Wu Xiangying wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. She looked at the North Sea Sky Emperor and the others and asked. In her impression, these Sky Emperor powerhouses were famous in the 7 Emperors world. How could they let a junior ride on their heads? How impudent. He's our team leader. The North Sea Sky Emperor and the others said in unison. What? Wu Xiangying and the others' faces changed, but they realized that the North Sea Sky Emperor and the others weren't joking. They even looked at Lin Ling with reverence. Wu Xiangying couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She noticed that Lin Ling's handsome appearance and his blue robe gave off a mysterious feeling. But the truth was his cultivation realm wasn't high. He was probably only a silver-layer heavenly emperor. However, Wu Xiangying didn't have the time to care about this secret. She said again, time is limited, so I'll agree to your conditions. But the condition is, whoever kills Great Demon King Baron Cloud Demon King will get the 10,000 enchantments. Good alliance. Lin Ling raised his fist and bumped it with Wu Xiangying's. The two teams formed an alliance. At this moment, in front of the ancient city, the battle was earth-shattering. Many heavenly emperors felt their blood boiling. They couldn't wait to join the battle. Unfortunately, not many teams dared to join. Only the true dark horses dared to join. Look, there are more teams joining. The one leading them seems to be Wu Xiangying. In the 7 Emperors world, they're second only to GFA's team. But Wu Xiangying and the others have already fought a few battles. Maybe. It's hard to say. I hope that team can kill Great Demon King Baron Cloud, said the heavenly emperors around the ancient city indifferently. They had mixed feelings. At the same time, GFA laughed coldly. I'm the leader of the 7 Emperors team. This peerless hero has always wanted to challenge my position. So this time, he gathered a bunch of trash teams to seize the 10,000 barriers. Unfortunately, they're just a bunch of cannon fodder. At the same time, Xian Yuan Jiotian and a female great empress from Champion University were watching the battle. They didn't need to join the battle because their teams were all dark horses. They were fighting against Great Demon King Baron Cloud. Regarding Wu Xiangying's team, they didn't care. They only cared about GFA. As long as he didn't join the battle, they wouldn't join the battle either. Unfortunately, they didn't know that there was a dark horse in that small team. Moreover, it was a dark and dazzling horse. Delicious, delicious, delicious. The ground, flames, icicles, wind, and other original strengths were rolling in the air. The demon cultivators were absorbing the dead celestial emperors. Die! Die! Wu Xiangying's team arrived and started attacking. They were moving towards Great Demon King Baron Cloud. That Master Wu Xiangying is really strong. Surprisingly, he's gathered a few teams. How strong? Xian Yuan Jiohan was also in the team, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Ling shook his head and said, too reckless. You can't recover your spiritual qi. If you really want to kill, you should get close to the Great Demon King as quickly as possible. You shouldn't kill all the demons because we don't have enough spiritual qi. Alright. The North Sea Celestial Emperor and the others nodded. Lin Ling had led them to rise. He was really strong. Haha, more humans are coming. Little ones, kill them. Kill! A general of the devil race shouted. His soaring baleful aura caused the ground to crack. However, he was quickly stopped by Wu Xiangying's team. Everyone continued to move forward. They were getting closer and closer to the Great Devil King at the center. After a short time, 100 meters tall silhouette appeared in front of them. Black flames were roaring. When they got closer, Wu Xiangying and the others' expressions changed drastically. They realized that Great Demon King Baron Cloud was terrifyingly strong. He was probably as strong as Wu Sheng. Die! Die! Chapter 1685. A true dark horse. Wu Xiangying, you're here too. You can help us. A small team saw Wu Xiangying and shouted happily. 9 Vicious Blade, Sword Hero 1 Step. Work together to kill the Great Demon King. Wu Xiangying immediately replied. The teams led by the 2 Sky Emperors were all dark horses. Although they weren't strong, they had secret techniques that could preserve the power of the Saint Ocean. So Wu Xiangying didn't dare to underestimate them. Okay. The 2 teams nodded. In the current situation, if they didn't work together, they would all die here. King, another human has come to die. A demon shouted and stared coldly at Wu Xiangying's team. Is that so? Then let's die together. The tall dark flame giant sneered. He raised his fists high, and then smashed them into the ground. Seeing Great Demon King Baron Cloud's actions, Lin Ling's expression changed. He shouted anxiously, retreat. With that, the 9 spirits of heaven and the others all retreated from the battlefield to kill other demons. Only the North Sea Sky Emperor was left there to join forces with Lin Ling. Lin Ling stomped the ground, causing it to crack. He hugged the North Sea Sky Emperor's waist and retreated frantically. At this point in the battle, many Sky Emperor's Saint Ocean power wasn't enough. Sometimes they couldn't even use powerful martial arts. However, Lin Ling's body was strong, so it didn't affect his battle strength. Boom! Just as Lin Ling retreated, the ground erupted like a volcano. Black flames shot up into the sky. The Sky Emperors nearby were all touched by the flames and died. Wu Sheng's power is so terrifying. The Sky Emperors watching from afar all gasped. This kind of battle wasn't something they could enter. Pooh! Powerful flames roared everywhere. Even Wu Xiangying was slightly injured and spat out blood. Looking around, 8 of her teammates had died. This Great Demon King Baron Cloud was indeed terrifying. Haha again. Great Demon King Baron Cloud was like a giant that wanted to kill everything. The remaining Dark Horse teams all became serious. They couldn't recover their spirit energy, but the enemy could. If this continued, it would be difficult for them to win. They might even be in danger. Join hands immediately. The 9 Vicious Sabers slashed out fiercely. It took a lot of Saint Sea power to finally cut off the black flame in front of him. 1 step. In the distance, a sword slashed out. With a single step, it cut through many black flames and landed on the ancient city in the distance, causing the walls of the ancient city to crack. This person was the 1-step swordsman. The strongest Dark Horse teams all made their moves. Similarly, Wu Xiangying also made his move. The situation was urgent. They had no choice but to cooperate. Otherwise, they would all die. It's getting more and more intense. I wonder if they can kill the Great Demon King. I'm afraid they won't be able to kill them. They're all going to die there. In fact, the situation was already very clear. The weak Dark Horse teams had all fallen, leaving behind the true Dark Horse teams. However, these teams were also in danger at this moment. Only the leader of each team was left behind to fight the Great Demon King, while the rest of the team went to fight the demons. If the leader couldn't win, then the battle would be over. What a powerful attack, but it's a pity that it's getting weaker and weaker. You guys can only become more and more useless, while I will always be stronger than you guys. The black flame giant wasn't afraid of the leaders at all. He took a step forward, breaking the 9 Vicious Saber under his feet. Then he fiercely punched out. This punch was meant to kill several team leaders, and one of them was a supreme hero. Melancholy Saber of Maple Snow. However, at this moment 10 soul blades attacked. They were invisible and colorless, but the sky changed color. Even the leaders' faces changed drastically, and their souls shook. Rumble! The terrifying soul knife carried a fatal blow as it slammed into the black flame giant. The black flame giant was forced to retreat several steps, and its flaming rock body was actually split open. Soul power. There's a hidden expert with a powerful soul power. After retreating, the black flame giant let out a voice that shook the sky. Hearing that, Wu Xiangying, 9 Vicious Saber, 1-step swordsman, and the other leaders' faces changed drastically. They were hiding a heavenly emperor with a powerful soul power. At the same time, many people in the distance trembled violently. Countless eyes subconsciously looked behind them. There stood a cold blue-robed young man, who was pointing his sword at the great demon king. It's him! In that instant, countless people's hearts exploded. That young man was the first to injure the great demon king, Lin Ling. Far away, Xianyuan Jiotian's eyes stared at the young man on the battlefield. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have his own team. Moreover, he became a dark horse, the most dazzling dark horse. This guy's cultivation realm isn't strong, but his soul power is so terrifying. No wonder he can become the leader of the team. Wu Xiangying's face also became serious. Heroes were born in troubled times. Lin Ling was clearly a powerful dark horse born in troubled times. Take advantage of its injury and attack immediately. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice drifted over. It was as if he had become the leader of all the dark horse teams. Go! Those heavenly emperor powerhouses naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity, and attacked one after another. Damn it, damn it. Among your group, the most detestable one is that brat. If I didn't guess wrongly, the demonic lightning bat dragon king was killed by you, right? I heard that among the large number of human teams, there's an extremely terrifying team hidden. It's even more terrifying than those teams that surfaced. It should be you, right? Great Demon King Baron Cloud let out a furious voice, as if he knew many things. His words made many heavenly emperors' faces change drastically, because Great Demon King Baron Cloud seemed to be very wary of the blue-robed youth, thinking that the blue-robed youth was the dark horse among dark horses. Yes, so what? In the distance, Lin Ling said with a cold smile, still fearless. Then I'll kill you first. Your cultivation realm isn't high, so it's the easiest to kill. Great Demon King Baron Cloud gave up on the other teams and chased after Lin Ling. Alright, then let's see if you have the ability or not. Lin Ling took a large stride and ran in another direction. Where are you running to? Black Fire Devil Cloud Fist. Great Demon King Baron Cloud chased over with large strides, his fists smashing out fiercely at the same time. Black flames, demonic energy surged, causing the void to also explode, uprooting the heavens. Lin Ling did not dare to underestimate the other party. Although the Great Demon King was also not at his prime, his strength was there for all to see. The current Lin Ling facing him was a bit difficult. Rumble. A sword slashed out. The power of 12 universes erupted. With Fenglai, it actually clashed with the giant's fist in midair. What? Everyone's faces changed drastically. In their eyes, the giant's fist smashed out, and on the ground, the blue-robed youth resisted with his sword, and was actually not at a disadvantage. This scene was shocking to the heart. Dark horse, a true dark horse. After all, at this time, a heavenly emperor who could still maintain his prime could simply be said to be non-existent. But Lin Ling was clearly maintaining his prime. That was how he could block that punch. This guy. Chapter 1686. The truly terrifying one was Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling's cultivation was too low. Even if his body was powerful, it would still be difficult for him to stop the Great Demon King. However, with a divine weapon, that might not be the case. His body is so powerful. At this moment, Great Demon King Baron Cloud was inwardly shocked. His fist seemed to have struck the sturdiest city wall, and was actually unable to move it at all. This made him even more determined to kill Lin Ling, because Lin Ling was the most terrifying dark horse. If he did not die, then he would definitely be the leader of all the teams. Let's see how long you can block. Great Demon King Baron Cloud withdrew his fist, and released an even more terrifying aura, wanting to kill Lin Ling again. However, Lin Ling only sneered. Naturally, he wouldn't be so stupid as to meet force with force. His feet moved and he flew away. Where do you think you're going? Great Demon King Baron Cloud immediately chased after him. His first priority was to kill Lin Ling. Seeing this scene, many heavenly emperors sucked in a breath of cold air. Today's battlefield was surging because of Lin Ling alone. However, it wasn't easy for Great Demon King Baron Cloud to kill Lin Ling. because the other Dark Horse leaders also took this opportunity to launch their fatal attacks. At the same time, Lin Ling also occasionally released his soul force. It was like a cold arrow that Great Demon King Baron Cloud couldn't defend against. As expected of a Great Demon King level expert, my soul force actually couldn't kill him in one blow, unless I use 100 maple snow depressing blades. Lin Ling thought to himself as he retreated. The soul martial art he had comprehended in the dreamlike mountain was far more powerful than it appeared on the surface. It was capable of releasing 100 soul knives at once. That kind of power was hard to fathom. However, Lin Ling didn't plan to use it right now, because he wanted to use it at the very end. 9 Vicious Blade. While the Great Demon King was blocking Lin Ling's soul force, a blade slashed down from the sky. It was one of the Dark Horse leaders, the 9 Vicious Blade. He exploded with all of his strength, wanting to kill the Great Demon King in one blow, and take the key. Unfortunately, although the blade was powerful, it wasn't fatal. It only made the Great Demon King bloody, and his demonic blood rained down like rain. Damned ant! The Great Demon King angrily roared. The 9 Vicious Saber wasn't frightening. What was frightening was soul force. Because of the interference of soul force, he couldn't focus on blocking that fatal saber strike. Brat, die here. The Great Demon King hated Lin Ling more than anyone else. That was because Lin Ling was too cunning. He only hid in the distance and shot arrows from behind. He didn't fight force with force. Next. At this time, a powerful sword slashed down. The void was split apart like water ripples. This was Nirvana, a domineering sword. Rumble, rumble. The Great Demon King's body trembled, and he was injured again. He spat out blood, and the black flames on his body dimmed significantly. It seems like the situation has changed after that young man joined the battle. He is indeed the biggest Dark Horse. Many celestial emperors were excited. This battle was too exciting. Countless Dark Horses had appeared, and finally, the King of the Dark Horses was born. Most importantly, the Dark Horse was only a 6th layer saint. This is a good chance. Die. Wu Xiangying seized the opportunity and attacked crazily. She wanted to kill the Great Demon King and take the key. Seeing Wu Xiangying attacking, many celestial emperors felt that the most crucial moment had arrived. They didn't know who would be the final winner. I'll kill him. In the distance, Xianyuan Jiotian said coldly. He was about to step out and fight for the final credit. No, celestial emperors of the 9 heavens, the real boss is at the back. If you attack now, you will be despised by the entire mortal world, because you are taking advantage of the situation. A celestial emperor stopped him, causing Xianyuan Jiotian's expression to turn ugly. I just don't want Lin Ling to become the Dark Horse. He wants to rise, but I won't allow it. Don't worry, celestial emperors of the 9 heavens. Lin Ling's soul power is indeed powerful, but he can't kill with one blow. He's just doing someone else a favor. An older celestial emperor said with a smile. That's true. Xianyuan Jiotian pondered for a moment and nodded. Lin Ling could only do someone else a favor. He couldn't help but laugh. The Great Demon King is getting weaker and weaker. I wonder who can kill him. This is the best chance. Countless people stared at the battlefield and became excited. The critical moment had finally arrived. A large number of celestial emperors flew out, trying to fish in troubled waters and obtain rich battle credits. Despicable. The Dark Horse team shouted angrily. They had killed the Great Demon King, but many people were greedy for merit points. Hee hee, how despicable. Did you kill the Great Demon King? Since you didn't kill him, why are you talking nonsense? What does it have to do with me? Anyway, I'm going to take this 15,000 points barrier. Many of the celestial emperors who rushed to the battlefield sneered. As for the Dark Horse team, they were all gnashing their teeth. They were extremely unwilling and attacked even more crazily. Lin Ling is the real key to this battle. If it weren't for his soul power, the Great Demon King wouldn't have been injured. These guys are despicable. Bai Yun Tiandi and the others were still resisting the demons. At this moment, they were all angrily shouting. The Great Demon King was about to die, but no one cared about Lin Ling. Wasn't this too much? I hope the North Sea Celestial Emperor can take action and successfully kill him and get the key. The unhindered Celestial Emperor could only hope for the North Sea Celestial Emperor, because although Lin Ling's soul power was strong, it seemed that he couldn't deal a fatal blow. Kill. 9 Vicious Blade and the other Dark Horse team leaders gathered all their strength and prepared to fight to the death. They would not give the key to others. Rumble. In front of the ancient city, it was even more chaotic. The battle was even more intense than before. However, at this moment, no one remembered Lin Ling. No one thought that if it weren't for the blue-robed youth's harassment, they wouldn't have been able to do anything to the great Demon King. Perhaps in many people's hearts, Lin Ling was the Dark Horse King. Unfortunately, he was just a dark horse that helped others. It was just that they thought that Lin Ling's soul power couldn't deal a fatal blow. However, they didn't know that Lin Ling's strength was not his soul power. My prey, can you all snatch it? At this time a cold voice sounded. Demonic clouds rolled in the sky, as if they wanted to cover the earth. No one knew when, but a blue figure suddenly appeared, looking down at the vast earth below. It's him. He actually didn't give up. However, he's definitely unwilling, so he wants to get the key. It's just that this action is equivalent to courting death. Ignore him. Many Celestial Emperor powerhouses sneered. Lin Ling could only harass the great Demon King and couldn't kill him, so they didn't care at all. Swallow the mountains and rivers. However, when they didn't care in the sky, a cold voice sounded like the voice of an emperor. An ancient god descended from the heavens, and a majestic fist ruthlessly smashed down on the black flame giant. Chapter 1687. The key was in his hands. Quick, we must kill the great Demon King before he makes a move. More and more Sky Emperors sped up their pace, forming a baleful aura that shook the entire true martial world. They couldn't just watch Lin Ling obtain the key. However, just as they were about to attack, the heavily injured great Demon King suddenly raised his head, and a surge of aura burst out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Black flames once again rushed into the sky. The great Demon King, who was at the end of his rope, seemed to have recovered to his peak state. Boom! A terrifying punch blasted towards the sky, wanting to break the dome of heaven. In the sky, the ancient god emperor's figure was instantly blown apart. This accident happened very quickly. The crowd was stunned. They seemed to be able to see that the great Demon King had used all his strength before he died. And that was why he killed Lin Ling. Haha, this Lin Ling is so stupid. Doesn't he know that the great Demon King's final attack is the most terrifying? He's too impatient. He wants to get the key, but he doesn't look at his own strength. In just a moment, many heavenly emperors laughed mockingly. Lin Ling had been working for them all this time. Previously, when he was harassing them with his soul power, it was the same now. Without the great Demon King's final attack, anyone who got close to the great Demon King would die. Now that the great Demon King's aura had exploded, he should be weakened, uprooting the heavens. However, in the sky, there was still an ancient god emperor's figure rushing down from the demonic clouds, delivering a fatal blow. Lin Ling, still not dead? Everyone's pupils constricted. The great Demon King was also shocked. Die! The great Demon King roared. The others didn't need to die, but Lin Ling must be killed, because Lin Ling was the ant he hated the most. Boom! A majestic punch rushed into the sky, and the falling figure exploded again, blood splattering everywhere. Dead! This time he should be dead! The whole world seemed to be silent. Twice Lin Ling had died twice. Everyone stopped and stared at the dark demonic clouds in the sky. Wind strike. However, right at this moment, the demonic clouds seemed to contain heavenly might. A venerable emperor roared angrily and slapped down with his palm, as if he was trying to slay a demon. Not dead yet. At this moment, many people's hearts exploded. The great Demon King's eyes narrowed. He had killed Lin Ling twice before, but Lin Ling was still alive? Die! Another punch blasted the sky, and that figure was blasted apart. This time the great Demon King laughed coldly. How could he not die? Uprooting the heavens. However, it was as if the craziest voice in the world had sounded again. It was filled with a strong murderous intent and determination. The rolling demonic clouds in the sky quietly dispersed. Looking over, It was unknown when a dense crowd of figures had gathered there. Upon closer inspection, they were all Lin Ling. Moreover, at this moment, they were flying down like locusts. Their imposing manner caused the sky to change color. External incarnation technique. After killing one Lin Ling, there were still tens of millions of Lin Ling. One person turned into an army. Lin Ling seemed to be saying that the key to this barrier belonged to none other than Lin Ling. No god could stop it. Barren cloud, great world. The great demon king was shocked. He gathered all his strength and formed a black volcano that soared into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The large number of figures that fell from the sky exploded at this moment. They couldn't stop the terrifying black flames, but there were still crazy figures that rushed down like fearless warriors. The whole world was silent. The celestial emperors of the three legends of the mortal world were staring at the battle ahead. At this moment, the battlefield belonged to Lin Ling, and the light belonged to Lin Ling. They didn't know how to attack. Boom! With the final explosion of flames, tens of thousands of figures fell. The world was silent, as if Lin Ling's desperate attack had not achieved its goal. Good. Anyone can kill the great demon king, but Lin Ling can't. Far away, Xianyuan Jiutian was extremely nervous before. At this moment, he finally couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This Lin Ling was too powerful. Even he had to admit that the other party was difficult to deal with. Is he dead? As for other places, the celestial emperors were muttering to themselves. Many of them were diamond-level powerhouses, but now they were all shocked by a silver-level celestial emperor. The key is mine. However, at this moment, the last figure descended from the sky. This person had long hair and a blue robe. He held a golden sword in his hand. He was like a god descending to the mortal world. This was the real Lin Ling. The previous ones were just avatars and cannon fodder. Everything was for this moment and for this sword. You're not dead yet. The great demon king raised his head. His eyes were filled with fear. In his eyes, there was a phoenix slashing down. The most dazzling sword in the world slashed down. It was as if there was nothing it could not slash. The pleasant cry of a phoenix spread throughout the world. The great demon king's tall body stood on the ground motionless. As a gust of wind blew, his body was finally split from the center. It was as if a mountain was split into two from the middle. Boom! A deafening sound erupted. Blood rained down along with chunks of flesh. It was a shocking sight. Pa! In the midst of the blood rain, a figure floated down from the sky. He held an ancient sword in his hand and looked at the ground indifferently. At this moment, the figure was like a killing god, like a peerless sword god. He stretched out his left hand. A dazzling light quietly floated down from the sky like a fallen leaf. It finally landed in his palm and was grasped by him. The key is mine. A soft voice floated out. It was filled with confidence. The entire battlefield was silent. Everyone stared at the young man in the blood rain. Their expressions were stiff. There were countless experts here. Brick Realm heavenly emperors were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. However, even they did not obtain the key. Instead, a sixth-layer Saint Realm Jr. stood out and snatched the key. Dark Horse, this was the real Dark Horse. This guy really did it. On the other side of the ancient city, Wuxiangingsu covered her mouth with her hand. Her eyes were filled with shock. Lin Ling had said that she would stop the devils while Lin Ling would kill the great demon king. At that time, she did not care. Who would have thought that the young man she did not think highly of had done it? At the same time, Baiyun Tiandi and the others smiled happily. This was their captain. After the great demon king's death, the battlefield suddenly became very quiet. Everyone was still staring at the dazzling dark horse. At this moment a cold voice sounded. The key does not belong to you. Take it out. In the crowd, a man with long hair walked over. It was Jiu Xiongdao. At the same time, there was also a handsome man with a sword on his back. His face was filled with anger as he walked over step by step. We fought so hard, but you reaped the benefits of the fisherman. The key is not yours. He was one of the leaders of the Dark Horse team, Jianibu. How could the two of them watch as Lin Ling snatched the key? However, in the face of their angry questioning, Lin Ling kept the key and smiled at the same time. But his eyes were extremely cold. Chapter 1688. Where is the gift? Get lost. Jiao Xiongdao and Ibu Jinxin trembled, not because they were afraid, but because they were furious. In the distance, the celestial emperors narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling wasn't the weakest among the celestial emperors, but he wasn't the strongest either. He was just a cultivator of the 6th layer of the Saint Realm. There was no need for them to fear him. Haha. Jiao Xiongdao was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed loudly. I know you are Lin Ling, the one who defeated Xianyuan Jiuyu. But do you think you are invincible in the Heavenly Emperor world? Let me tell you, Lin Ling, in this world, there is always someone better than you. You are a genius, but that does not mean others are mediocre. Others may be even more talented than you. Jiao Xiongdao, don't talk nonsense with him. Swordsman One Step also shouted coldly. He stared at Lin Ling and said, Earlier, Jiao Xiong's saber and I both delivered a fatal blow and caused great damage to the Demon King. Therefore you have to hand over the key. Hand it over. This Lin Ling is from the 7 Emperors' world. He is shameless enough. Does he only know how to take advantage of others? The crowd in the distance was also angry. Today was Lin Ling's stage. He had stolen their limelight. But how could they be willing to accept this? Facing the crowd's questioning, Lin Ling smiled. You want the key? Sure, but you have to answer a few questions. First, before I came, did you injure the great Demon King? No, but it is only a matter of time, Jiao Xiongdao said proudly. Then you did not. Let me ask you again. If it were not for my soul power interfering with the great Demon King, would you be able to injure him? Lin Ling asked again. Jiao Xiongdao was silent because everyone could see that if it were not for Lin Ling's soul power, it would be very difficult for them to injure the great Demon King. Third question. If the great Demon King's goal was to kill me, would you be able to get close to him? Lin Ling said again, his aura overbearing. This one-step sword hero and 9 vicious blade were speechless. Before, Lin Ling had attracted the attention of the great Demon King, which was why they were able to use their full strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to face the great Demon King head-on. If you can't answer me again, then why do you still want the key? Lin Ling's voice was like thunder, shocking everyone so much that their ears hurt. No one could answer Lin Ling's question. One last question. The great Demon King was injured, so why didn't you guys succeed in killing him? But I did? Lin Ling laughed disdainfully and questioned everyone. He had used up all of his clones to obtain the key, and these people wanted to snatch it away. Was there such a good thing in the world? The crowd was silent. The faces of the heavenly emperors were ugly, all unable to answer. Are you done? After remaining silent for a few seconds, Jiao Xiongdao's face turned red and green. Finally he shouted furiously. I don't care how you explain it, it's all a lie. I've been practicing cultivation for 50 years, and I'm lucky enough to be accepted by Champion University. I'm a celestial emperor. Today, I must take the key. Lin Ling, I advise you not to resist. You can't resist me. Indeed, I, one-step sword hero, have a great responsibility. I have to seal 10,000 enchantments, otherwise, what would my fellow disciples think of me? Would they still think that I'm the first genius? Lin Ling, don't try to quibble. The one-step swordsman also said coldly. Both of them were genius celestial emperors, and had never been defeated before. How could they lose to Lin Ling today? Interesting, thought the crowd, smiling coldly. They could see that 9 vicious blade and one-step sword hero couldn't win against Lin Ling, so they wanted to snatch the key. The 3 strongest teams were also watching this scene coldly. Xianyuan Jiutian's eyes were filled with anticipation. Even GFA of the 7 Emperors' world sneered. In the 7 Emperors' world, our team is number 1. This Lin Ling actually wants to become a dark horse team without my permission. Who gave him the guts to do so? So what do you want now? Asked Lin Ling to 9 vicious blade and one-step sword hero. Give me the key and you won't die. That's the last thing I'll do for you. Jiao Xiongdao slowly unsheathed his saber. The saber light soared to the sky and roared. Sword hero One Step also unsheathed his sword. The sword light was like water, giving people a dreamy feeling. Lin Ling, you also use a sword. Give me the key, and maybe I'll teach you how to use the sword. The 2 of them were extremely confident. Of course, there was a reason for this. They were more powerful than Lin Ling. If it were not for the fact that they had consumed too much spiritual energy, they would have easily killed Lin Ling. Now, after Lin Ling defeated the great demon king, his spiritual energy had also been depleted. In other words, he was the same as them. Under the same conditions, they naturally had the upper hand. Many celestial emperors also saw this, so they dared to pressure Lin Ling. Okay, then I'll see where your gift is. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He stretched out his left hand, and a fiery curtain exploded. Then a ferocious roar came out. That aura made many celestial emperors' faces change. They felt a strong pressure. The fire was boiling, and the dragon was roaring. Lin Ling seemed to be hiding something. Didn't he use up a lot of spiritual energy to kill the great demon king? All the celestial emperors frowned. Although their cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's, they were all exhausted. If Lin Ling was at his peak, they would have to avoid him. Ah! Roar! A furious roar shook the surroundings. Under countless gazes, a slender figure walked out from the towering flames. His face was indifferent, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His left hand had turned into a flaming dragon claw, and the dragon claw was slightly clenched into a fist. Dragon claw! Roar! Jiao Xiongdao's face changed. He felt a strong pressure. This was the peak of Saint Rune martial arts. Where is the gift? Roar! Whoosh! At this moment, a fiery dragon roared in front of him. It brought with it a terrifying flame, causing Jiao Xiongdao to step back. His face was pale. After cultivating for 50 years, you still think you're a top genius? Roar! A disdainful voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He had already arrived in front of Jiao Xiongdao. The ferocious fiery dragon claw ruthlessly swept out. The power of fire was extremely terrifying. You don't know what's good for you. Ha! Seeing this, Jiao Xiongdao knew that he could not avoid it. He released all of his power into his blade and fiercely slashed out. Unfortunately, his cultivation was stronger than Lin Ling's, but the power in his body was too little. On the other hand, Lin Ling was at his peak, and even had a dragon claw. Rumble! The claw swept out like a giant dragon. Under countless gazes, Jiao Xiongdao's blade was crushed and his entire body exploded. Flames sprayed out. Dead. Chapter 1689. A bet. This is your gift. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling said coldly. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into the most violent and crazy fire dragon king. His eyes then fell on Swordsman One Step. Please teach me the way of the sword. Dang! 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 Swordsman One Step's face turned ugly as he stepped back. Before, he was high and mighty, and wanted to teach Lin Ling the way of the sword. But now that Lin Ling asked him for advice, he didn't dare to do so, because his current strength was on par with Jiao Xiongdao. He thought it was enough to crush Lin Ling. But who knew that Lin Ling was still at his peak? Impossible! What did you use to kill the great demon king? Impossible! This is impossible! Dang! Swordsman One Step kept stepping back and shaking his head. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Physical strength. Dang! Lin Ling replied coldly. His body moved and pounced on Swordsman One Step, which made Swordsman One Step's face change. It was physical strength, which meant that Lin Ling was only using his full strength now. Wait! Dang! Swordsman One Step kept stepping back. Facing Lin Ling at his peak, he didn't dare to fight. Please teach me the way of the sword. Dang! Lin Ling didn't wait at all. These guys thought they were stronger than him, so they oppressed him. Now that they knew they were weaker than him, they wanted him to wait. How could there be such an easy thing? One step. Dang! Seeing Lin Ling getting closer, Swordsman One Step's face changed. The sword in his hand trembled, and the sound of the sword rang. He took a step forward and unsheathed his sword. Swordsman One Step. This showed how powerful his sword was. He only needed one step to kill the enemy. In his sword, the enemy couldn't escape even one step. This was a powerful genius from the King of Swords country of the great Xianyuan region. Everyone in that ancient country was a sword cultivator, and he stood out from the many experts of that ancient country and became the strongest swordsman. Clang! Unfortunately, Swordsman One Step's sword was extremely weak. After clashing with the dragon claw, the sword was blocked. Flames spread and burned the sword. This is the way of the sword. Lin Ling stood in front of Swordsman Ibu with his dragon claw. Swordsman Ibu's face alternated between red and green. He was humiliated to the point of being speechless. Before, he thought that he was a reclusive genius. In the world of emperors, he could frighten anyone when it came to sword Dao. But now, Lin Ling was holding his sword and questioning his strength. You only dared to take my sword because I've exhausted too much of my spiritual qi. Ibu's swordsman raised his head and said coldly, You're just relying on the fact that you've been cultivating longer than me. Lin Ling also said coldly. His words made Swordsman Ibu's face stiffen, unable to refute. If you have the ability, how about we fight in the mortal world? Swordsman One Step said again unwillingly. Let's see if you can live. Lin Ling sneered. His dragon claw suddenly exerted force, and flames erupted. With a clang, Swordsman One Step's sword shattered. His pupil shrank. Lin Ling destroyed his sword. His eyes just looked at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's sneer deepened. He shouted angrily, Dragon soars to the universe. Boom! Rumble! Scorching flames erupted, as if a dragon was roaring. Destructive, domineering, and crazy energy rose from the ground, drowning One Step swordsman in it. Before he died, he didn't even leave behind a single word before he fell. In the distance, the heavenly emperors stared at the scene. Their hearts trembled. 2 Dark Horse teams fell just like that. It was too shocking. The Dark Horse squad didn't represent the strongest among the heavenly emperors, but it represented the strongest leadership, courage, and overall ability to see the bigger picture. And for the Dark Horse squad to be able to stand out, this showed how crazy they were. But now, the 2 craziest leaders of the Dark Horse squad had both perished there. The 2 leaders wanted to provoke Lin Ling, who had emerged as a new force to be reckoned with. But reality proved that Lin Ling was the king of the Dark Horses. The key is here, who dares to take it? In the silence, Lin Ling's arrogant voice drifted out. With the strength of a 6th-layer saint, he dared to provoke the 3 legendary heavenly emperors of the mortal world. If it was in the mortal world, it was simply impossible, because Lin Ling's strength was not enough to laugh at the heavenly emperors. But the previous battle had proved everything, so no one dared to say anything. Lin Ling was too mysterious. Until now, no one was sure whether Lin Ling was still at his peak or not. The key was right in front of them, but no one dared to take it. What an arrogant guy. I finally understand why the North Sea Celestial Emperor and the other heavenly emperors submit to him. In the distance, Wu Xiangying breathed heavily, her full bosom bouncing like a rabbit. She had never thought that a rising junior would be able to make all the heavenly emperors not dare to face him. Let me kill him. In the distance, Xianyuan Jiutian coldly shouted. He could not watch Lin Ling rise. If Lin Ling's team wanted to become the #1 Dark Horse team, he naturally would not agree. Heavenly Emperor Jiutian, the big picture is more important. However, a heavenly emperor beside him stopped him. Currently, in the true martial world, there were very few heavenly emperors who could maintain their peak state, and Xianyuan Jiutian was one of them. When their team met the devil race, most of them were teammates. Obviously, the Yungu Immortal platform was supporting him with all its strength. Even heavenly emperors who were stronger than him had to listen to his orders. Xianyuan Jiutian took a deep breath. Indeed, the big picture was more important. If he took action, it would be difficult to face the other 2 teams. If there is no one, then I will take the key. Under the countless gazes, Lin Ling turned around and left. I'm afraid this guy is going to rise in the world of heavenly emperors. Many heavenly emperors had complicated expressions, especially some elders. They seemed to have seen a dazzling star flying into the vast sky, and would definitely hang high in the sky in the future. Lin Ling, the king of the Dark Horse team, not bad, not bad. At this moment, the sound of clapping suddenly rang out. Many people looked over, and found that it was Xianyuan Jiutian, from the Yungu Immortal platform. Many people could not help but think of the grudge between Xianyuan Jiutian and Lin Ling. Lin Ling had killed Xianyuan Jiutian's younger brother, Xianyuan Jiyue. There will be a good show to watch. Many heavenly emperors sneered. They did not dare to face Lin Ling. But Xianyuan Jiotian definitely dared, and had enough strength. Why? Do you want to take back your sword? Lin Ling stopped and looked into the distance indifferently. It's just a sword, my Xianyuan family can afford it. What I am interested in is that you Lin Ling are the king of the Dark Horse team. You are only slightly weaker than the 3 teams. Why don't we have a bet? Xianyuan Jiotian said with a faint smile. Bet. The crowd was surprised. Xianyuan Jiotian actually wanted to bet with Lin Ling? How would they bet? No matter how they looked at it, Lin Ling and Xianyuan Jiotian did not have a chance to bet. Okay, what do you want to bet? Lin Ling laughed. He also wanted to see what the other party was up to. Chapter 1690. A vicious bet. You can even bet on this? Currently, the 3 teams have the most ceiling barriers. This is a well-known fact. That's right. As far as I know, Xianyuan Jiotian's team has already sealed 30,000 of them. Xianyuan Jiotian alone has already sealed 10,000 of them. This is only the current situation. He will definitely seal more in the future. No one knows how many he will seal in the end. Unless Lin Ling is an idiot, he definitely won't bet. No one thought that this was a fair bet. Many people even thought that Lin Ling's entire team was no match for Xianyuan Jiotian. Alright, I'll bet. But what's the wager? However, just as everyone's thoughts rose, Lin Ling smiled and agreed. This guy is crazy. Many people were astonished. Lin Ling was courting death. Xianyuan Jiotian was also very surprised, but he nodded. I won't settle our grudges in public. So, the bet is that if you lose, you have to kowtow to this memorial tablet in front of everyone, and repent for your mistakes. After he finished speaking, a memorial tablet appeared in his right hand. Upon closer inspection, it was the memorial tablet of his younger brother, Xianyuan Jiyue. How ruthless, kowtowing in front of the memorial tablet in front of everyone. Does Xianyuan Jiotian want to treat Lin Ling as a slave or a servant? The crowd was in an uproar. Lin Ling was extremely surprised as well. After all, kowtowing to a memorial tablet was something done by family members. However, he and Xianyuan Jiyue were not family members. If he kowtowed, other than being humiliated, it also meant that he Lin Ling was a slave, a servant, and even a sinner. Most importantly, he would have to kowtow in front of countless people. At that time, people would definitely laugh at him. Lin Ling. Do you dare? Of course, if you're afraid of losing, I'll give you a chance. I'll bet with your entire team to see who can seal more enchantments. Xianyuan Jiotian sneered, his eyes filled with a cold light. Fine. But if you lose, I want you to kneel in front of me and smash your brother's memorial tablet. Do you dare? However, in terms of ruthlessness, Lin Ling had seen all kinds of ruthless people in his life. If he wanted to play, he would play big. The crowd's eyes widened. Lin Ling's bet was also very ruthless. Thinking about it, if the 9 spirits of heaven lost, he would have to kneel in front of Lin Ling in front of countless people and destroy the memorial tablet. Would the Xianyuan family still have any face left? Xianyuan Jiotian's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Lin Ling's wager to be so fierce. However, he sneered and said, I agree. He would not lose at all. So what was there to be afraid of? Lin Ling, you're from the 7 Emperors' heaven. Who told you to steal the barrier? You should listen to my orders. A cold voice came from afar. It was GFA of the 7 Emperors' world. One had to know that he was the representative of the 7 Emperors' world. But now, Lin Ling was the representative of the 7 Emperors' world. How could he accept this? And who are you to order me around? Lin Ling frowned. He had never seen that person before. How dare you? GFA was startled and shouted angrily. He did not expect Lin Ling to refute him. Get out of here. Lin Ling did not know him at all, so he did not give him any face. Meanwhile, the Sky Emperor of the Unhindered Sky Emperor and the others smiled bitterly. Lin Ling had a strong personality. The more others bullied him, the stronger he would retaliate. However, GFA's background was not small. Putting aside his own identity, as far as they knew, GFA was the representative of the 7 Emperors' world. Good. I wanted to help you, but since you don't know what's good for you, I will watch you kowtow to the memorial tablet. GFA was so angry that he laughed. He also wanted to see how Lin Ling would lose. This GFA, Wu Xiangying, and the other sky emperors of the Seven Emperors world had ugly expressions. In order to not lose face, GFA actually joined forces with Xianyuan Jiutian to suppress Lin Ling. This was too much. Lin Ling stared at GFA and felt that it was ridiculous. He did not provoke GFA, but since GFA was so arrogant, he would just play with him. He shouted, "Then do you dare to bet? If I win, not only will I kowtow to apologize, I will also die. If you lose, you will kowtow to Xianyuan Jiutian and break the memorial tablet." GFA immediately became silent. He also had to kowtow to Xianyuan Jiutian and break the memorial tablet? One had to know that the deceased was the most important. Xianyuan Jiuyue was already dead, so breaking his memorial tablet was a humiliation to the Xianyuan family. "You don't dare." Lin Ling walked forward and sneered. "Who are you and who am I? Do I have to bet with you?" GFA did not want to participate in the bet. "I am betting with my life, but you are talking with your identity. If you don't dare, just say it." Haha, as a Sky Emperor and the representative of the Seven Emperors world, you are so cowardly. You don't have to be the leader anymore. Lin Ling's mocking voice became louder, and many people nodded secretly. Indeed, Lin Ling was betting with his life, but GFA did not dare. If he did not dare to bet with his life, then he should have shut up obediently. GFA's face turned cold. He finally shouted, "Fine, I will bet. I will end your life with my own hands. You should go and break the memorial tablet." Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. He was fearless and arrogant, and he led the North Sea Celestial Emperor and the others into the ancient city. Arrogant. Many Sky Emperors stared at Lin Ling's back. They did not expect Lin Ling to be stronger than they thought. The more oppressed, the greater the rebound. This bet is interesting, but no matter how you look at it, Lin Ling can't win. However, many people were not optimistic about Lin Ling, because Lin Ling's team had fewer people, and they did not know many sealed boundaries. At this moment, the ancient city was filled with the smell of blood. However, after the death of great demon King Huang Yin, the demons all fled, leaving behind an empty city. Wu Xiangying and the others caught up and looked at Lin Ling in surprise. They did not expect this guy to be so terrifying. He was fearless even in the face of the human realm's highest deacon palace. "Lin Ling, you should know that the Xianyuan family is a historical family with a long history. They know many secrets of heaven and earth, including the sealed boundaries of the Zhenwu realm. You have a low chance of winning against him." Wu Xiangying stared at Lin Ling and said, "And as far as I know, he has sealed at least 10,000 boundaries. The most important thing is that he has done it alone." Hearing this, the North Sea Celestial Emperor and the others gasped. Their gains were not small, but they were much weaker than Xianyuan Jiutian. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Currently, he had only sealed 2,000 boundaries. It was indeed incomparable. And this is only the current situation. It is said that the three teams are playing a big game of chess. The game of chess appeared after the death of Great Demon King Baron Cloud. Also, I just heard that Great Demon King Baron Cloud's sealing barrier is not easy to obtain. It is very time-consuming. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. "Thanks for the reminder. However, although the Xianyuan family knows many secrets of heaven and earth, I know more. It is not difficult to surpass him." Chapter 1691. Stopping Lin Ling. "It seems like my warning was useless." Wu Xiangying couldn't help but shake her head. She thought that Lin Ling was just trying to show off. However, she quite liked Lin Ling's fearless temperament. At least in the Seven Emperors world, he was the only one who dared to challenge Xianyuan Jiutian. She smiled and said, "You and I have an agreement. Whoever kills the Great Devil King will get 10,000 enchantments. The remaining 5,000 will go to the other team. However, since you made a bet with them, I don't want the remaining 5,000 enchantments." Lin Ling's pupil shrank. Why was Wu Xiangying so forthright? "I'm not helping you. I just don't like them. Especially GFA. This guy only cares about his own glory. He doesn't care about the 7 emperors' world. Therefore, I want you to win. Wu Xiangying explained. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said, in that case, I won't take advantage of you. I will draw a map and tell you the locations of the enchantments. Moreover, there are a lot of them. However, they are scattered. It will take more time to seal them. So we don't know each other anything. You know about those enchantments? Wu Xiangying was surprised. Not only do I know about them, I also know that there are more than 200,000 enchantments in the true martial world. However, only 100,000 enchantments can be sealed. Lin Ling said indifferently. His words made everyone's complexion change. They didn't know about this. Wu Xiangying looked at Lin Ling again. She suddenly discovered that this junior brother of hers was emitting a mysterious aura. She couldn't see through him. North Sea Celestial Emperor, you guys come with me. Because of the bet, I will take all the enchantments in the key. Lin Ling looked at North Sea Celestial Emperor and the others and said. They nodded without any complaints because Lin Ling had killed the Great Devil King. Moreover, without Lin Ling, they could only seal 5 enchantments at most. Now, each of them had sealed more than 1,000 enchantments. It was enough. Be careful. The White Cloud Heavenly Emperor, the Unhindered Heavenly Emperor, and the others urged. Lin Ling nodded. After drawing the map, he waved his hand and left. Xianyuan Jiutian was indeed very strong, and Lin Ling was no match for him at the moment. However, in the realm of true martial, Lin Ling didn't need to be afraid of him. Most importantly, he knew that Xianyuan Jiutian wanted to avenge his younger brother. Therefore, this enmity couldn't be resolved. It depended on who was stronger. And now, even if Xianyuan Jiutian let Lin Ling go, Lin Ling would not let him go. Firstly, Xianyuan Jiutian had almost killed him in the contest. Secondly, the Xianyuan family was the realm lord's enemy. Lin Ling definitely didn't have a good impression of Xianyuan Jiutian. In the realm of true force, there are a total of 200,000 teleportation arrays. If we seal 100,000 of them, the passage between the demon realm and the mortal realm will be sealed. However, it's not easy to find the sealed barrier in the ancient city. Lin Ling moved forward along the ancient city. The Eye of Time constantly appeared, looking for traces of the past. Of course, he was more looking for the realm lord's traces. In the dreamlike mountain, Lin Ling knew the location of all the sealed barriers. However, the barrier in the ancient city was the biggest one. That was why he came here. However, although he had the key, it was very difficult to find the void, because the void was constantly changing. Therefore, even if he knew the location, it was only an approximate location. No wonder the 3 strongest teams didn't make a move. So that's how it is. Their real big chess piece should be the 8 Desolation 6 Directions demon that appeared after the death of Great Demon King Baron Cloud. That Great Demon King also has the key in his hand, but the barrier he controls is not in the void. Lin Ling recalled. One was the barrier on the surface, and the other was in the dark. Therefore, the 3 strongest teams would definitely look for the one on the surface. However, just because it was in the dark, it didn't mean that Lin Ling couldn't find it. Finally, in a remote corner of the ancient city, Lin Ling stood in front of an ancient stone sculpture. The stone sculpture depicted a demon with 3 heads and 6 arms. Its face was ferocious. Its appearance was like a fox and a wolf, and it had bat wings. It looked like a statue, but if one carefully looked at the stone sculpture, they would immediately be immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. Lin Ling sneered. He took out the key and gently touched the stone sculpture. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A deafening sound rang out. The stone sculpture shattered, revealing a black vortex. It was actually a void passage. Seeing this, Lin Ling didn't hesitate. He took a step forward. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic energy surged forth. It was as if countless hands were trying to tear Lin Ling apart. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. This void passage had such power? However, the current him could neither retreat nor advance. He could only resist this mysterious power. The demonic energy became stronger and stronger, causing Lin Ling's eyes to turn red. If it weren't for his powerful body, he would have already been torn to pieces. It was clear that this void passage prohibited humans from entering. As time passed, The black demonic energy unknowingly condensed into an illusory figure. It had bat wings and looked like a fox and a wolf. At this moment, it coldly stared at Lin Ling. I didn't think that Great Demon King Baron Cloud's key would be obtained by a junior like you. Unfortunately, the sealing enchantment inside is too important to be sealed by a human. Ah, the illusory figure could actually speak. It was clearly not an inanimate object. Get back! Ah! The illusory figure coldly shouted. In that instant, Lin Ling's entire body trembled. He immediately wanted to leave the void passage. That was too terrifying. The illusory figure's strength definitely surpassed his by far. But just as Lin Ling was about to leave, a thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly looked up. You are only a type of demonic energy. You are not a real person, so this should be a method of the demon race. Moreover, you should be very far away. Ah, ha, the illusory figure hoarsely said. You doubt me? But even if you know with my current strength, I can still kill you. Boom! Rumble! An even more powerful demonic energy surged, causing Lin Ling's body to crack like glass. But it was only cracks. Because Lin Ling's body was strong, it was also constantly recovering. This is only one of my methods, and you can't block it. How dare you boast so shamelessly? The illusory figure coldly laughed. Don't pretend. I admit that your demonic energy is terrifying. But because you are too far away, you can only control this much power. And this power obviously can't kill me. So you are using words to make me leave. Lin Ling looked up. His eyes were red with a hint of madness. The illusory figure suddenly changed. There was shock in his eyes. Lin Ling's words were true. You can still use at least 10% of your strength. As long as I can withstand that 10%, I can enter the void passage. Lin Ling said again. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames. The madness in his eyes was even stronger. Faintly, he saw a familiar figure in the void passage. It was the Realm Lord. The Realm Lord had been here before. Ignorant junior. You don't even know who I am, and you dare to speak such arrogant words. The illusory figure was furious. Chapter 1692. How dare you? How do you know that? The silhouette was astonished. That was a secret of the demon region. Indeed, the true martial world was the territory of the Great Eastern Devil King. The Great Eastern Devil King maintained a silent attitude towards the human sealing of the barrier. However, the Great Western Devil King didn't think so. He didn't want the barrier to be sealed. Therefore, he secretly let the Western Devil clan infiltrate this place to protect the barrier. For example, the Great Eastern Devil King and the Demon Lightning Bat Dragon were all under his control. Not many demons knew about that. Only the Great Demon Kings knew about it. However, some humans knew about it. How could he not be surprised? I also know that in the past, when the world leader was still alive, you were defeated by him. You also promised the world leader that you would never touch humans. Because of that, the world leader spared your dog life. But you didn't keep your word. After the world leader died, you started attacking humans. Said Lin Ling, how do you know that? The silhouette was even more astonished. It was as if someone had touched his bottom line. Initially, I just wanted to drive you away. But now no matter what you have to die. Demon kings will never die. Demon! All the demon chi moved towards Lin Ling and turned into black lightning. It looked like a spider web which surrounded Lin Ling. Lin Ling was shaking even more violently. Even though it was just the strength of the silhouette, it was very difficult for him to resist. I will turn you into a demon. I will turn you into one of my people. I will make you submit to me forever. Your body, your family, your friends, and even your soul. Demon! A furious roar could be heard, causing the entire ancient city to tremble violently. Outside of the city, all the celestial emperors heard that. Their facial expressions changed drastically. Great Demon King Huang Yun's sealed world was a secret. Haha! It is recorded in the ancient books that Great Demon King Baron Cloud's hidden enchantments are actually the enchantments of a great demon. It is very difficult to obtain those enchantments. Over the years, the guardians of the keys have been killed by humans many times. However, when they entered the void channel they died. Lin Ling has triggered a taboo. Demon! said someone. It was the Empress of Suffering from Champion University. She represented the strongest team of Champion University. How does she know all this? No wonder the three strongest teams didn't make a move. It turns out that they were somewhat afraid of this taboo. It seems that the rumor is true. We were almost fooled before. Lin Ling was too greedy. For the sake of those 10,000 plus enchantments, he's about to die. After the group of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses froze for a moment, they all started laughing coldly. A dark horse was indeed formidable. But sadly, it could not be dark all the way until the end. Who killed Great Demon King Baron Cloud? At this very moment, the earth began to wriggle, and the earth was overturned. An ancient devil snake whose end couldn't be seen actually swam out. This was the 8 Desolation 6 Directions Devil, and its strength was even more powerful than Great Demon King Baron Cloud. Moreover, it had a key on its body, and it was rumored that its key could open 20,000 enchantments. Moreover, it wasn't in the void, so it was even easier to obtain. Rumble! The earth exploded, and a large number of tentacles suddenly rushed out from the ground. Even the celestial Tharch, who was thousands of miles away, was caught off guard and bound by the tentacles. Then his essence was absorbed. The earth is its world. All of you fly. The group of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses shouted with solemn expressions. This 8 Desolation 6 Directions Devil was too terrifying. The entire 10,000 miles of earth was its world. Not good. My sacred sea's power isn't enough to support me flying for too long. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse said with a panicked look, his body starting to fall. But what welcomed him was the earth splitting open, revealing a huge mouth. The mouth was full of stinking teeth, as if it was a bottomless abyss. Ah! That Heavenly Emperor was swallowed alive. At this very moment, no one paid attention to Lin Ling anymore. Perhaps in their hearts, Lin Ling was already dead. Their gazes still landed more on the 8 Desolation 6 Directions Devil. At this moment in the ancient city, Lin Ling was enveloped by a black fiendish energy net. His entire body seemed to be splitting apart, and in front of him, a phantom floated full of cold laughter. You might be the last disciple of one of the mortal world's 3 great legends. Otherwise, you wouldn't know so many secrets. But unfortunately, a proud son of heaven of your generation is going to fall here. From now on, you're going to become a devil. The phantom growled, making the black fiendish energy net wrap around Lin Ling. More and more, it spread from Lin Ling's feet, gradually reaching his chest, turning into a black cocoon. Boom! However, just as Lin Ling's head was about to be submerged, a terrifying white flame burned out. Hundreds of ghosts howled. The souls of the demons that had died in the ancient city all rushed over. As if they were under someone's control, they crazily devoured the black cocoon. Woo woo woo. There was the Yellow Spring song being sung. The power of the law of fire? You're the Yellow Spring Great Emperor? That phantom was surprised. Controlling thousands of ghosts. Who could it be if not the Yellow Spring Great Emperor? Yellow Spring Flame, one of the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth. The flame that controls thousands of ghosts. The phantom's voice became more and more solemn. He did not expect that this junior was hiding such a secret. After all, possessing the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth, he would become an emperor of heaven and earth in the future. Moreover, among emperors his strength was not weak. Boom! However, it was not over yet. The ancient god emperor came, and the domineering aura of a king tore the black cocoon, causing it to slowly crack open. The domineering aura of an ancient god, the inheritance left behind by a powerful emperor in human history. The phantom was even more surprised. How many secrets did this junior have? Good. You have hidden the most powerful secret of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak to use those secrets. Otherwise, I really can't devour you. Now you'd better turn into a demon. The phantom sneered, and all the fiendish energy gathered, wanting to demonize Lin Ling. Moreover, it released all its power. Even if it was no longer guarding the void passage, it must devour Lin Ling, because Lin Ling's potential was too terrifying. Boom boom boom. The ancient god emperor and the yellow spring flame crazily invaded the black cocoon. Unfortunately, Although these forces were strong, they were in a state of awakening, and obviously could not resist the power of the great demon king of the demon region. Haha! Seeing this, the phantom sneered. The black fiendish energy continued to spread, passing through Lin Ling's neck, mouth and nose, as if it was going to cover his head in the cocoon. At that moment, no one could save Lin Ling. However, just as the black fiendish energy touched Lin Ling's eyes, an ancient aura spread out. Lin Ling's closed eyes slowly opened, and the aura of a true master of heaven and earth erupted. How dare you? It was just a simple word, but it carried the unshakable majesty of heaven and earth, like a divine hymn, like the words of an emperor. It's you! The phantom let out a frightened voice, and under that sentence, its body exploded and turned into ashes. That one sentence, that one look was terrifying. Chapter 1693. Sealing 10,000 barriers. Lin Ling frowned, as he felt a sharp pain in his head. He was surprised to find that his cultivation had broken through to the 7th layer of the Saint Realm, and his Dantian Saint C had become extremely powerful. Yellow Springs Flame. Yellow Springs Flame. At the same time, Lin Ling found that the Yellow Springs Flame was burning on his body. This time, his physical body was not afraid of the Yellow Springs Flame, which made him very happy. Although Lin Ling had been able to use the Yellow Springs Flame for a long time, it was only a small amount. This time, it was 10 times more powerful than before. It seems that under pressure, one's potential can be unleashed even more. However, how did I resist the Western Great Demon King's power? Lin Ling pondered and finally shook his head. He had no choice but to step into the Void Passage. The Void Passage was pitch black and a mysterious power was emitted all around, making Lin Ling feel as if he had entered water. As he continued forward, black spiderwebs appeared all around the Void Passage. This piqued Lin Ling's curiosity. He tugged at the spiderwebs and pulled them into his hand. Instantly, he discovered that these spiderwebs were extremely tough and had a dense demonic aura. Your Majesty, this is the Void Divine Spider's silk. Elder. At this time, Purple Elder's surprised voice sounded. Previously, the Shadow's power was too great, and he did not dare to appear because he knew that he would die. The Void Divine Spider's silk is produced by the Void Divine Spider. It is extremely tough, and has the power of the Void. It is one of the few demonic beasts that can live in the Void. Most importantly, this spider's silk is one of the materials to forge the tyrannical Song Sword. Elder Z explained. Lin Ling was overjoyed, and quickly collected all the spider webs around him. This kind of treasure could only be found by chance. Lin Ling did not expect to find it. Your Majesty, as long as you use the Yellow Springs Flame, your Fire Martial Tao will have the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Elder Z said with a smile. The power of the laws of heaven and earth was above the Saint Rune Martial Tao. If Lin Ling wanted to reach that level, he would have to comprehend the power of the laws of heaven and earth. However, there was another way, which was to have a powerful innate talent, such as a divine flame. Divine flame, represented its power. Plop! Lin Ling's heart pounded violently. The power of law. He actually possessed a wisp of the power of law. Moreover, when you broke through the demonic energy earlier, your fiend god overlord physique absorbed a large amount of energy. It seems that you aren't that far away from the 10th grade of the Heaven Realm. Elder Purple said again. As expected, one who survived a great disaster was bound to have good fortune later on. 10th grade Heaven rank, only 1 grade away from God tier talent? And now, I'm 1 step closer to the Heaven rank. Lin Ling's jaw dropped. Even though he had faced countless storms and waves, and was used to being emotionless, he couldn't help but be ecstatic at this moment. This time, his strength had really increased greatly. As long as it was a Saint Realm expert, even if it was a gold-level Heavenly Emperor, he could obliterate them. Lin Ling and Violet Elder chatted as they walked. Not long after, the space in front of them suddenly became bigger. At a glance, countless ancient stone formations were situated there. There were a total of 15,000 enchantments. Hee. The great demon king of the West hid the enchantments and didn't let humans seal them. I wouldn't have thought he'd help me. Looking at the stone formations, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel happy. This time he had to win the bet. Besides, he had to obtain a large amount of points to exchange for the treasures he needed. Then, Lin Ling started sealing the enchantments. At the same time, in the deacon's palace of the human world, the cultivators of the human world were staring at the map. Lights were flickering on the map. They were getting closer and closer to the 100,000 enchantments. But at that moment, lights started flashing in a certain place on the map. Flash. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at those lights, there were probably over 10,000 of them. Moreover, they were all gathered together. Clearly, someone had found the sealing spirit formation. Haha, it must be Xianyuan Jiotian. The leader of the Sky King couldn't help but burst into laughter. Many people remained silent. Even they thought that Xianyuan Jiotian had sealed the 10,000 enchantments. The leader of the Sky King looked at Champion University and the 7 Emperors World disdainfully. The 2 Battle Kings of Champion University pulled a long face, but then they looked at the 7 Emperors World and laughed. The Xianyuan clan has sealed the big ones, and the rest belong to Champion University. So, the 7 Emperors World won't be able to do anything. Even though Champion University wasn't as strong as Yungu, they were definitely stronger than the 7 Emperors World. What's the difference? Because you're not as strong as Yungu, you're trying to gain face from the 7 Emperors World? Said a woman from the 7 Emperors World, smiling icily. The 2 Battle Kings of Champion University groaned icily, but they didn't say anything. After the result, they would trample on the 7 Emperors World. Those strong cultivators didn't care about who had sealed the most enchantments. They cared about which of the 3 mythological cultivators was stronger. Therefore, no one wanted to throw away their dignity. GFA must have sealed a lot of enchantments. I hope the 7 Emperors World can seal 20,000 enchantments, whispered one of the 7 Emperors World's cultivators. At that moment, Lin Ling was still sealing enchantments like crazy. He looked at his talisman and smiled happily. Those were all cultivation resources. After a long time, all the enchantments in the sky lit up. They were dazzling. So far, Lin Ling had sealed 19,000 enchantments by himself. With the team's enchantments, he had sealed 30,000 enchantments. And that was just the current estimate, because Zhong Motiandi and the others were still sealing enchantments. It was possible that there were more than 30,000 enchantments. There's an empty space passage ahead? Lin Ling looked around. There was another passage leading to the depths of the world. Lin Ling thought for a few seconds and decided to follow it. The passage was quiet. He didn't know where the end was. After a long time, Lin Ling arrived at the end. A black ocean appeared in front of him. It was vast and boundless. Demonic clouds rolled in the sky. This empty space passage led to a sea somewhere in the true martial realm. Rumble. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from the front. A huge black tortoise was swimming in the sea. The tortoise was so big that it looked like a huge island. Surprisingly, there was a flag on the tortoise's shell with a few words embroidered on it. Demon Realm's 5 Great Emperors, Great Demon King of the East. Chi. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He had actually met one of the Demon Realm's 5 Great Emperors. Little friend, since you're here, why don't you drink a bowl of strong wine before you leave? At that moment, a smiling voice floated over. Lin Ling's heart trembled. He had been discovered. With his current strength, he would definitely die if he met an Emperor Realm Demon King. Good wine, good people, and good hometown. If you drink to your heart's content, this king will give you 50,000 enchantments. However, the voice floated over again, making Lin Ling's heart beat violently. He knew that there were 200,000 enchantments in the true martial realm. However, many of them were guarded by top powerhouses and couldn't be sealed. That was why the Deacon Palace of the mortal world said there were 100,000 enchantments. Now, the Demon Realm's Emperor wanted to give him 50,000 enchantments. Chapter 1694. Their auras collided. Alright, without thinking too much, Lin Ling shot out from the void passage and floated towards the sea. He knew that if the Eastern Demon King wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have said so much. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. Moreover, he had a feeling that the Eastern Demon King had been waiting for him for a long time. You have guts. A laugh came from the sea, causing the clouds in the sky to split open. Pa! When Lin Ling stepped on the giant turtle shell, he realized that this place was like a city. There were all kinds of tall figures around him. Some were like crocodiles, some were like birds, and so on. At this moment, they were all looking at Lin Ling coldly. This was the first time Lin Ling had encountered such a powerful aura. Your Majesty, they are all at the level of Wuxia. Purple Elder's serious voice floated over. Anyone here could easily kill Lin Ling. Obviously, these demons were one of the oldest existences in the world. However, these demons only looked at Lin Ling and didn't say anything. Lin Ling even saw a 5-meter-tall scorpion demon looking at him with a smile, as if it knew Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling a little stunned. He continued to move forward, and soon, a pavilion appeared in front of him. A 10-meter-tall man was sitting there with a huge blade beside him. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked mighty and domineering. This is the Eastern Demon King. Lin Ling frowned. This was the first time he saw this terrifying demon. Only now did he know how great the pressure was. Come, drink. The man waved his hand and picked up the wine bowl in his hand to drink. The wine bowl was more than 2 meters wide, like a small pond. Bang! At the same time, a demon carrying a wine bowl walked out and placed it not far in front of the man. Then, he signaled Lin Ling to sit down. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Was this drinking wine? The wine bowl was bigger than him. How could he drink it? Little friend, are you not going to give me the honor? The tall man laughed. To be able to drink with the great demon king of the East is this kid's lifetime fortune. How can this kid not give you face? At this time, Lin Ling couldn't retreat. He sat down in front of the great demon king of the East and lifted the wine bowl with one hand. However, just as he was about to lift the bowl, he discovered that it was very heavy. Not being able to drink when there's wine, that's not something a man would do. The surrounding demons laughed loudly, as if they were watching a good show. The wine was Thousand Devil wine. It looked like liquid, but it was extremely heavy. The wine bowl was made of devil ash stone, so it was extremely heavy. Without the power of 10 universes, it was impossible to lift it. Otherwise, there would be no need for the devils to carry the wine bowl out. Clearly, these devils were not only here to watch a good show, they also wanted to see if this legendary man lived up to his reputation. There's wine but I can't drink it. To me, that's like killing me. I just hope this wine is spicy enough. Lin Ling naturally understood the intentions of the surrounding demons. However, if they wanted him to lose face, then they would be disappointed. His small world was boiling as he raised the bowl of wine with his right hand and poured it into his mouth. This guy! The eyes of the surrounding demons widened. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful. That's a real man. The great demon king of the East laughed loudly. He looked at Lin Ling, as if he was looking at a junior with a hint of admiration. Of course, to him, Lin Ling was indeed a junior. Swoosh! The wine entered his throat hot and impactful. However, after drinking it, Lin Ling felt comfortable all over. He couldn't wait to roar towards the sky. That's a real man's wine. At this moment, he dared to take his sword and slash it towards the 9 heavens. You don't look big, but you're so crazy when drinking wine. People who can drink are magnanimous and unruly. The great demon king of the East laughed. He could see that Lin Ling didn't use the power of the Saint Sea to refine the wine. Instead, he used his physical strength to speed up the refinement. As a result, although the wine disappeared quickly, the wine was stronger. Good wine, give me another bowl. After Lin Ling finished his bowl, he smashed it heavily on the ground, causing the hearts of the surrounding demons to tremble fiercely. This little guy was really forthright. Bring the wine. Come. The great demon king of the East waved his hand, and the two of them began to drink. Although it was the first time they met, they seemed to have known each other for a long time. Drinking like this seemed to date back thousands of years. I'm old, I can't compare with you juniors. Great demon king of the East, you're old but vigorous. With your words I'll drink. The two of them let go of any shackles and drank to their heart's content. Lin Ling was the same. He felt that he had known the great demon king of the East for a long time. However, he was still curious as to what conditions the great demon king of the East would give him. Little friend, how about staying in the demon area and marrying my daughter? Haha. Finally, the great demon king of the East put down his bowl and looked at Lin Ling with a faint smile. The surrounding demons were all looking at Lin Ling with a hint of expectation in their eyes. Stay in the demon area. You're the master of the 5 forces. You can kill whoever you want and do whatever you want. The great demon king of the East said again. I missed it in the past. I'm not qualified to be a father. So today I won't miss it again. Whether you're a human or a demon, you can do whatever you want. Lawlessness is the foundation of the demon race. Yes. That's right, little friend. Stay here. The other demons also opened their mouths. Lin Ling was a little surprised. He didn't expect this condition. He looked up at the great demon king of the East and said, Do I have to marry my daughter to get the 50,000 barriers? Yes. Yes, if you refuse, you'll die here. Yes. The great demon king of the East stopped drinking and looked at Lin Ling coldly. I refuse. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and said boldly. He had a lot of things to do in the human world. How could he stay here? Boom. At this moment, the atmosphere above the giant tortoise instantly became heavy. Countless demons revealed murderous intent. The great demon king of the East was one of the 5 emperors of the demon world. No one could refuse him. You want to die? Humph. The great demon king of the East's face became cold. A powerful demon aura surged out, causing the sky to change color. If it was any other time, his aura alone was enough to make Lin Ling surrender. But now, it seemed that he had drunk the strong wine of the demon area. Lin Ling's heart was only filled with a heroic spirit that wanted to soar into the sky. Death can't threaten me. Humph. He stared at the great demon king of the East. A touch of lawless aura quietly awakened and gradually grew stronger. Boom. Boom. As if 2 emperors were colliding, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. It actually turned the clouds in the sky into waves and rushed out a vacuum area. The surrounding demons sucked in cold air. In their eyes, it was the collision of the aura of the strongest emperors in the world. The invisible domineering aura made them feel like prostrating themselves in worship. So scary. That kid actually has the aura of a king. And it's not weaker than the great demon king of the East. Bang! A demon sat down on the ground with a plop. In the whole world, there were very few who dared to collide with the aura of the great demon king of the East. And that young man was one of them. Shocking, extremely shocking scene. The giant and the human looked at each other, but they were evenly matched. Rumble. Chapter 1695. Li Xiaoyao. You're still as stubborn as before. After a long time, the great demon king of the East lightly sighed. That dreadful king's chi was also restrained. He lightly said, You still haven't found yourself, but your king's chi is beginning to awaken. Slowly, you will be able to return to the past. In the past you drank with me. At that time, you were very small, but you were also a newly risen king's chi. You didn't fear me and made a promise to me. Today, you're doing the same again. However, I regret my promise. I shouldn't have stopped you. Whether you're a human or a demon, doing whatever you want and being lawless is the way of survival in the world. I value the rules too much. All these years, the demon region's 5 great emperors have wanted to dip their fingers into the human world, but I refused. As long as the barrier is not broken, they will not be able to step into the human world. However, against the demon region's 4 great emperors, I won't be able to resist them for long. Hearing this, Lin Ling raised his head. As if it was the first time he met the Eastern Demon King, he lightly said, Why? He didn't understand. The Eastern Demon King was a member of the demon race. Why didn't he join forces with other demon kings to touch the human world? For my daughter, for me, all the hegemony of the world is fake. Only family is real. In the past I missed my daughter, so I won't miss her again. After all, I'm only a father, not the Eastern Demon King. The Eastern Demon King picked up the wine and drank it boldly. Lin Ling's body trembled. In his eyes, this was a tall and mighty father. For his daughter, he shouldered everything. And his daughter was Xian Yuangur. In fact, you've more or less realized who you are. It's just that the news is too sudden, and you haven't adapted yet. The Eastern Demon King looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling's face was dignified. He heavily nodded. After the trip to the ghost realm, he saw the past and present life. However, he couldn't see the past 100 lives. In addition to the trip to the demon area, he saw the young man at the dreamlike mountain and so on. Now he actually felt it in his heart. It was just that things were too sudden. In fact, it was only after he had left dreamlike mountain that he had vaguely guessed what had happened. And that guess was that he, Lin Ling, was the reincarnation of the realm master of heaven and earth. Xian Yuange was his first love in his previous life. He didn't obtain the Eye of Time by luck. Instead, it was something he left behind before he reincarnated. Everything was for the sake of making a comeback. Unfortunately, guesses were just guesses. He had lost too many memories, so he still felt that it was too sudden. Li Xiaoyao, in your previous life, you were free and unfettered. Heaven and earth allowed you to do whatever you wanted. Unfortunately, you missed out on many things. In order to make up for the regrets of your previous life, you reincarnated and started cultivating again. Of course, I also heard that you fought against the strong cultivators of the outside world. In the end, you were betrayed by them and died. I don't know who the experts from the outside world are, but I can tell you this. Not to mention the experts from the outside world. Even in this world, there are many people who want to kill you. So before you grow up, it's best that you don't reveal this secret. The great demon king of the east said lightly. Thank you. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he calmly replied. His gaze turned to the distance, as though he was looking down on the world. This place used to be his world. This is you, Li Xiaoyao. Staring at Lin Ling's domineering eyes, the great demon king of the east laughed. The former god of slaughter, the former emperor, the man who once dominated the world, seemed to be more and more familiar with him. In my previous life, because humans and demons couldn't walk together, I made a promise to break the rules of heaven and earth until I had the strength to do so. However, it was already too late when I came back. In this life, I will also break the rules. Whether humans or demons, I, Lin Ling, am lawless, and the rules will be created by me. Lin Ling stood up with the wine bowl in his hand. The moment I come back, no rules will be of any use to me. I will complete the predestined marriage and protect your daughter. After saying that, he crazily drank the wine in the bowl, and then smashed it on the ground. And this time, I won't let her wait too long. Good, good. Men, take him to the 50,000 enchantments. The great demon king of the east also laughed. Compared to Lin Ling's tall body, Lin Ling was like an ant. However, in the eyes of the demons, both of them were indomitable emperors, the most ancient existences in heaven and earth. He wanted Lin Ling to stay, but he also knew that he couldn't keep this proud man. However, Lin Ling's promise was enough, because Lin Ling was a man of his words. Xian Yuangur, wait for me. Lin Ling deeply looked into the distance and strode forward. At present, he actually didn't recover his memories of the past, but he knew everything. Therefore he, Lin Ling, wouldn't run away from the predestined marriage. He would fulfill his promise, because he knew that when he recovered his memories, if he knew that he missed the girl from thousands of lives ago, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Perhaps he would enter the reincarnation cycle again to find her. He wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. When Lin Ling left, the girl looked at his back from afar, and couldn't help but laugh. She didn't want to use the promise of thousands of lives to bind Lin Ling, so she would wait. Wait until the moment when Lin Ling willingly came to find her. She believed that when Lin Ling recovered his memories, he would come to find her. Li Xiaoyao, free and unfettered for a lifetime. The great demon king of the east also looked at the departing figure. Everything that happened in history appeared in his mind. When that man's name spread throughout the world, at that time, the ghost region was swept away by that man. No one was unconvinced. The 5 demon emperors of the demon region were all defeated. That man fought 1 against 5 and ruled the world. That shadow quietly merged with the youth in front of him. And when Lin Ling went to the seal, a large number of barriers in the true martial world were also sealed. Under the joint efforts of the Sky Kings, the 8 Desolation 6 Directions demon was finally annihilated. The 30,000 barriers he left behind were also divided among the 3 teams. Among them, the 9 spirits of heaven got the most. All of his barriers had reached 20,000. And in the following time, he wasn't willing to stay here. He led the team, frantically looking for the scattered barriers, and then sealed them. Finally, at a certain moment, after the efforts of the Sky Kings, the number of barriers in the entire true martial world reached 100,000. Moreover, it was the most in history. 120,000 barriers were sealed. This trip to the demon realm finally came to an end. Many people in the 3 mysteries of the human realm had received the news. They were quietly waiting for the heroes of the human realm. As for the 3 great myths of the human realm, they were also filled with anticipation. They wanted to see which myth would be the most dazzling hero of the human realm this time. Similarly, the Deacon Palace of the mortal realm was also quietly waiting for the result. The entire mortal realm was in an uproar at this moment. It could be said that it was the focus of attention. And in the true martial world, a large number of figures walked out. Their faces were tired, but their eyes were full of energy. Although this time they narrowly escaped death, their harvest was quite rich. If they exchanged the merit points, it would be enough to greatly improve their strength. Obviously, after this mission, a large number of experts with the title of CND would be born in the mortal realm. Chapter 1696. At that moment, the 10,000 Brilliance Mountain was a mountain range that represented endless radiance. It was the place where the heroes of the past generations of humanity awarded their glory. At this moment, a large number of people had already gathered at that sacred and majestic mountain range. The peak experts of the 3 profound of the human world were all quietly waiting there. At a glance, the entire mountain was filled with people. A large number of titled CND cultivators were also waiting there. They looked at the returning heavenly emperors with smiles on their faces. It was as if they were watching their juniors grow up. Obviously, they had also entered the world of true martial in the past, and they had the proudest moments. Of course, their gazes were more or less focused on the sky. They also knew that the highest authority of the human realm, the Executive Hall, was also paying attention to this place. There are 3 myths in the human world: Yun-gu, the celestial stage, the 7 great emperors of the world, and Champion University. Which myth has the most sealed barriers? It must be the Yun-gu immortal platform. I heard that people from the Xian Yuan family were dispatched this time. That family is famous for creating miracles in the mortal world. 100 years ago, it was also the Xian Yuan family that sealed the most enchantments. They are the family that contributed the most to the mortal world. Hehe, the 7 emperors' world is definitely the last. This 7 emperors' world has always been selfish. As long as it's related to the human race, they won't contribute anything. What nonsense are you talking about? Am I not telling the truth? You're from Xiamping province, so you'll definitely side with yourselves. But that's the truth. You don't have to get angry out of humiliation. Die for me. While they were waiting, many experts began to fight. It was obvious that the other party had humiliated Xiamping province, and the martial artists of Xiamping province could not stand it. All of you stop. The entire mortal world is paying attention to this. What are you doing? One of the titled CND shouted angrily, stopping the battle in the mountain range. The titled CND stared at some of the people and said coldly, "You people apologize. If you don't, get the hell out of here." Those people were from Xiamping province, subordinates of the new emperor. Among them were Lord Pu, Lord Shuiwu, and other experts. "We apologize." Lord Pu and the others frowned. "He's just telling the truth. Why are you interrupting? Your Xiamping province is indeed the worst. This is the truth. Apologize or get lost. Don't think that just because you're representing Xiamping province, I won't dare to teach you a lesson." The expert titled CND shouted angrily, "Oh, since when did the Yungu Immortal platform get involved in the affairs of our Xiamping province? It was Lu Susu. The man with the title of CND narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Those juniors have no respect for their elders. It's fine if they're trash, but they don't allow others to talk about them. Is Xianping province so uneducated? Enough. We still haven't decided what to do with the barrier. And you mortal fairy CND don't have the right to decide everything. Also, don't think that we, the 7 Emperors Heaven, are easy to bully. If you want to fight, I will fight with you. Lu Susu shouted coldly. She was usually smooth and slick, but now she was angry. Immortal Emperor, immortal Emperor, don't say too much. When the time comes to announce the results, some people and places will lose face. After all, everyone's eyes are as clear as snow. She was a titled Celestial Emperor as well. She was also a titled Celestial Emperor. That's true. The expert called Mortal Fairy CND sneered. On the other side of Xianping province, everyone's faces were pale. The people of Xianyuan and Xianhuangdayu were too arrogant. Did they think that Xianping province was trash? Don't worry. The 7 Emperors Heaven won't embarrass Xianping province this time. Lu Susu comforted them. However, she didn't have much confidence in her heart, because this kind of backwardness had been around for thousands of years. More and more heavenly emperors are coming back. Someone shouted. Right at this time someone shouted. It was only to see that far away in the horizon, a large number of powerhouses stepped on the clouds, arriving in a grandiose manner. They were shockingly those heavenly emperor powerhouses. The crowd was excited. Many people were excited. When would they become celestial emperors? The whole world would pay attention to them. The celestial emperors in the distance were divided into 3 groups. Xian Yuan Jiutian was the leader of Yungu Celestial Emperor. Champion University was the leader of the Calamity Celestial Emperor. And GFA was the leader of the 7 Emperors Heaven. They were enjoying the attention of the crowd. At that moment, they looked at the crowd proudly. Welcome back everybody, said an ancient voice in the sky. The crowd was astonished because that voice came from the deacon's palace. At this moment, in the highest hall of the human world, those major characters of the mortal world were all paying attention to the great earth as their eyes flashed with anticipation. As for the sky sovereign on the ancient charm immortal platform, he was filled with confidence. As for the 7 emperors of the 7 emperors world, they were all feeling somewhat nervous. At their level, what they cared about was reputation and contribution to the mortal world. Therefore, the 7 emperors Heaven couldn't lose face this time. You've finished sealing 100,000 layers, and you've done more than anyone else in history. The entire human world is proud of you. But there's a difference between the top and the bottom. Therefore, this time, we'll see who's stronger and who's weaker. Let's see which of the 3 legends has sealed more layers. Give me your jade tokens, said the voice majestically. There was no first place in literature, no second place in cultivation. It was the same everywhere. There would always be competition. Because of competition, the celestial emperors would become stronger. First place, Yungu Celestial Emperor. Champion University, Champion University. The entire Wanhui Mountain was cheering. All the cultivators of the different regions were supporting their legends. The proud celestial emperors glanced at each other and walked out. A gigantic stone fell from the sky and landed on the ground. It was used to examine the sealed layers. Champion University's team, go, said the disaster celestial emperor indifferently. She didn't immediately go to examine the sealed layers because her team was the strongest. All right, let's show everybody the glory of Champion University. Many people walked out from Champion University's team and took out their jade tokens. One after another, they put their jade tokens on the mysterious boundary testing stone. At that moment, the boundary testing stone dazzled. The gigantic stone appeared and sealed layers appeared. Champion University's team had sealed more than 10,000 layers. So far, they had sealed more than 120,000 layers, and they had sealed more than 10,000. It was a great achievement for the human world. How strong! Those sealed layers are protected by demons. They sealed more than 10,000 layers. They must have fought many battles. That's Xiaofeng the Celestial Emperor. He's so handsome. He's my hero. Many peerless geniuses looked at the celestial emperors in admiration. "Disaster Celestial Emperor, it's your team's turn," said a strong cultivator with the title CND indifferently. He looked impatient. The entire Wanhui Mountain was silent. One of the three strongest teams of Champion University. How many layers had they sealed? Even the two great champions of Champion University were excited. They wanted to see the glory of Champion University. All right. Chapter 1697. The Seven Emperors' world had failed. Many people were staring at the gigantic stone. It was the Merit Stone. The Disaster Celestial Emperor's team had almost 20,000 talismans. 20,000. A team has sealed 20,000 deployment layers. And they only have 20 people. That's insane. As far as I know, ordinary Celestial Emperors can only seal 10 deployment layers in the world of true martial arts. But 20,000? It's unimaginable. That means that Champion University has 30,000 barriers, thought Lin Feng. Everybody was astonished because sealing deployment layers was very difficult. First, they had to find the right deployment layers. Second, they had to fight against the Demon Clan. Apart from incredible cultivators who could do that. Champion University, Disaster Celestial Emperor. After a few seconds of silence, everybody started cheering. Champion University had done their best for the human world. In the Deacon Palace, the cultivators of the human world were astonished. It was one of the battle kings of Champion University. He smiled indifferently and said, "I'm satisfied. Compared to 100 years ago, there are a few thousand more barriers." He sounded proud. The strong cultivators of the human world remained silent, especially the Seven Emperors' world. They all looked glum. They hadn't thought Champion University would do so well. Besides, Emperor Li Shou and the others saw that the champion looked at them disdainfully and mockingly. Bastard! Emperor Li Shou was furious. He could only hope that GFA from the Seven Emperors' world would win. At that moment the crowd was still cheering. The Celestial Emperors of Champion University slowly left. They puffed out their chests and looked proud. At the same time, a strong cultivator with the title CND looked at them approvingly and said, "We'll announce this to the entire human world. You've contributed to the human world. You're heroes." "Thank you, Master," said the Disaster Celestial Emperor, nodding on behalf of Champion University. He took a big step forwards and led the way. "Move away, trash. Do you think it's fun to watch?" At that moment, in Xianping Province, the disciples of the Seven Emperors' world were astonished. But at that moment, the Disaster Celestial Emperor and the others walked towards them and shouted icily. Everyone's pupils constricted. These people called them trash? They pulled long faces. In the Wanhui Mountain, the three Xian cultivators of the human world had their own groups. The Seven Emperors of the world were in one mountain range. Champion University was in another. But Disaster Celestial Emperor and the others had come to humiliate them. The disciples of the Seven Emperors' heaven were unwilling to accept this. Among them, the Seven Emperors' heaven's four poisons of Eastern Mountain, Lai Qing, and the others were about to speak. "Shut up. He just returned from a great battle, expended his blood and sweat to seal the barrier, and contributed to humanity. He's a hero. Can't I say a word about you?" Before Lai Qing and the others could say anything, an old man with the title of CND shouted from the distance. He was one of the hosts of the assessment. As soon as these words came out, the people of Xianping Province all stared with their eyes wide open. Before they could even speak, the other party had already reprimanded them. Everyone looked at Lu Susu, hoping that these strong people would stand up for them. After all, the other party had already bullied them. Would it kill you to speak? He deserved this honor. If you don't accept it, then blame yourselves for not living up to expectations. But the old man also looked at Lu Susu and the others indifferently. Lu Susu and the others' eyes were ice cold, but they waved and said, "Let them pass. Go." What? The people of Xianping Province ground their teeth, but they still made way. The people of Champion University smiled disdainfully and walked through the crowd in high spirits. I'm sorry, This isn't Xianhuangdayu's territory. Sorry to disturb you. Suddenly, the catastrophe celestial emperor was stupefied. She waved and left with the crowd. She had just realized that this wasn't Xianhuangdayu's territory. Furious. Everybody in Xianping province was furious. The catastrophe celestial emperor had done it on purpose. Haha. In the distance, the martial artists of the Xianhuang domain laughed. Although the three mysterious realms of the mortal realm were united, where there were people, there was bound to be competition. Therefore, the three mysterious realms often competed with each other in secret. At this moment, the Xianhuang domain had vented its anger and was showing off. The Seven Emperors world, it's your turn. At this moment, someone spoke up, causing countless gazes to turn towards the team of the Seven Emperors heavens. Lu Susu, the Supreme Celestial Emperor, and even the disciples of Xianpeng Great Region and Seven Emperors Heaven became nervous. If they wanted to reclaim Xianpeng Great Region's dignity, they would have to rely on these teams. The strongest team in the Seven Emperors world was none other than GFA's team. First, the Seven Emperors world's team would be the first to test the theory, followed by GFA's team. At this moment, GFA was brimming with confidence, as if he was the only savior in the Seven Emperors world. I won't disappoint you. GFA and his group walked out. The people of Xianping province were extremely excited. Their cheers were like waves in the ocean. However, when they were trying to verify it, something shocking happened. All the teams in the Seven Emperors world had sealed a total of 5,000 spirit barriers. GFA's team wasn't weak, but they had only sealed a little over 10,000 spirit barriers. The entire Seven Emperors world had sealed a total of 19,000 spirit barriers. What? GFA's face turned ugly when he saw the results. His group had sealed more than 10,000 deployment layers. He thought that if the other groups were close to 10,000 deployment layers, they wouldn't lose face this time. But who would have thought that the other groups would only have 5,000 deployment layers? Haha, won't disappoint you? What a sarcastic statement. I thought that the Seven Emperors world would be very powerful this year. Who knew that they would be even worse than last year? They still didn't manage to seal 20,000 deployment layers. This is embarrassing. Countless people laughed when they saw the scene. Some of them even laughed until their stomachs hurt. It wasn't that easy to be the hero of the human realm. As for the martial artists of Xianpeng province, they all felt that they had lost face. At the same time, in the Deacon Palace of the human realm, laughter rose one after another. Old fish, if you lose again, you can give us your fishing rod. The Sky Lord stared at Emperor Li Shou and laughed. The Seven Emperors' faces were ashen, but they couldn't do anything. They were inferior, so they could only swallow their humiliation. Sky Lord, if you catch a fish with your fishing rod, you must treat us to a feast. Someone teased. Of course, of course. The Sky Lord smiled and nodded. An ancient divine sword appeared in his right hand. He slowly played with it. Sigh. I wanted to give this God-slayer sword to the Seven Emperors. But even if I give it to you, you can't take it away. As soon as he said that, the entire Deacon Palace of the human realm burst into laughter. The Seven Emperors were all silent. There was only one voice in their hearts. This GFA was disappointing. Trash, a bunch of trash. Chapter 1698. Who is the leader? Hearing that, those heavenly emperor powerhouses were all greatly enraged. GFA pushed the responsibility onto their heads. GFA, do you still have the face? In the realm of true martial, our team repeatedly asked for your help, but you refused to cooperate. This caused us to miss out on many barriers. Now you're blaming us. That's right. If you represent the Seven Emperors' heavens, you should help our teams and not yourself. You're not qualified to be the leader. Some older heavenly emperors said unwillingly. Bullshit. How could GFA take the blame? He shouted angrily. If you didn't listen to my orders, how could the Seven Emperors' heavens lose face today? Lord Lu Susu, I think they should all be stripped of their heavenly emperor status, because they're too selfish. Hearing this, all the heavenly emperors wanted to kill GFA. Such an irresponsible person had the nerve to be their leader. In the distance, The Xian Yuan and Xianhuangdu cultivators laughed and watched the show. But at this moment, a large number of heavenly emperors walked over. The person in the lead was wearing a blue robe with his long hair tied behind his head. His aura was steady, giving people the feeling that he was a real heavenly emperor. "Shut up." Before he arrived, an angry shout was heard. The crowd's eyes flickered. More heavenly emperors had come, and those heavenly emperors seemed to be from the 7 emperors' heavens. Suddenly, the ridicule on their faces became stronger. "Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling. He's back." The cultivators of Xiamping province were excited. They all knew Lin Ling. At the same time, the 7 emperors were also looking at Lin Ling and the others. One of the 7 emperors coldly snorted. "Embarrassing. It's fine if you lost, but you still want to fight among yourselves. That heavenly emperor is too bold. He should be stripped of his heavenly emperor status." "Law Overlord, GFA is your heavenly emperor. He didn't complete the mission, so you're trying to absolve him? Also, that heavenly emperor is from my eastern mountain. You don't have the qualifications to strip him of his status." At this moment, "Emperor," you said indifferently. The man called Law Overlord had a cold expression on his face. "I'm not trying to make excuses for GFA. It's just that the 7 emperors world has already lost a lot of face. That newbie is spouting nonsense, and this will only invite more ridicule." Hearing that, Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou frowned. However, Emperor Li Shou said, "Let's see what he has to say. Then you can take your time to watch. I can't lose face like this." The Law Overlord coldly snorted. Right now, the 7 emperors world was already at the bottom. Could it be that the new celestial emperor's arrival would change the situation? This was obviously impossible, and it would only lead to more jokes. At this moment, in the Wanhui Mountain, the team coming from afar was Lin Ling's team. GFA also looked at Lin Ling and laughed coldly in his heart. It was good that this fellow came. He could push the blame to him. He wanted to speak, but at this moment, Lin Ling shouted coldly from afar. He also saw that GFA had failed, but he wanted to push the blame to others. Such a despicable person made him very unhappy. "You shut the fuck up." His voice was like thunder, majestically entering GFA's ears, causing him to be stunned. He hadn't even spoken, and Lin Ling had already scolded him? And scolded him in front of everyone? Get lost. However, just as GFA was in disbelief, Lin Ling's angry voice floated over again. Haha. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. Just anyone dared to scold GFA. This GFA really didn't have the qualifications to be the leader. GFA didn't expect Lin Ling to be so daring. He pointed at Lin Ling and wanted to speak, but Lin Ling was faster than him and said, "As the leader, you should shoulder the responsibility. It's fine if you failed, you will succeed next time. But you, after losing, you put the blame on others. Weak, incompetent, and irresponsible. I really don't know which 7 emperors recommended you to be the leader. What a disgrace. You're courting death." GFA's veins suddenly appeared on his face. He shouted angrily, "What right do you have to talk about me? Even though I failed, I'm still better than you." As soon as he finished talking, Lin Ling's team stopped. A large number of people were standing at the foot of the mountain, looking at GFA mockingly. They all shouted at the same time, "Lin Ling is our leader. Is he qualified to be our leader?" Apart from the unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the others, there were also several teams led by Wu Xiangying. Their words caused the entire mountain range to fall silent. It's him, the dark horse of the world of Zhenwu. In Champion University, celestial emperors from Yungu Celestial Stage recognized Lin Ling. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would become one of the top 3 teams. "I'm the leader of a team. The 7 emperors recommended me to be their leader, and you brought a few teams to oppose me. You think you're qualified to be our leader?" GFA was astonished and burst into laughter. What a joke. He's our leader. However, just as his words fell, all the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors world shouted angrily, their voices shaking the heavens. They couldn't tolerate GFA anymore. Although they weren't familiar with Lin Ling, at least Lin Ling was speaking up for them. At least he was more responsible than GFA, and had the domineering aura of a king. What? GFA's expression changed drastically. He was the leader of a team recommended by the 7 emperors. Even though Lin Ling wasn't, Lin Ling had the support of all the celestial emperors. Indeed, he's the leader of Xianping province. Yes. However, what surprised him was that apart from the celestial emperors, all the cultivators of Xianping province were shouting furiously. At that moment, it seemed like Lin Ling was the leader of Xianping province. One had to know that in the Black Peng Great Region, Lin Ling had more prestige than any heavenly emperor. That territory was conquered by him. Who was the leader was clear at a glance. So what if the 7 emperors recommended us? Rules are meant to be broken. Our leader is Lin Ling. Everyone shouted angrily again. Their auras were like mountains and seas, causing GFA's face to turn pale. He sat down on the ground with a plop. No one supported him now. He no longer had any prestige. Even the 7 emperors of the mortal world's highest deacon palace were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Ling's reputation to be so great. At this moment, Lin Ling swept his eyes over the crowd and saw many familiar faces. Lord Pu, Lord Water Mist, Venerable Sea Calming, the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain, Lai Qing, his friends, and even some unfamiliar martial artists. But they were all supporting him. This warmed his heart. Today, he couldn't embarrass Xianping province in the battle between the 3 mysterious realms of the mortal realm. Get lost. Get lost. Lin Ling looked at GFA and shouted coldly. Since he had agreed to be the leader, he wouldn't disappoint everyone. You. Humph. GFA's face twisted. However, he soon sneered. All right, then you'll be the leader. However, if Xianping province loses, then it's all on your head. Humph. Despicable. Humph. Many celestial emperors shouted angrily. GFA was obviously shirking his responsibility. All right, if you win, other than the bet between you and me, all the celestial emperors will slap you 3 times. This is what I, the leader, said. Lin Ling said and led his team to the Merit Stone. Chapter 1699. Lin Ling's team shocked the world. You can't win, shouted GFA furiously, but he controlled himself. Lin Ling had dared take on this burden, so he wanted to see how Lin Ling would die. When the members of the Xianhuang Dayu and the others saw Lin Ling and his team, they all smiled coldly. Lin Ling had become the leader, but what could he change? At the same time, in the Deacon Palace, the leaders of the human world were also excited. The leader of the sky smiled and said, Emperor Yu, Emperor Li Shou, that's the new celestial great emperor from Dong Mountain, right? Not bad, he's very good at acting. He made us happy. Acting? Before, when Lin Ling had become the leader, they had thought it was a good show. The 7 emperors groaned coldly. The FA emperor said icily, Emperor Yu, Emperor Li Shou, your celestial great emperors are too arrogant. They're fighting for the leader's position. What's wrong with that? In his opinion, the 7 emperors of the world had already lost. Even if Lin Ling was the leader, so what? It was just a joke. Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou sighed. They didn't understand what Lin Ling wanted to do. Sealing enchantments are for the sake of the entire human race, not for fighting or anything. However, I have seen before that those who have more sealing enchantments are highly respected, while those who have fewer sealing enchantments are ridiculed instead. Could it be that in the Zhenwu world, those heavenly emperors who have fewer sealing enchantments are not working hard? Don't they fight? Don't they work hard? Lin Ling did not verify it in front of the skill evaluation stone. Instead, he looked at the people around him and said. The crowd remained silent. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would say something like that. Many people's eyes twinkled. Actually, Lin Ling wasn't wrong. The celestial great emperors worked hard for the sake of the human world. If they had fewer deployment spells, did they have to be mocked and humiliated? Are you done talking shit? At that moment, the old man with the title Celestial Emperor, from Champion University, shouted furiously. Am I wrong? Champion University has more barriers, so they can humiliate other people and treat them like trash. Isn't that the truth? Lin Ling was fearless as he looked straight at the old man. In his heart, there were many ordinary humans who wanted to live a peaceful life. As a powerhouse, if he could help them, then he would naturally do so. But compared to this, it was too utilitarian. Therefore, Lin Ling was dissatisfied. And that was why he said those words. He had helped many people since he came to this world. But he had never mentioned it. That was because he had sincerely helped them. And he had not helped them for the sake of fame and wealth, or to trample on others. I didn't say it was trash. You said it. But what you said is true. If the sealing enchantment can't be compared to others, the contribution to humanity naturally can't be compared to others. Being scolded by others is nothing. The old man's voice was cold and gloomy. Many martial artists from Xianping province clenched their fists. They were unwilling to accept this. They were unwilling. The celestial emperors of the 7 emperors heaven also gritted their teeth, feeling even more unresigned. Hadn't they done their best? They had even watched their friends get killed by demons, and they had only done that to seal an enchantment. But because they hadn't sealed an enchantment, they had to be scolded? At that moment, all the celestial emperors looked at Lin Ling. They were touched. Lin Ling was speaking for them. He was really their leader. If you're not as strong as others, then you're trash, said the celestial emperor of calamity in the distance, smiling indifferently. Don't be so full of yourself. Besides, if you're too arrogant, you'll end up slapping your own face, said Lin Ling icily. He just thought it was unfair. But those people were making fun of him. Trash indeed should be scolded. Trash, said the old man icily. He shouted furiously. Now shut the hell up. If you want to prove yourself, then prove yourself. If you don't want to prove yourself, then piss off. We're not from the 7 emperors heaven. Why would we listen to your bullshit? Indeed, if you're not strong enough, then shut the hell up. Even if you're scolded, you have to brace yourself. In Champion University, in the ancient celestial stage, many ancient cultivators were also shouting furiously. They weren't as strong as others and they were blaming others. Lin Ling nodded. He didn't refute them. He looked at the celestial emperors behind him and saw that their eyes were bloodshot. Many of them were injured and looked exhausted, but nobody sympathized with them. They were just scolding them. Prove yourself, Lin Ling said softly and stepped back. His team members walked towards the ancient stone one by one. They were all silent, but their hands were tightly clenched into fists. They wanted to reclaim the dignity of their teammates and win glory for the Xianpeng region. How many enchantments do you think their team has? There should be a few hundred. No matter what, Lin Ling is the #1 dark horse. It's possible that he sealed 2,000. If it reaches 2,000, then the 7 emperors' heavens will have sealed 20,000 of them. That's more than the last time. Many people looked at Lin Ling's team disdainfully. In the Deacon Palace, the strongest cultivators of the human world were smiling indifferently. They were staring at Lin Ling's team, as if they were monkeys playing with monkeys. The 7 emperors' heaven had sealed 10,000 enchantments. They needed a few more to reach 20,000. But they didn't think that Lin Ling's team would be able to do that, because everybody had seen that apart from GFA's team, the 7 emperors' heaven had only sealed 5,000 enchantments. Therefore, they guessed that Lin Ling's team had to be close to 2,000 enchantments. The 7 emperors' heaven's team couldn't have more than 20,000 enchantments. Everybody was staring at the ancient stone. The celestial emperors and peerless heroes touched the stone with their talismans. At that moment, terrifying lights dashed to the skies. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000. In the end, 20,000 enchantments. Boom! In the entire Wanhui Mountain, the hearts of countless people exploded. They stared at the ancient stone, deeply afraid that their eyes would go blind. None of them had thought that Lin Ling's team had sealed 20,000 enchantments. How terrifying, how terrifying. It meant that Lin Ling's team had sealed more enchantments than GFA's team. It also meant that the 7 Emperors Heaven's team had sealed 40,000 enchantments. They had surpassed Champion University. What? In the Deacon Palace, the leader of the sky was stupefied. The 7 Emperors' jaws were wide open. In fact, Lin Ling's team had surpassed the 7 Emperors Heaven's team. Astonishment. The strong cultivators of the human world were astonished because they knew what 20,000 enchantments meant. In the history of the Seven Emperors' Heaven, no team had ever sealed 20,000 enchantments. Lin Ling's team had created a new record. Haha, the god-killing sword is mine. At that moment, Emperor Li Shou stood up excitedly. It was as if he had seen the pride of Xianpeng province. We won. Emperor Yu and the other 7 emperors also stood up. Their faces were filled with excitement. Their voices caused the entire executive palace of the human realm to become deathly silent. Chapter 1700. Who's a piece of trash? Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Can the fruit of 10,000 origin that you used to bet belong to me? I want to use this fruit of heaven and earth to host a banquet. Emperor Yu coldly laughed as he stared arrogantly at the giant from the Yungu Immortal platform. The 2 strong cultivators of Yungu's celestial stage were astonished. They hadn't thought that things would turn out this way. They were furious when they saw that the 7 emperors were in high spirits. But they were willing to take the risk. At the Wanhui Mountain, the atmosphere was deathly silent. Many people were looking at the arrogant celestial emperors, and finally at Lin Ling. What a terrifying dark horse. His team is so strong. The cultivators of Xianyuan and Xianhuang Daiyu were astonished. As for the martial artists of the Black Peng Great Region, they were stunned for a moment before they burst into cheers. Some of the older martial artists even began to cry. They never imagined that in this world war, the 7 emperors' world would reverse the situation and become second place. Pudong. GFA had just stood up, but he was terrified again. His face turned deathly pale. You lost, leader GFA. Many celestial emperors sneered at him. The word leader was extremely sarcastic. One of them said, every celestial emperor has to slap you 3 times. You won't go back on this promise, right? Of course, if you dare to refuse, you will die. Another one said mockingly, what do you mean, leader? Open your dog eyes and see. Under GFA's leadership, there was only humiliation and ridicule, but under Lin Ling's leadership, there was pride and glory. At that moment, GFA looked like he had fallen from heaven to hell. Did he still have the face to call himself leader? Who's a piece of trash? Stop. At this moment, a cold shout drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth, and it caused the world to become even more silent. I remember that someone said that he was a piece of trash because he wasn't as strong as others. Now who's a piece of trash? Shouted Lin Ling. He looked at all the celestial emperors of Champion University. He looked extremely aggressive. Who's a piece of trash? Stop, shouted the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' world. They were so moved that their eyes were wet. They had worked so hard for the human world, and now someone was seeing it. Who's a piece of trash? In Xianpeng province, all the martial artists also shouted in unison. It was as if the entire world was shouting angrily, causing their voices to echo endlessly, intimidating the surroundings. Who's trash? Everybody in Champion University was petrified, especially Disaster Celestial Emperor and the others. Their mouths were wide open, and they couldn't say anything. A silent slap landed heavily on each of their faces. Don't be too full of yourself. If you are too arrogant, be careful of slapping your own face. They all remembered what Lin Ling had said before. And now, they had slapped themselves in the face. And it was a refreshing slap. If their skills were not as good as others, then they would be cursed as trash. But now, they were not as good as the 7 emperors, so who would be left with the words trash? We are trash, trash. After remaining silent for a long time, the old man from Champion University ground his teeth and forced himself to say something. Haha. The entire Great Xianpeng region burst into thunderous laughter at this moment. They felt refreshed and elated. The other party was overbearing, but their Great Xianpeng region wasn't a pushover either. Right now, they were going to give them a heavy slap. Trash, trash, shouted the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' world. They raised their heads and shouted furiously. Hee, finally something exciting, said Lu Susu Xiandi, and the others looking at Lin Ling. That little boy had created a miracle again. Spread the word, tell the entire human world, said Xiandi, waving his hand. He wanted the entire human world to know about this glorious moment. The light and glory at this moment clearly belonged to Lin Ling's team. Lin Ling, we won. Thank you. At that moment, Tiandi Zhongzong Tiandi, Wu Shangying, the celestial emperor of the North Sea, and the others were all looking at Lin Ling with tears in their eyes. Lin Ling was younger than them, and his cultivation level was lower, but he had led them to glory. Without Lin Ling, they wouldn't have known about the sealed world. In their hearts, Lin Ling was their leader. As expected of our leader, said Xian Yuan Jiutian, looking at Lin Ling with admiration. In his heart, Lin Ling was omnipotent. Lin Ling smiled and said, "This is the result of everybody's hard work. But you're our leader, nobody can deny that," said Tiandi Zhongzong Tiandi smiling. As they were talking, in Xianping Province, Mr. Pu, Mr. Shui Wu, and the others brought a large number of people to Champion University. The celestial emperors frowned, but when they saw Lin Ling, they remained silent because they had lost. Trash, they weren't qualified to talk. "I'm sorry, I was just passing by. Oh, Xianping Province is over there. I came to the wrong place." Mistress Watermist sneered as she walked around the crowd of people from Xianhuang Domain, as if she had gone the wrong way. After that, she walked back proudly. An eye for an eye. Before, the people of Champion University had been arrogant. They had offended them on purpose. Now they were going to offend them back. They were going to step on the faces of the people of Champion University. "Bastard!" shouted the celestial emperors of Champion University furiously, but they couldn't do anything. "All right, now it's Yungu's turn, right?" said someone at that moment. Everybody remained silent. Champion University was third. The Seven Emperors World was second. Yungu was definitely first. At that moment, Champion University and the Seven Emperors Sky had sealed more than 60,000 barriers. Therefore, Yungu's celestial platform probably had 60,000 too. After all, there were 120,000 barriers in total. This is the real Yungu Immortal Foundation. Every 100 years, it is ranked number 1. The Xianyuan clan knows the secrets of the earth and heaven. If they're not first, that would be strange. I'm curious, who sealed the most chi barriers in Yungu's Yungu? Even though they knew that Yungu's Yungu was first, many people were curious. The leaders of the Deacon Palace were also paying attention to the situation. The leader of the Sky Palace wasn't happy that he had lost. He smiled and said, "Seven Emperors, let's have another bet, shall we? Let's see how many chi barriers Xian Yuan Jiutian has sealed. If he surpasses all your people, I'll give you the godly meteorite iron. How about that?" Godly meteorite iron? A treasure from the outside world? Many strong cultivators were astonished. That kind of treasure only appeared in the outside world. It was extremely rare. It was one of the best materials for making godly weapons. Actually, you have a high chance of winning. Even though Yungu's Yungu has sealed 60,000 chi barriers, it doesn't mean that Xian Yuan Jiutian has sealed all of them. The Seven Emperors World has about 40,000 chi barriers. So if Xian Yuan Jiutian can't seal more than 40,000 chi barriers, you win, said the leader of the Sky Palace smiling. Chapter 1701. The Nine Spirits of Heaven. What? Emperor Li Shou was furious. Was the leader of the Celestial Sky sect going back on his word? "Alright, let's bet," said Emperor Yu, waving his hand. They didn't want to give up, but they were convinced that Xian Yuan Jiutian couldn't surpass 40,000 barriers. Nobody had ever done that in the history of the human race. "You don't need to pay anything if you lose. Just give us the treasures we lost before," said the Jade Lake's mother indifferently. She sounded graceful and noble. Many human realm giants became curious. Who would win this bet? But they all thought that the Seven Emperors had a better chance of winning. At this moment, within the 10,000 Brilliance Mountains, a large number of teams walked out. Maybe because everyone already knew the result, they were much more low profile. The crowd was still curiously staring at them, wanting to see who had sealed the most number of enchantments on the Yungu Immortal platform. The ancient stone was dazzling. When all the teams had sealed the barriers, the crowd was astonished. All the teams had sealed 10,000 barriers, which meant that there were still 50,000 barriers sealed by others. After all the teams had sealed the barriers, the crowd was astonished. Because there was one more person who hadn't sealed the barriers. And that person was Xian Yuan Jiutian. The crowd was astonished because he had sealed 50,000 barriers alone. Yungu Celestial Stage sealed 60,000 barriers. The team sealed 10,000. And Xian Yuan Jiutian sealed the rest. How powerful. That's the first record in the world of true martial arts. He's going to verify it. Many people's hearts were pounding. They were going to witness history. In Champion University, all the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors world were astonished. They had already guessed the result, but they still wanted to see if it was true. Under countless gazes, Xian Yuan Jiutian calmly walked forward. His pace was neither fast nor slow. He had the demeanor of an emperor. When he arrived in front of the ancient skill evaluation stone, he slowly took out his jade token and gently touched it. Boom! The ancient stone was dazzling. Dazzling lights burst out. According to legends, when 50,000 barriers were sealed, the stone would emit dazzling lights. Dazzling meteors appeared in the sky. Each meteor represented a barrier. There were 54,222 barriers. Silence. In the heaven and earth, the highest deacon palace of the mortal realm, was completely silent at this moment. Even the 3 mysterious realms of the mortal realm were silent. More than 50,000 enchantments were too terrifying. Could it be that Xian Yuan Jiutian was already invincible in the demon region? Yungu is ranked first in her immortal foundation. This is a fact that can never be changed. Under countless gazes, Xian Yuan Jiutian slowly turned around. Under the bright light in the sky, he was so dazzling at this moment, like the brightest star. And I sealed 54,222, which broke the record of the mortal world. Xian Yuan Jiutian said again, which made the crowd curious. What was he going to say? I'm first, nobody can deny that. But I agree with what Champion University said before. If you're not strong enough, you're a piece of trash. Therefore, I want to ask someone who's a piece of trash. His voice was calm, but he slowly looked at a figure in the crowd. Lin Ling. The crowd was astonished. They hadn't thought that Xian Yuan Jiutian would teach Lin Ling a lesson. But in front of Xian Yuan Jiutian's record, Lin Ling couldn't be arrogant anymore. Besides, Lin Ling's team had already proved that they couldn't compete with Xian Yuan Jiutian. That guy, Zhonghuan Tiandi, and the others knew about the tensions between Xian Yuan Jiutian and Lin Ling. But they hadn't thought that Xian Yuan Jiutian would make things difficult for Lin Ling. What? You don't dare admit it? Said Xian Yuan Jiutian. Many people from Champion University and Yungu were smiling coldly. Lin Ling had been arrogant before, but there was always a mountain higher than him. How could Lin Ling be arrogant in front of Xian Yuan Jiutian? Haha, you wouldn't have thought that I would surpass all the 7 emperors, right? Lin Ling, I'm telling you in front of me, you're just an ant. You're a piece of trash. I want you to call me a piece of trash in front of everybody. Said Xian Yuan Jiutian. Many people were furious, especially the celestial emperors of Champion University. They had regained their dignity. Lin Ling, tell me. You already lost. You're not as strong as him. Any excuse is a lie. You better call yourself a piece of trash. What a pitiful guy. A moment ago, he was a hero. And now he's defeated by Xian Yuan Jiutian. Sounds of mockery and schadenfreude arose and fell one after another. Xian Yuan Jiutian. Don't forget that you and Lin Ling have a bet. The loser has to kneel down and kowtow, said GFA, smiling coldly in the distance. He raised his head to the sky and burst into laughter. Finally he could see Lin Ling lose face. At that moment, everybody in Xianping province and the 7 emperors world remained silent. Their eyes were bloodshot, they were furious. Even the great Deacon Palace saw that. Emperor Yu groaned coldly and said, Leader of the sky, are your celestial emperors really that aggressive? Haha. Hee. Why do we care about the younger generation's affairs? Said the leader of the sky indifferently. Emperor Yu's expression became ice cold. However, something happened that made him even angrier. Boom. At this moment, above Wanhui Mountain, light bloomed and fell from the sky like a meteor, shaking the earth. Countless people looked over, and saw that Xianyuan Jiutian had thrown something out. However, when they looked at the ground, they realized that it was a memorial tablet. Kneel down and kowtow. Haha, shouted Xianyuan Jiutian icily. Hee, it's a bet. Lin Ling lost. He has to kneel down and kowtow to the memorial tablet. Haha. Memorial tablet? Could it be Xianyuan Jiuyu's? Interesting. Everyone in the mortal realm was paying attention to what happened today. If Lin Ling kowtowed to a memorial tablet, how will he face the world tomorrow? Interesting. Everyone's hearts were stirred. This gamble was truly ruthless. Leader of the sky, don't go too far. Emperor Li Shou could no longer hold himself back when he saw this scene. Not only was this a humiliation to Lin Ling, it was also a humiliation to the Seven Emperors' world. Moreover, with so many people watching, the Seven Emperors' world and Lin Ling would be so embarrassed that they would not be able to show their faces after tomorrow. In the vast main hall, it was silent. The deacons of the mortal realm were drinking tea and watching the show. They did not participate in the battle between the legends. The leader of the sky picked up his teacup and blew on the tea. After taking a sip, he said, "The bet means that Lin Ling agreed to it. So can you blame others?" Emperor Li Shou could not refute his words. Wan Huishan Lu Susu, and the others could not refute him. They frowned and looked at the people around them. Those people had mocking expressions, gloating, and even sneering disdainfully. Chapter 1702. I'm the first. Haha. Xianyuan Jiutian burst into laughter. His smile was heartless. I can tell you that all the strong cultivators of the human world are watching. Therefore, if you agree to bet, you have to accept defeat. Many people also burst into laughter. Was Lin Ling begging for mercy? The dead should be respected. Although I have a grudge with Xianyuan Jiyue, the dead are all gone. What you're doing is an insult to the dead. Lin Ling said again, as if he did not hear the sneer. Are you scared? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for agreeing to the bet. Now kowtow in front of the memorial tablet, said Xianyuan Jiutian, laughing even louder. Should we burn some incense? Said Celestial Emperor Tiandi from the ancient celestial platform. Many people burst into laughter. Since it's that way, let's continue the bet. You're the one who disrespects the dead. Lin Ling's expression remained calm as he walked step by step towards the ancient sparring stone. During this process, many people were puzzled. What was Lin Ling trying to do? The memorial tablet is over there. Why are you going to the battle stone? Asked someone curiously. Lin Ling smiled and ignored him. He looked calm and serene as he said indifferently, "It's a bet between you and me. Whoever seals more enchantments wins, right?" Bullshit, said many people sarcastically. Everybody knew that. But I haven't checked the enchantments yet. However, Lin Ling's next sentence made those people feel like ducks being held by their necks. They were stunned. Lin Ling didn't verify it. His team had checked the enchantments before. So they didn't belong to Lin Ling? Let him check. He sealed a total of 120,000 enchantments. The 7 emperors of the world and Champion University have 60,000 enchantments. My ancient celestial platform has 60,000 enchantments. That means he's only sealed a few enchantments, said Xianyuan Jiutian, waving his hand. Lin Ling didn't want to kneel in front of the memorial tablet, so he was playing tricks. Indeed, he's struggling before he dies, said many people. Sigh, you're so pathetic. Lin Ling stopped in front of the ancient merit stone. He shook his head and sighed. At the same time, he took out his jade tablet and said, I know you are definitely disdainful of my words. But what I want to say is that your brother is already dead. You should respect him, and not use his memorial tablet as a wager. You even broke his memorial tablet. Do you want him to die with grievances? Break the memorial tablet? Xianyuan Jiutian was stunned for a moment and shook his head. What right did Lin Ling have to say all this? Did he think that he had won? Not only are you pathetic, you are also ignorant. However, Lin Ling's words caused Xianyuan Jiutian to misunderstand. Xianyuan Jiutian was too lazy to refute. Did Lin Ling have the right to say that he was ignorant? I know that you are disdainful of my words, But I can tell you that there are more than 200,000 enchantments in the Zhenwu world. Everyone knows that there are 120,000 enchantments sealed in the Zhenwu world. But have you counted them in detail? Said Lin Ling as he touched the jade tablet in his hand. You don't know anything. Since you want to bet with me, I can tell you that you are not qualified to bet with me. Along with Lin Ling's last words, the jade tablet finally touched the merit stone. Merit stone. As long as it was a human's contribution to the mortal world, the ancient stone would record it and then reward it according to merit. However, if Lin Ling claimed to be second, who would dare to claim to be first? Boom! At the same time, the merit stone cracked and spread. Terrifying rays of light burst out like a blazing sun and soared into the sky, forming the most dazzling rays of light in the world. Boom! Rays of light burst out in the sky. Each ray of light represented the enchantments that Lin Ling had sealed. Counting carefully, there were more than 67,000 enchantments. At that moment, everyone's heart suddenly stopped beating. 60,000? In the highest deacon hall of the human realm, the Sky Lord had originally wanted to enjoy his tea, but at this moment, he subconsciously crushed the teacup in his hand, spilling tea all over his hand. He didn't seem to notice it, and subconsciously looked at the map in the hall. Only then did he realize that among the countless lights, there were actually more than usual. This also meant that there were more seals this time, a total of 180,000. The others also noticed this, but they missed it before and did not notice it at all. They would never have thought that Lin Ling alone had sealed 60,000 enchantments. Number 1. Number 1 in the history of the mortal world. What is a hero? This is a true hero. He alone surpassed the entire Yungu immortal platform. Heavens, how did he seal them? Is he the great demon king of the demon region? In terms of team strength, Xian Yuan Jiutian's team isn't as good as his. In terms of individual strength, Xian Yuan Jiutian isn't as good as him either. He's the real number 1. Many people were astonished. Even Tian Di and the others were astonished. After they had separated from Lin Ling, they hadn't thought that Lin Ling would seal so many enchantments. However, they all burst into laughter. No wonder he was their leader. Who could compete with him? Haha, our leader won. In the silence, the 9 spirits of heaven's voices spread in the air like thunder. Everybody's ears were ringing. Before, Lin Ling's team had suppressed Champion University. Now Lin Ling's team had astonished Yungu immortal platform. Lin Ling had created a miracle again. It's going to be fun. Before, someone wanted to make a bet. Now he's going to keep his promise. Besides, today, Yungu immortal platform is going to be a piece of trash as well. Lu Susu heaved a sigh of relief, and then sneered. Of course, she stared at Lin Ling with a hint of resentment. This little brat brought endless surprises to people. He could frighten people to life, and then to death. Lin Ling, you! Shouted Xian Yuan Jiutian ferociously. He was furious. He had almost lost his mind. How could Lin Ling have sealed more than 60,000 enchantments? Did Lin Ling know more secrets than the Xian Yuan clan? You want to make a bet with me? Even the ancestors of the Xian Yuan clan can't compete with me, let alone you. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling slowly walked towards the memorial tablet on the ground. His aura was oppressive and domineering. It was as if the most ancient figure had descended and was telling everyone that this was his world. Who could dominate with him? How aggressive! The cultivators of the 3 Xian cultivators were staring at him. It was as if they were looking at a giant from the human world. Get the hell over here. Lin Ling walked up to the memorial tablet and put his foot on it. He waved at Xian Yuan Jiutian and said, Do you regret it now? I told you not to play with me. You can't afford to play with me. You can't afford to play with me. His voice was filled with disdain and dominance, causing Xian Yuan Jiutian to tremble. Was he going to complete the bet? Was he going to kowtow to Lin Ling in front of so many people? Was he going to break his brother's memorial tablet? If that spread in the human world, he would lose face. What would happen to the Xian Yuan clan? Get the hell over here. Get the hell over here. Chapter 1703. Just a dog. Old fish, He is still a member of the Xianyuan family. This Shi clan has a longer history than us. For the sake of the Xianyuan family, let him go. Another voice said, Yes. I thought you didn't interfere with the affairs of the younger generation. However, the voice of the old man in the air rang out once more, causing the other person to fall silent. However, many people knew that the person who remained silent was none other than the major character from the Yungu Immortal platform. He's the key to this matter. Ask him. Yes. However, the old man still asked Lin Ling. The Xianyuan clan was too old. They were even older than the Deacon Palace of the mortal world, so they had to give them some face. Countless people looked at Lin Ling's long hair, and blue robe fluttered in the wind. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to millions of years ago, when he could command the wind and rain and sweep the world. In his heart, the Xianyuan clan was just a defeated opponent. He didn't need to give them any face. Xianyuan clan? Just a dog from millions of years ago. What's there to be afraid of? If I want him to kneel, he will kneel. Lin Ling spat out a sentence, shocking the world into silence. Crazy. This was real crazy. Even the big shots of the mortal world sucked in a breath of cold air. That brat was lawless. Kneel. Yes. Lin Ling roared angrily again. He was indeed lawless. How could Li Xiaoyao be humiliated by someone who had lost to him? Rumble. A powerful force descended from the sky, enveloping Xianyuan Jiutian. It was as if his head was forcibly pressed down and dragged in front of Lin Ling. He kowtowed heavily. If Lin Ling wasn't afraid, then the 7 emperors behind Lin Ling wouldn't be afraid. If Xianyuan Jiutian didn't want to kneel, then he would be dragged to kneel. Bang! 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 The heavy kowtows caused the earth to shake. It was as if a hammer was pounding on everyone's heart, making their hearts beat violently. And GFA, you get over here too. Yes. Lin Ling's face was cold. He looked around and shouted coldly again. This guy. Yes. Countless people saw that GFA was also captured and forced to kneel. Furthermore, he and Xianyuan Jiutian both punched out and broke Xianyuan Jiyue's memorial tablet. Everyone had to respect the dead. But now, they had broken the memorial tablet with their own hands. What kind of humiliation was this? Most importantly, it was not Lin Ling, but Xianyuan Jiutian. Many people couldn't help but recall Lin Ling's previous advice. Lin Ling told Xianyuan Jiutian not to be too arrogant, but Xianyuan Jiutian didn't believe him. Now his arrogance had reached its limit. Bang! With a muffled sound, the memorial tablet shattered. In the distance, the people of the Xianyuan clan looked gloomy. Were they going to break the memorial tablet of their bloodline in front of everyone? Lin Ling was ruthless enough. But now, they obviously didn't dare to touch Lin Ling, because it would be against the world. After all, Lin Ling was the #1 hero. As for Xianyuan Jiutian, he looked at the shattered memorial tablet in a daze. His face was twisted with anger and unwillingness. He actually broke his brother's memorial tablet with his own hands. All kinds of anger rushed into his heart, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and then faint. Many people shook their heads. They could understand that Xianyuan Jiutian was traumatized, but they didn't sympathize with him. Because if Xianyuan Jiutian wasn't arrogant, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Beside him, GFA was still kneeling there. He had lost all his face. But then he heard a cold voice clearly. You broke my Xianyuan clan's memorial tablet. Although you didn't do it on purpose, the pride of the Xianyuan clan won't let you off. A threat. The people of the Xianyuan clan were threatening him and wanted to kill him. Breaking the memorial tablet was equivalent to insulting their ancestors. No one would take it lying down. Plop. GFA's face turned ashen as he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The two of them fainted, causing the surrounding crowd to be stunned. The two of them had lost all their face today. Who is trash? Trash. Lin Ling still didn't show any courtesy, because there was no need for him to be polite. His sword was pointed at the Yungu Immortal platform. These people didn't need to lose face before this, but they just had to bring shame to themselves. Who is trash? Trash. It was like history was repeating itself. Everyone in Xianping province shouted in anger as they stared domineeringly at the people of the Yungu Immortal platform. We've lost. We are trash. Trash. All the heaven emperors of the Yungu Immortal platform were gnashing their teeth. They were so angry that they lost their rationality. But what could they do? Because the 7 emperors also moved out for Lin Ling. Even if they didn't scold themselves, they had to scold themselves. Haha, the heavens and earth are mine. Haha. Hearing the 2 legends scolding him, Lin Ling inclined his head and laughed maniacally. At this moment, he thought back to millions of years ago. At that time, he challenged the hegemons of the world by himself, fighting against 10,000, and all of them were forced to admit defeat. Today's reward ceremony has come to an end. Lin Ling, the #1 hero of the mortal world, will be awarded a hero medallion by the highest executive hall. Seeing Lin Ling is the same as seeing Xiandi. For those with weaker statuses than him, they can act first and report later. In addition, they will be rewarded with an additional 100,000 contribution points, and their names will be recorded in the history of the mortal world. Arrogance. An arrogant voice drifted out from the sky. At this moment, Lin Ling had seized all the light, and in the Xianpeng region, the cheers were like waves. Everyone disperse. Lin Ling, come to the highest executive hall of the mortal world. Yes. The voice floated out again. Lu Susu and the others immediately brought Lin Ling away. Lin Ling was the first person to step into the highest deacon palace of the human realm with the identity of a heavenly emperor. The people from Wanhui Mountain left one after another, leaving behind the ancient skill evaluation stone. However, at that moment, the ancient skill evaluation stone had recorded a name. It was Lin Ling. After this name was recorded, it would be immortal. In the Yungu Immortal platform, the strong cultivators of Champion University looked at the stone and left, groaning coldly. The sky was blue, it looked boundless. At the same time, a few silhouettes appeared in the sky. You're really strong. You've sealed more than 60,000 enchantments. How did you do that? What? Lu Susu and Xiandi looked at Lin Ling in astonishment. At that moment, even Xiandi looked at Lin Ling with respect. In the Fire Clan, Lin Ling had challenged Xianhuang Daiyu alone. Then, he had become one of the 3 legends of the mortal world. And he hadn't even spent a year to do that. No wonder the 7 emperors thought highly of Lin Ling. Hee, you risked your life to find the great demon king's sealed enchantments and sealed them. Lin Ling said with a smile. Naturally, he would not reveal his secret with the Eastern Demon King. I see. Lu Susu and the others also believed him, because they weren't familiar with the true martial world's sealed enchantments. You're the first hero now. You can ask the 7 emperors to help you go to the Fire Clan. Nobody will dare stop you, said Xiandi. He knew that Lin Ling and the emperor of the Fire Clan were enemies. Lin Ling was stupefied. That was a good idea. Besides, you have the most points now. You can exchange them for many treasures in the mortal world. You can get anything you want. The Supreme Immortal Emperor said again, said Lin Ling, smiling excitedly. He could finally forge his Ba Sing sword. He had benefited a lot from this trip to the demon region. Chapter 1704. Heavenly Cloud Extinction. Sword Immortal. In fact, that place wasn't called Heavenly Earth, but Heavenly Cloud Extinction. The owner of that palace was Heavenly Sword Immortal Mu Bai. The Eye of Time allowed Lin Ling to recall more and more memories. That day, the sword demon appeared in the human world. He killed people like flies, oppressed the common people, and acted lawlessly. Finally, the strongest man in the human world made his move. He stepped into the 9 heavens and found Heavenly Cloud Extinction. The two fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, the strongest man defeated the sword demon. Throughout the battle, the man suppressed the sword demon. Kill me, Li Xiaoyao. Sword demon Mu Bai. Men don't learn martial arts to bully the weak, nor do they learn martial arts to prove their pride in front of the weak. Instead, they learn martial arts because the heavens and earth allow them to roam freely. What they want to fight is to make their blood boil. What they want to see is righteousness. What they seek is righteousness. The conversation after the defeat spread throughout the 9 heavens. After that day, the powerful man gained a new disciple. The Firmament Sword Demon changed his name to the Firmament Sword Immortal. After that, he became the main general of the human realm in defending against the invaders. In the history of the human world, as long as the strongest man was mentioned, many people would think of the name Heavenly Sword Immortal. Unfortunately, the wheel of time continued to move forward. After several thousand years, no one remembered these things anymore. If Lin Ling didn't come here, he wouldn't have these memories. He realized that as his soul grew stronger, some memories that shouldn't have appeared were slowly awakening. This kind of thing usually wouldn't happen, but it happened now. This meant that before Li Xiaoyao died, he left behind something, so that he could find himself in his next life. What I want is a soul-stirring battle. What I want is righteousness. What I want is righteousness. Is this Li Xiaoyao? Lin Ling muttered to himself. In fact, he still didn't quite believe that he was Li Xiaoyao. That's the heavenly earth. It's the most perfect place in the mortal realm. Lu Susu didn't know what Lin Ling was thinking. She said with awe. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head, not saying anything. Look around the palace, there are no clouds. This means that the palace is above the clouds. In the mortal realm, except for the powerful warriors with the title CND, ordinary people can't come here. You are the first one. Wushang CND also spoke. Then he led Lin Ling forward. Lin Ling fell silent. The closer he got to this place, the more memories he had. Lu Susu quietly looked at Lin Ling. She felt that Lin Ling was hiding more and more secrets. She couldn't help but think of the first time she met Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling was still very small, but he was able to take out a large number of treasures. This made her guess that there was an ancient martial artist behind Lin Ling. And now, she was even more certain. They landed in front of the palace. Looking carefully, the spirit energy here was rich like an island. In the distance, there were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. There were spirit springs, ancient mountains and waterfalls. It was a paradise. And in the middle of the island was a huge palace. Presumably, it was the highest deacon palace in the human world. After so long, the human world has undergone earth-shaking changes. Now the highest deacon palace in the human world is ruling the human world. Lin Ling muttered. Suddenly, a stone statue appeared in front of them. The statue was blurry, but one could vaguely see that it was a man. He stood there quietly, as if he was looking down on the world. Lin Ling's body trembled. He walked over in large strides. When he arrived below the stone statue, the nostalgia in his eyes became even stronger. This guy! Wow! Lu Susu and Lu Susu were shocked. That stone statue had appeared here a long time ago. At first it had the power of ancient laws. Later, after being absorbed by many powerful warriors, it finally turned into an ordinary stone statue. After that, no one paid attention to it. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so curious about it. Lin Ling's hand stroked the mottled stone statue. The nostalgia on his face became even stronger. This nameless stone statue was carved of Li Xiaoyao, and the sculptor was Li Xiaoyao's eldest disciple, Sword Immortal Song Tian. Unfortunately, history is also ruthless. It won't remember the man who blocked the wind and rain for them in the past. It will only pay attention to what's in front of them. Until now, no one mentioned or cared about who this stone statue was. There was only wind and rain that had forgotten about it. This made Lin Ling sigh softly. Heavenly Earth, the most sacred place in the human world. Demons and evil, who let you come here? At this moment, a shout rang out, and a large number of figures walked over from afar. They were dressed in white robes, and golden jade tokens hung from their waists. The leader of the group was a beautiful woman, but she was extremely domineering. With a furious shout, she waved her right hand, and a frightening force attacked. The stone statue in front of Lin Ling was destroyed. Lin Ling stepped back, and his face became cold. The attack that came was vicious. It seemed to be stopping him, but it was also filled with murderous intent. Skycloud, what are you doing? Could it be that you dare to kill in the highest deacon palace of the human world? In the distance, Lu Susu and the other person walked over quickly. Lu Susu, this is the most sacred place in the human world. Who let you bring an outsider here? And use your filthy hands to touch the holy things? Those people stopped and looked at Lu Susu coldly. They were not afraid at all. Lu Susu had always been mysterious in the eyes of many, but here, there were still people who dared to not give her face. Lowly people can't touch anything here. Once you touch it, it must be destroyed. Otherwise, it will be a stain on the highest deacon palace of the human world. Someone shouted coldly. Then do you know who he is? Lu Susu was infuriated. She naturally recognized these people. These people were one of the 9 deacons, members of the Sky Clan. Their backer was none other than the Sky Sovereign of the ancient Rime Immortal platform. And the Sky Sovereign was one of the 3 great immortal kings of the mortal world, representing the Xianyuan Great Region. You don't need to quibble. Right now, how to deal with this evil and demonic cultivator will be decided by the lords. And you brought an evil and demonic cultivator here. Your crime is not light either. The woman in the lead tucked her hair behind her ear and said indifferently. Her aura was like that of an empress. Could it be that you have forgotten the rules? Lowly and filthy people can't come here. The others shouted angrily. Since they could appear here and bear the responsibility of guarding, their strength was naturally not weak. Every one of them was an expert with the title of CND. In the history of the human world, they were very famous. It was a pity that ordinary people were not qualified to know about them. Sky Cloud, you are the one with a heavy crime. Let me tell you, he is the hero of the human world, Lin Ling. Before Lu Susu could say anything, CND spoke in a low voice. Did these people treat the highest deacon palace of the human world as their own home? Lu Susu's eyes flashed. She and Sky Cloud had always been on bad terms. Clearly, Sky Cloud was here to make things difficult for her. Also, she had a feeling that Sky Cloud was an expert of the CND. How could she not know the name Lin Ling? But she still dared to make things difficult for her. Chapter 1705. Everlasting Gate Speak. What is your motive? The others were also overbearing. In truth, how could they not know that it was Lin Ling? However, Lin Ling had caused their Yungu Immortal platform to fall from first to second, and Xianyuan Jiotian had lost face. That was why they were making things difficult for Lu Susu and Lin Ling. Even if they were seen through, they were not afraid. At most, they could just say that it was a misunderstanding, and everything would be fine. Lu Susu, you are a woman who benefits from both sides. Who knows how many times you have sacrificed your body in order to curry favor with others. This time, you have brought an evil cultivator here. You must be up to something. Tianyin said cunningly. Although Lu Susu had long sensed the other party's scheme, she could not help but be furious. Let me tell you, he is Lin Ling, a hero of the mortal world. If you dare to make things difficult for him, you will have to bear the consequences. CND also sensed the other party's scheme. They were just looking for trouble. Fine. If I knew he was Lin Ling, I would apologize. But now, I think he is an evil cultivator, so he has to go through a trial. Otherwise, if the highest authority of the mortal world is damaged, you and I will not be able to bear the consequences. Tianyin's mouth twitched as he strode forward. Staring at Lin Ling, he said, I know you're from the Tao of Wretched Devils and Demonic Tao. There's no need for you to pretend. If you want to prove yourself, then enter the door of eternity. If you're not, then I'll apologize. Everlasting Gate, you are crazy. Lu Susu frowned. The other party was too much. The so-called Everlasting Gate was a forbidden area in the earthly paradise. Even they could not easily get close to it, because there was a divine beast inside. It was said that it was left behind by the original owner of the earthly paradise. It was fierce and violent. Therefore, if Lin Ling entered, he would die without a doubt. The Everlasting Gate is sacred and majestic. No evil cultivator can hide here. This is something everyone knows. Therefore, if he wants to prove himself, he must enter. Tianyin said sternly. She was extremely domineering. Then why don't you go in and try? Lu Susu was not afraid of her at all. I've already proven that I'm not an evil cultivator, so there's no need for me to go. It's his first time here, so he has to go. Of course, if you refuse, that means you have a guilty conscience, and I'll have to examine you properly. Perhaps you're also an evil cultivator. said Tian Tianyan. That's right. It is said that there are some evil demons who are fickle and like to seduce men. I think Lu Susu is very likely to be one of them. Look at her. She should have entered the Aeon Gate too. Prove my innocence. Others also sneered. Lu Susu was so angry that she gritted her teeth. These people bullied them in the name of protecting heavenly earth. Sure. If I can prove it, then shouldn't you all prove it too? However, at this moment, Lin Ling, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. As the sound of his voice faded, everyone was shocked. Even they didn't dare to get close to the god beast of the everlasting sect, because it was too tyrannical. However, Lin Ling actually agreed to enter? That's what you said. If anything happens to you in the future, I won't be responsible. Everything I do is for the sake of the entire human race. Tian Tianyan thought for a moment and said indifferently. Because she knew that the young man was Lin Ling, she only made things difficult for him and didn't dare to do anything out of line. However, she didn't expect that Lin Ling would agree to her conditions. If he entered the Aeon Gate, Lin Ling would die without a doubt. Therefore, she naturally found an excuse to clear her name. I know. Lin Ling raised his eyes and looked at the woman indifferently. In his eyes, the woman was ugly. She wasn't trying to make things difficult for Lin Ling, but because she had destroyed the stone sculpture. The man who had fought for the human world in the past didn't have his heroic stone sculpture valued by the later generations. Instead, it was destroyed just like that. One had to know that without that man holding up this place, would there still be Tian Tianyan in this world? Don't forget the person who dug the well when drinking water. Lin Ling hated ungrateful people the most. Moreover, that woman was using him to make things difficult for Lu Susu. Lu Susu had helped him time and time again. How could he swallow his anger? If I die, I can only say that this is my fate. However, after I've proven myself, you have to prove yourself too. Lin Ling took a big step forward and walked forward. Lin Ling. Lu Susu hurried after Lin Ling and grabbed Lin Ling's arm. She wanted to tell him what the Aeon Gate represented. Hall Master Lu, you've always helped me. Today I'll help you once. I'll let you give that woman 3 tight slaps. Lin Ling laughed. His smile was bright and clean. Lu Susu was stunned. In her heart, Lin Ling had always been a junior, and she had always helped Lin Ling like an elder sister. But now, she could almost see this junior rising up and helping her. I know you're stubborn, and it's useless to persuade you. So I hope you'll be careful. Lu Susu reminded him, and let go of his hand. Lin Ling nodded. The moment he turned around, he suddenly laughed and said, although Hall Master Lu is a smooth and slick woman, I believe that Hall Master Lu is not a woman who takes advantage of both sides like the rumors say. Go little brat. Lu Susu's smile became even more beautiful, extremely charming. Lin Ling strode forward. He didn't need anyone to remind him, and walked directly toward the Aeon Gate. This guy is really confident. Tian Tianyan and the others sneered. Maybe he doesn't know what the divine martial realm suppressing beast is. After he enters, he'll regret it. After becoming a hero of the mortal world, he can't see himself clearly. He doesn't know that he's just an ant of the saint realm. I have a headache. If he dies, how will I explain this to the 7 emperors? But it doesn't matter. We're just doing our job. He can't blame anyone for overestimating himself. The others' faces were even colder. If Lin Ling died, it would be a great revenge for the Yanggu Immortal platform. When Lin Ling was heading toward the Aeon Gate, an ancient aura drifted over from afar. A hoarse voice entered everyone's ears. Where is Lin Ling of the 7 emperors? As soon as the voice fell, a large number of people appeared. Upon closer inspection, they were all giants of the mortal world. Among the 7 emperors, Emperor Li Shou, who was carrying a fish basket, and Emperor Yu, who looked like a gentleman, stood there. Obviously, they had been informed by the Supreme CND that Lin Ling was suspected of being an evil demon. He entered the Aeon Gate. Tian Tianyan and the others' faces changed. They hurriedly bowed. Do you want to die? You actually let Lin Ling go to the Aeon Gate. Calm down. Calm down, 7th Emperor. I didn't know he was Lin Ling at first, and was just doing my job. I was worried about wretched devils and demon cultivators, so I asked him about it. Who could have guessed that he would agree to enter the door of the Aeon? Tianyun's face changed drastically. She couldn't afford to offend the 7 emperors. So it's a misunderstanding. At this time, the Sky Lord said lightly. He was tall and mighty. Wearing a neat robe, he gave off an extremely solemn feeling. A misunderstanding. Chapter 1706. Divine Martial World Beast. They were strict because they wanted to protect the Deacon Palace of the human world. But it was a misunderstanding. Lin Ling was too impatient. He insisted on going to the immemorial gate. Said the leader of the sky. Not only did he not blame his own people, but he also blamed Lin Ling. But it's true that Yin Gu Celestial Stage made a mistake first. The Sky Sovereign calmly spoke again. He was coldly laughing in his heart. That Aunt Lin Ling had spoiled his plans, causing him to lose all faith at the Yungu Immortal Foundation. And now, he could finally vent this anger. To him, he didn't care who the hero of the human world was, he only cared about face. Let's not talk too much. Since the Sky Lord has said that it was a misunderstanding, and has apologized, as a big shot of the mortal realm, we shouldn't be so calculative. Right now, we should think of a way to save Lin Ling. If he encounters that divine beast, I'm afraid he'll end up being torn apart. Said Champion University's Champion University. Apologize. Emperor Li Shou and the other 2 were furious. They didn't know why the leader of the sky had apologized, but the other 7 emperors stopped them. After all, the leader of the sky had said he didn't take responsibility, so they couldn't do anything. At that moment, Lin Ling slowly walked towards the immemorial gate. The gate was actually a cave. The cave was gigantic, and a terrifying chi filled the air. Any king of beasts would tremble in fear there. Pa! There were bones on the ground. Lin Ling accidentally stepped on them. When he looked at them carefully, he realized they were dragon bones. Divine Martial World Beast? Lin Ling muttered to himself. He did not stop walking into the cave. The cave was dark and mysterious. Suddenly, several beams of light appeared like lanterns. More and more of them appeared, causing Lin Ling's expression to change. A terrifying aura rushed towards him. The aura was so strong that Lin Ling felt like he was facing the most terrifying divine beast in the world. Roar! Finally, an angry roar rang out, and a murderous aura surged. A tall figure seemed to have awakened, and it strode towards Lin Ling. When it got closer, Lin Ling discovered that it was a 9-headed green lion that was hundreds of meters tall. This lion was filled with power, and its 9 heads were ferocious, as if it wanted to tear Lin Ling apart. Roar! The sound spread out of the cave, shaking the earth and sky. Oh no! Shouted Emperor Yu. The divine martial world beast had awakened. Even they didn't dare provoke that terrifying beast. It was said that the original master of the celestial world was the most brutal beast king in the world. Lu Susu and the others were worried. Tianyun sneered and glanced at the Sky Master. The Sky Master was also smiling at her. He seemed to be praising her actions. Think about it. When the human world found out that Lin Ling had died in the mouth of the divine martial world suppressing beast, the human world would be in an uproar. They could say that Lin Ling was a demon of the evil path, and the divine martial world suppressing beast had seen through him. In the distance, the angry roar came again, but it soon quieted down. Is he dead? Tianyun and the others sneered. Within the cave, the gigantic ancient mythical beast stared at Lin Ling with a terrifying aura. However, Lin Ling stared back at it as well. At first he was scared out of his wits, but gradually, he felt a sense of familiarity. This beast was the Mount of Sword Immortal Tsang Tian, and he had beaten it up many times in the past. Little Onion, I haven't seen you in so many years. You've become bolder. Lin Ling said subconsciously. Woo woo. The ancient mythological beast suddenly let out a whimper. It stared into Lin Ling's eyes, and felt a sense of familiarity. It could not help but think of the man who had whipped it with a stick a long time ago. He was also the man who had whipped its master. Most importantly, that man was its master's master. Little Onion was what that man called it. Woo woo. The 9-headed lion lay on the ground and wagged its 9 tails. It was trying to get on Lin Ling's good side. Lin Ling was stunned. Then he shook his head and laughed. He dared to come to the everlasting gate, because he felt that it was familiar. He didn't expect to see a familiar little onion. As for this terrifying beast, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of it. He didn't know if it was his nature or his subconscious. He walked up and patted the 9-headed lion. The lion squinted its eyes and looked like it was enjoying it. Woo-woo. The divine martial world suppression beast was like a spoiled puppy. It fell down and rolled on the ground, making the cave rumble. Lin Ling smiled and asked, "Where's your master?" Woo-woo. The divine martial world suppression beast laughed happily. It seemed to be saying that Sword Immortal Tsung Tian had left and was fighting outside. "I remember that you have a space mystery codex here. Give it to me." Lin Ling's mind was filled with memories again. The divine martial world suppression beast walked happily into the cave. It took out a set of ancient books, which made Lin Ling smile. This space mystery codex was given to Sword Immortal Tsung Tian by Li Xiaoyao. Now it was back in Lin Ling's hands. Seeing those familiar scenes, the Eye of Time's memories are getting more and more. However, there aren't many memories related to martial arts. Otherwise, I wouldn't need this space mystery codex. Lin Ling thought. He took the space mystery codex. Woo-woo. The divine martial world suppression beast ran around Lin Ling. It was so happy that it made the cave shake. Lin Ling shook his head and laughed. What a crazy guy. However, compared to humans, beasts were sometimes more grateful. You stay here and follow me out. It'll be hard for me to explain. Lin Ling didn't let the divine martial world suppression beast follow him out, because it would be hard for him to explain to the others. If someone knew where Lin Ling came from, it would be very bad for him. After all, the Great Eastern Demon King had reminded him that Li Xiaoyao had many enemies in this world. The divine martial world suppression beast made a sound of reluctance. It took out a whistle and handed it to Lin Ling. It seemed to be saying that if he blew the whistle, it would come. Haha, thank you, little onion. Lin Ling patted the giant beast's head again and waved his hand to leave. The divine martial world suppression beast made a sound and then went back to sleep. At that moment, the people outside had complicated expressions. Some were sneering, some were worried, and some were gloating. Haha. The hero of the human world was swallowed by the divine martial world suppression beast. How ironic. In the crowd someone said, the divine martial world suppression beast is formed by the vital energy of the sky and the earth. In front of it, any evil spirit or demon will have to show their true form. If Lin Ling was a human, there would be nothing to fear. Now that he is dead, it means that he is an evil spirit or demon. He is a spy from the demon zone. Someone sneered. If you are so powerful, why don't you dare face the divine martial world suppression beast? Someone immediately retorted. Everyone could see that the people from the 3 camps were against each other. They didn't want to give in. Sigh. The hero of the human world has ended up like this. How sad. Tell the humans that Lin Ling has been swallowed by the divine martial world suppression beast. He is a spy from the demon zone. At that moment, the Sky King waved his hand and said. His words made the 7 kings and the others' faces turn pale. Fuck your bullshit. However, at that moment, a sneer was suddenly heard. Under countless gazes, a slender figure walked over. He was wearing a blue robe, and he was calm. His handsome face had a sneer. Who else could it be other than Lin Ling? Hong. Chapter 1707. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Lin Ling survived from the mouth of the divine martial world suppressing beast? How is that possible? How is that possible? The divine martial world suppressing beast came from ancient times, and it represented the heavenly world. Most importantly, it was able to distinguish between good and evil. It could see through all kinds of evil. Even if Lin Ling wasn't an evil demon, he was just a tiny human. The divine martial world suppressing beast could still swallow him. In the heavenly world, except for a few people, no one dared to get close to it. But Lin Ling survived. Silence. In front of the sacred palace, there was a dead silence. All the great beings were silent. How are you still alive? Tian shouted. Bullshit. You are the evil demon. Lin Ling saw Tian, and he was pissed, so he scolded her directly. Lu Susu and Xiandi couldn't help but smile. Lin Ling was indeed worthy of his name. His cultivation wasn't strong, but he had created another miracle. Emperor Li Shou and the others of the 7 kings couldn't help but laugh. Tell me, how did you survive from the mouth of the divine martial world suppressing beast? Only the Sky King looked cold, as if he had eaten a fly. He was disgusted. Lin Ling glanced at the Sky King, and suddenly felt a lot of pressure. That tall man's power was unpredictable. Of course, except for the Sky King. Everyone here was stronger than Lin Ling. To them, Lin Ling was just an ant. But the 7 kings were here, so Lin Ling was fearless. It's simple. I am the most righteous person in the world. I am much better than some despicable people. That's why the divine martial world suppressing beast didn't swallow me. Lin Ling laughed coldly. He seemed to know that no one believed him. He shouted, Divine martial world suppressing beast, am I right? Yes. Roar. As if hearing Lin Ling's voice, the everlasting gate let out an earth-shattering roar. Also, because I am a hero of the human world, the divine martial world suppressing beast gave me the space secret codex. Lin Ling took out the space secret codex, and everyone's jaw dropped. Jealousy rose in their hearts. Lin Ling didn't die, and he got a treasure? The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up. He shouted again. Whoever says I'm a demon has a pair of dog eyes, and a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Obviously, he scolded the powerful Sky King included. At this moment, the titled celestial emperors on the youngest celestial platform trembled in anger. Was Lin Ling calling them dogs? Lin Ling, of the Sky King. I know, but do you know what the divine martial world suppressing beast represents? It said that I am the most righteous person, and you are questioning me. If you don't have a pair of dog eyes, what do you have? Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. He was overbearing. You. Tianyun clenched her teeth, but she couldn't refute. Lin Ling, you are indeed a hero of the human world. You are valued by the divine martial world suppressing beast. That is very rare. Here, I congratulate you. I will tell the whole human world what happened today. The Sky King's eyes flashed with a cold light, but he quickly hid it. He smiled faintly. Then he was about to leave with his people. Wait! Lin Ling shouted. Before, someone suspected that I was a demon, so they asked me to go to the everlasting gate. The Sky King and the others stopped. The Sky King nodded. Now, I am the most righteous person in the world. Yes. Lin Ling said again. The Sky King looked terrible. He didn't know how Lin Ling had gained the approval of the divine martial world suppressing beast. But he didn't think Lin Ling was the most righteous person. Of course, he didn't admit it in his heart, but he had to admit it on the surface. Because the divine martial world suppressing beast represented heaven and earth, he didn't have the right to reject it. Since I am the most righteous person, and I also represent the divine martial world suppression beast, I now suspect that there is an evil demon mixed in here, trying to taint the human race and cause great suffering. This person hides very well. He is despicable and shameless, Lin Ling slowly said. And this person, I suspect it is her. Lin Ling finally pointed at the Sky King. The Sky King was so angry that she laughed. She was a demon? What nonsense are you talking about? Someone shouted angrily. I am talking nonsense. I am thinking about the safety of the highest executive hall in the human world. I am the most righteous person. Do you think my words don't have the right to speak? Or do you doubt the divine martial world suppressing beast? Lin Ling sneered at that person. That person was stunned. He couldn't answer. Of course, you can also prove me wrong. You can enter the ancient door. If you can come out alive, then you are not a demon. Lin Ling said again. I go in. The Sky King's face changed dramatically. If she went in, there wouldn't even be a corpse left. It wasn't that she was a demon, but that the divine martial world suppressing beast was too violent. The people of the Sky race were also trembling. If Sky King went in, she would definitely die. That's right. Before, she suspected Lin Ling was a demon, and Lin Ling went in. Now that Lin Ling suspects that she is a demon, She naturally has to go in too. At this time, Emperor Yu sneered. He knew that Lin Ling was fighting back. She is the guard of the highest executive hall in the human world. Her title is CND. Do you think it is possible for a guard to be a demon? At this time, the Sky King's face was cold as he spoke for Sky King. I am the hero of the human world. I sealed 60,000 enchantments. Do you think it is possible for such a hero to be a demon? However, Lin Ling immediately retorted. His words were sharp, and the Sky King's pupils constricted. He couldn't say anything. If you want proof, go to the ancient door. On the side of the seven emperors' heaven, many experts with the title of CND spoke. Their aura suppressed the people of Yungu Immortal Platform, and the people of Yungu Immortal Platform swallowed their anger. They didn't expect that a mere Lin Ling could humiliate them like this. She doesn't need to go in. It was a misunderstanding. She made a mistake. Here I apologize on her behalf. The Sky Sovereign pondered for a moment before speaking in a righteous manner. He had no choice but to apologize because once Tianyun entered the Aeon Gate, he would die without a doubt. At that time, who knew what excuse Lin Ling would find to suppress Yungu's immortal foundation? This Lin Ling's cultivation wasn't strong, but he had a strong backbone. If you bullied him with one punch, he would return 5 punches. He didn't fear even the giants of the human world. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This Sky King knew when to submit and when to stand tall. He apologized with the status of a giant of the human world. This wasn't something that anyone could do. The Sky King was more powerful than Lin Ling imagined. Since it's a misunderstanding, then forget it. But people have to pay the price for their mistakes. Lu Susu, go slap her 3 times. Let her dog eyes see clearly next time. Don't casually accuse others. Lin Ling knew when to stop, but he was still as domineering as before. Give me 3 slaps. Sky King's eyes narrowed. Killing intent filled the air. She almost wanted to kill Lin Ling. Give her a slap. Chapter 1708. Meeting the 7 Emperors, Mistress. Tianyun shouted unwillingly. Was she going to be humiliated by a junior at the Saint Realm today? One had to know that although Lin Ling was a hero of the mortal world, in this world, strength reigned supreme. Therefore, in her heart, Lin Ling was just an ant. However, although she was unwilling, there was nothing she could do at this moment. She could only suppress her anger, her eyes red with anger. If she had the chance, she would kill Lin Ling, no matter the cost. Tianyun, slut fickle woman, how many men have you colluded with? Lu Susu walked over to Tianyun with a smile on her slender jade-like legs. She and Tianyun had clashed many times, and Tianyun had used the name of the Sky Clan to make her suffer many times. Now she could finally collect the interest. I'm fickle. Everyone knows who is more fickle between you and me. Tianyun stared at Lu Susu with her beautiful eyes and smiled coldly. Pa. As soon as her words fell, a crisp slap rang out, causing her eyes to narrow. Who is the real fickle woman? Today, I will slap you 3 times in front of everyone, and teach you how to be a woman. Lu Susu played with her red fingernails, smiled, and threw out another slap. The fingernails scratched Tianyun's delicate face. And what made her angry was that Lu Susu was obviously slandering her. But she couldn't resist. Pa. The 3rd slap was thrown out, and Tianyun's long hair was scattered, making her look extremely embarrassed. Behind her, everyone was watching, their faces cold and indifferent. She was slapped in public, and she was from the Sky Clan, and a master with the title of CND. This kind of humiliation was worse than being killed. But the others couldn't help her, and could only watch as she was slapped. To the Sky Clan and the Yungu Immortal Platform, this was a great humiliation. As a woman, don't be so cheap. These 3 slaps are a reminder to you. Lu Susu smiled charmingly, puffed out her chest, and walked away proudly like a peacock. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Women could be very scary when they were angry. This made him realize that Tianyun had clearly touched Lu Susu's bottom line by calling her a fickle woman. Lin Ling, hero of the mortal world. You summoned the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' heavens. I admire your courage. However, in this world, strength is everything. If you aren't strong enough, you'll be laughed at. Why don't you and I have a spar? I'll let you prove that you have both strength and courage to become a hero of the mortal world. Among the Sky Clan, an expert with the title of CND said, Lin Ling's strength was at most at the silver level, while the Sky Clan expert was at the level of CND. Therefore, he was not afraid of Lin Ling. That's right. A hero of the mortal world can't be a figurehead. The Sky Lord also spoke up. They had lost face twice in front of Lin Ling. Therefore, they could only rely on strength to regain their dignity. However, just as he finished speaking, Emperor Li Shou smiled and said, Lin Ling has sealed 60,000 enchantments. He's also tired. If you really want to fight, wait until he's rested. Haha, Senior 7 Emperors, does he not dare? Of course, we are CND experts. If he doesn't dare, he can also challenge the Celestial Emperors. As long as he dares to fight, he can fight anyone. The expert smiled and said, unwilling to give up. How many enchantments did you seal when you were still a Celestial Emperor? Was it 1,000? Or 10,000? If not, then shut up. Lin Ling is working hard for the mortal world. He hasn't even rested. You didn't seal any enchantments in the true martial world. You didn't contribute to the mortal world. Now you're taking advantage of his fatigue to challenge him. Do you still have the face? Emperor Li Shou hadn't spoken yet when Lu Susu shouted. Her words were full of sarcasm. The expert's expression turned ugly. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to refute. Although he also knew that Lu Susu's words were just an excuse. Lin Ling wasn't his opponent at all. However, when it came to sealing enchantments, he couldn't compare to Lin Ling. In that case, he really didn't have the qualifications to speak. If they really fought, others would laugh at him, saying that he was only taking advantage of Lin Ling's fatigue to challenge him. Trash! Lu Susu shouted again. This time she was openly helping Lin Ling. Good. After we've rested enough, the Celestial Emperors of my Yanggu Immortal platform will come and spar. At that time, I hope that hero Lin Ling won't refuse. That expert retreated. However, in the Yanggu Immortal platform, there were many people coldly staring at Lin Ling. They also wanted to find an opportunity to teach this hero of the mortal world a lesson. Although their seniority was too high, and it wasn't good for them to act, there were still many powerful Celestial Emperors in the Yanggu Immortal platform. This was already sufficient to suppress Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he coldly laughed. In truth, with his current strength, he didn't fear the other party at all. However, he couldn't be bothered to fight because his eyes were already on the contribution points. Lin Ling, come with me. Emperor Yu smiled as he waved his hands at Lin Ling, allowing Lin Ling to walk over in large strides. After that, the experts of the 7 Emperors Immortal platform all left in a grandiose manner. This Lin Ling, where did he come from? Why is he able to create miracles time and time again? Investigate this for me. The Sky Sovereign coldly stared at Lin Ling. He flicked his sleeves and left. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill Lin Ling. At this moment, Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou were bringing Lin Ling forward to exchange for treasures. This wasn't the first time the two of them met Lin Ling. They didn't expect that in such a short period of time, Lin Ling would actually create so many great things. Greetings to Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou. Lin Ling respectfully bowed. This was the first time he met the most terrifying giants of Xianpeng province. Hehe, there's no need to be so polite. You are the Celestial Emperor of my Eastern Mountain. If we don't help you, who will? Yes. Emperor Yu was wearing a green brocade robe and a jade crown on his head. He looked divine like jade, and a scholarly aura exuded from him. This caused Lin Ling to nod his head silently. With just a glance, he already had a good impression of Emperor Yu. Looking at Emperor Li Shou, he was wearing cotton clothes and carrying a fish basket. If one didn't know him, they would definitely think that he was an ordinary fisherman. And when Lin Ling was secretly looking at them, the two great 7 emperors were also looking at Lin Ling. They were a little surprised. This junior was neither arrogant nor servile. When he met the two of them, his reaction was extremely calm. This was much better than other celestial emperors. Because when other celestial emperors met them, Most of them were in fear and trepidation. The three profound of the human realm seems to be united on the surface, but in reality, there is endless internal strife. Moreover, this kind of internal strife has been going on for tens of millions of years. Humans are all selfish. They can only share trials and tribulations, but not riches and honor. The two great seven emperors retracted their gazes from Lin Ling and brought Lin Ling to a stop at earthly paradise. Looking around, there was an endless sky in front of him. Under the sky, there was the vast human realm. In the past, when the demon race and ghost race army invaded, the human realm was still united at that time. They let go of each other's selfishness and fought against the enemy together. However, after 1,000 years of peace, that kind of scheming appeared again. Emperor Li Shou sighed. Chapter 1709. Merit points for treasures. Not only in the human realm, but also in the devil realm and the ghost realm. Where there is Jianghu, there will be fighting. These things cannot be changed. The only thing that can be changed is to increase one's strength and dominate everything. Haha, you little brat are quite open-minded. I'm getting old. The world will belong to you youngsters. Emperor Li Shou sat down and laughed. Then he began to fish in the sky. As for Emperor Yu, he sat on the side and drank wine. At this moment they were like mortals. Lin Ling was startled. He didn't expect that the seven emperors would be like this. Haha, are you surprised? In fact, we are also humans. It's just that we have great strength. Here, borrow some wine. Emperor Yu smiled and threw out a wine jug. Lin Ling quickly caught it and drank a mouthful. He found that this wine was not as spicy as the wine from the devil realm. However, it was as cold as ice and was very refreshing. Good wine. I will also bring some strong wine. After drinking a few mouthfuls, Lin Ling took out the strong wine he got from the Eastern Devil King. As a half-drunkard, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't miss out on good wine. Haha, you little brat are adapting quickly. Emperor Li Shou laughed. Lin Ling didn't care about trifles and was magnanimous. He didn't treat them as the seven emperors, but instead as friends. He also heroically said, "Wait a moment, my fishing rod might be able to catch some dishes." Lin Ling's pupils constricted. They were currently in the sky. Fishing in the sky. Don't look down on old Fishhead's fishing rod. It is an item from the world. There is nothing it can't catch. Unfortunately, it can't catch the world. It can't catch peace. Emperor Yu said with a smile. This made Lin Ling smile. He had a feeling that Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu were the true emperors of the world. Because what they worried about was not individual strength, but the whole world. They wanted the world to be peaceful. I say, little Lin, this wine you brought, not only is it stable, it is also very spicy. Emperor Yu drank a few mouthfuls of wine from the devil realm, and couldn't help but say, "This is a man's wine." Lin Ling laughed, causing Emperor Yu to shake his head helplessly. Among the seven emperors, only this freak dared to speak to them like this. Since there is wine and food, how can there be a lack of songs to accompany the wine? Let me play a song. Lin Ling also drank a mouthful of strong wine. At this moment, he was full of heroic spirit, and dared to raise his sword, and kill his way into the 9 heavens. The world of mortals is so laughable. Infatuation is the most boring of all. It's fine if you consider everything beneath your notice, but your heart is already untroubled. All I want is to spend half my life free and unfettered. When I wake up, I'll smile at others and forget everything in my dreams. I'll lament that the sky has darkened too early, and that my next life is unpredictable. Love and hate will be written off in one stroke. A grand song, roaming the 9 heavens. What a great way to exchange half a lifetime of freedom. Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu couldn't help but shout loudly. This is what a warrior of our generation should be like. They didn't know why, but in their hearts, Lin Ling didn't look like a junior, he looked like a friend. After a long time, Emperor Li Shou said, "Little Lin, be careful of the Yin Gu celestial stage. The celestial emperors of Champion University want to defeat you and become famous. After all, defeating a hero of the human world is a great thing for them. Hee. Diamond-level celestial emperors are difficult for me to defeat, but gold-level celestial emperors are nothing in my eyes. said Lin Ling indifferently. He looked extremely confident. It was as if he could rebuke the entire world. All right, no wonder you're the first disciple of Dong Mountain. The two great emperors nodded in satisfaction. By the way, this time, you sealed the enchantment world and won a great merit. You have a lot of merit points. The 7 emperors will also reward you with a treasure. What do you want? Said Emperor Yu as he looked at Lin Ling. Moreover, his eyes were filled with gratitude. It was Lin Ling who allowed them, the 7 emperors, to hold their heads high in the world. Furthermore, it was the first time that they had obtained first place in the sealing spirit formation competition. I don't need treasures, but I do need the help of the 7 emperors. I need to go to the fire race to take someone away, and the fire race emperor agreed at the beginning. However, he went back on his word, so I need a powerful background. I need the 2 of you to help me. Lin Ling said sincerely. No problem. You just need to go to the fire clan and tell us. We'll see if anyone in Xianhuangdu dares stop you, said Emperor Li Shao. Even though the fire clan had the highest authority in the human world, they weren't as strong as the leader of the Sky Clan. The most important thing was that Lin Ling was right. Lin Ling quickly bowed. This way he could go to the fire clan openly. In the past, Xianhuangdu chased him all over the world. Now he could proudly go to Xianhuangdu with everyone and force the fire clan to hand over the person. He wondered what the emperor of the fire clan would think at that time. Lin Ling, in this world the water is very deep. Even though we're standing at the top of the pyramid, there are many ancient experts above us. It's just that those experts don't care about the human world and rarely appear. Therefore you have to be careful when you go out. Emperor Yu reminded Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. Of course he knew about this. Just Sword Immortal Song Tian alone was probably stronger than the 7 emperors. Alright, let's go to the Merit Hall. They drank a few more mouthfuls of wine and got up to move forward. The Merit Hall was in the Heavenly Earth Palace. When Emperor Li Shao and Emperor Yu stepped in with Lin Ling, countless people in the magnificent palace looked at them strangely. Of course, most of them were looking at Lin Ling, who didn't know the hero of the human world, Lin Ling. However, many experts' eyes were cold. Obviously, Lin Ling had become the hero of the human world, and was admired by many of the 3 mysterious cultivators of the human world, but not them. In their hearts, strength was everything. Lin Ling was just a Saint Realm expert. His strength wasn't enough to move them. Of course, there were also people who looked at him with awe. However, Lin Ling ignored these gazes and went to the Merit Hall. Please show your jade token. A guard of the Merit Hall said lightly. However, after Lin Ling took out the jade token, his face changed slightly because there were too many merit points in the jade token. It was the first time he had seen it. You can exchange them for the treasures you need. The strong cultivator left these words and then left. Around Lin Ling, a large number of illusions appeared, and each illusion was a treasure. Thunder Source Fruit, 100,000 merit points. It can raise Earth rank 3rd grade talent. Absolute Silence Source Strength. It can raise a Saint Mark martial art by 1 realm. Sky Trench Blade, low grade divine weapon, 100,000 merit points. Looking at the illusions, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at his own merit points, he actually had more than 6 million. It was enough for him to exchange for a large number of treasures. Your Majesty, you must obtain the blue sea water. It can raise your strength by 1 universe when your physical strength is at its limit. Old Z's excited voice floated out. There were more treasures than the star-picking nation. Of course, this was normal because these were treasures of the entire human world. There are materials to forge the tyrannical song sword. Old Z exclaimed again. Chapter 1710. The Empty Space Secret Codex. Dragon's Blood. Surprisingly, there's dragon's blood. Hee, there are so many treasures in the Deacon Palace. Mr. Z, spend all your points. You have to buy all these treasures. If you miss them, you won't get them anymore. With the help of Old Z, Lin Ling purchased a large amount of treasures and materials, causing the treasures of the Deacon Palace of the mortal world to be temporarily empty. However, Some people still knew that the person who had so boldly swept away all the treasures here was Lin Ling. This caused many people to be secretly envious. When they left the Merit Hall, Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou had been waiting for them for a long time. When they saw Lin Ling, they knew that Lin Ling had obtained a lot of treasures. Little Lin, this is your jade talisman Xiandi. Seeing this jade talisman is like seeing Xiandi. If anyone below the Celestial Emperor layer dares offend you, you can kill them, said Emperor Yu, giving him a jade talisman. Lin Ling smiled. The jade token of a titled Celestial Emperor represented the supreme status of humans. Naturally, it carried a lot of power and authority. Lin Ling was the first person to be titled as a Celestial Emperor, even though he was only a heavenly emperor. After leaving with the 7 emperors, Lin Ling went back to where the 7 emperors were. He had a lot of treasures. He wanted to increase his strength as much as possible. After that, Lin Ling didn't notify anyone and went to the Z government. Lin Ling had many enemies, for example, the Xianyuan clan, the Tian clan, the Ji clan, the Hua clan, the Yi clan, Champion University, and Yungu Celestial Stage. Many people wanted to defeat Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a cultivator of the 7th layer of the Saint layer. He could fight against celestial emperors of the gold layer. But it was difficult for him to be invincible. Celestial emperors of the 9th layer of the Saint layer were at the top of the 9th layer, and Wu Sheng was at the 1st layer. Lin Ling was facing Wu Sheng, who was at the 1st layer. Baiyun Tiandi was at the 1st layer of Wu Sheng. He was one of the best celestial emperors of the gold layer. Xianyuan Jiutian was the same. This time, I must become invincible in the Saint layer. I must defeat ordinary celestial emperors, thought Lin Ling. Actually, celestial emperors of the gold layer were also on the ranking list of the Martial Pavilion. But Lin Ling was strong enough to be on the ranking list. Inside the Purple Palace, a large number of treasures appeared. Old Z stared at those treasures and couldn't help but feel happy. He then hurriedly guided Lin Ling in his cultivation. The first thing he needed to do was to increase the strength of his physical body. One had to know that the higher the level of one's physical body, the harder it was to increase the strength of one's physical body. The water of the blue sea was one of those treasures. However, this kind of treasure could only be used once. The blue sea water, as its name implied, contained the strength of the blue sea. The 5th level of the Purple Palace realm, the living soil world, blue and pure seawater appeared and surged towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling could feel that many small worlds had awakened in his body. The ancient divine emperor had arrived. He was one step closer to reaching the 10th Tian level. At the same time, the blue sea water contained a large amount of half-saint's essence, which could increase Lin Ling's cultivation. However, Lin Ling had used too much half-saint's essence, so the effect of the treasure on Lin Ling was getting weaker and weaker. Dragon blood. Looking at the young man sitting on the ground, Mr. Z lightly shouted. The ancient blood floated towards Lin Ling. It seemed like only a drop, but it contained a terrifying power. Roar. Lin Ling's dragon claw appeared and absorbed the dragon blood. The ancient power made him roar towards the sky. In this world, real dragons were rare, just like real Qilins. Although Lin Ling had seen many dragons and Qilins, they were only demon kings with a trace of bloodline. They weren't pure-blooded dragons. And now, Lin Ling had obtained real dragon blood. It was said that a powerful cultivator in the demon realm obtained it by luck, and later sold it to the highest deacon palace in the human realm. Rumble. When the dragon blood entered the dragon claw, it was as if the dragon had awakened, giving Lin Ling one universe's strength. In addition to the blue sea water from before, Lin Ling's strength increased by 2 universes. However, the celestial devil overlord physique still hadn't reached the 7th stage. After all, it was an external object that increased his strength, not the celestial devil overlord physique. However, this was enough. Lin Ling now had 14 universes of strength, and his physical body was comparable to an ancient demonic beast. The 7th stage of the celestial devil overlord physique was called Ancient God's Descent. It was a truly invincible physical body that wasn't afraid of the 5 elements: wind, lightning, fire, ghost, and yin-yang. Its defense was terrifying. Then, Lin Ling took out the Space Secret Codex. This secret codex was a wordless codex. Ordinary people would not be able to use it even if they obtained it. However, since the wordless codex came from Lin Ling, it was not a problem for him. The Space Secret Codex can only be viewed in the space. Lin Ling stood up and punched out continuously, exploding the void. Words began to appear on the codex floating in the air. Just by looking at the words, Lin Ling's mind was filled with memories. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed like that Li Xiaoyao had a lot of bad habits. He actually used this method to leave behind martial arts. Space origin energy was one of the most complex origin energies. However, it had the most uses. For example, speed, defense, and attack. Space origin energy could all help, especially space. Lin Ling continued to recall. And at the same time, he began to comprehend. His martial arts realm had reached the origin realm, so his comprehension of martial arts was extremely fast. In addition, the Space Secret Codex was created by him, so he was like a fish in water. Moon's reflection. Lin Ling's figure constantly flickered. This was the speed of teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he could travel hundreds of meters. It was even faster than twisting space. This was because twisting space seemed fast, but one had to twist space in order to move. However, Moon's reflection was like a reflection in a mirror. Of course, the most terrifying part of the Space Secret Codex was its attack power. Space Storm. Lin Ling punched out, and a large vortex formed in the space. It could absorb the enemy's power and tear apart any power. In the past, Lin Ling had learned the empty sword, but he rarely used it. Now, the power of the empty sword had been greatly increased by him. Your Majesty, this is the space attribute Saint Rune martial art transcendent realm. Old Z looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but be surprised. Lin Ling's previous life was indeed very powerful. After all, the space origin energy was the most difficult to control, but Lin Ling still managed to comprehend it in his previous life. He couldn't help but sigh. Who was this Li Xiaoyao? However, it was obvious that this Li Xiaoyao was a martial arts genius. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling finally stopped. At this moment, his aura was otherworldly, as if he had disappeared from the world. His strength had greatly increased. Your Majesty, you are only in the Saint realm, but your Saint Rune martial art has reached the transcendent realm. If you step into the Wuxia realm, I'm afraid your strength will increase even more. With the Saint Rune martial arts origin energy, your Majesty's space domain is even stronger than the Fire Dao. Old Z kept talking, and Lin Ling smiled and nodded. The reason why his Fire Dao was strong was because of the Yellow Springs flame, and his space domain talent came from his physical body. However, right now he was only in the Earth stage. He needed to slowly grow. My current strength has greatly increased. I can try to forge the tyrannical song sword. Chapter 17:11. The speculation of the giants of the mortal world. The array formation of a divine weapon required more than 30 million, and this was only a low-level divine weapon. However, the power of a divine weapon was very strong. It could increase a martial artist's source strength by nearly 30%. For example, fire elemental divine weapons could increase the prowess of elementary divine weapons by 30%. This was already very terrifying. Furthermore, it was rumored that the martial saint rank could increase one's strength by 90%, which was equivalent to doubling one's strength. No wonder it was said that with a divine weapon in hand, the world was mine. However, a divine weapon also depended on whether or not it was suitable for the martial artist. For example, Lin Ling currently possessed the divine weapon, 100 Birds Pay Homage to the Phoenix. However, this sword was not suitable for him, and was only temporarily used by him. Divine weapons began to appear one after another. Some were halberds, some were sabers, and all of them were forged by Lin Ling. However, they were merely low-level divine weapons. He did not immediately forge the Tyrant Song sword because it was more difficult. He needed to accumulate some experience first. Fortunately, there were a lot of materials this time, enough for Lin Ling to squander. while Lin Ling was secretly improving his strength. In the highest Deacon Palace of the human realm, the giants of the human realm were talking. In one of the palaces, the Sky Lord looked indifferently at Xiandi in front of him and said, "Have you found anything?" "My lord, this Lin Ling is really terrifying. He doesn't have any background, but he used less than 10 years to reach his current height, and his greatest reliance is the inheritance of the star-picking nation," the expert said in shock. The Sky Lord was also surprised. Although the inheritance of the star-picking nation was powerful, it wasn't very terrifying. After all, in Xianping province, there were descendants of the 4 ancient nations, but those descendants didn't make a name for themselves. However, Lin Ling was able to do so. It was impossible for people not to be suspicious. The star-picking nation cannot allow him to become the #1 sealing enchantment. Does he know more secrets than the Xianyuan clan? The Sky Lord said coldly. Sir, this subordinate believes that there is a master behind Lin Ling, and that master is an extremely ancient existence. In the past, during the auction in the Heaven and Earth Palace, I found out that when Lin Ling was still very weak, someone forged a powerful weapon for him and placed it in the martial pavilion for auction. The expert replied, "That seems to be the case." The Sky Lord nodded. "Find out who's behind him." The same thing happened to the 7 emperors. After all, Lin Ling had obtained first place. Thinking back, they also felt that Lin Ling was too mysterious. This Lin Ling brat, I'm afraid there's an existence behind him that isn't any weaker than us. Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou chatted as they played chess. Yeah, Lin Ling actually knows so much about the boundary of the true martial world. Obviously, someone is helping him from behind. I wonder who it is. Let him be. After all, everyone has their own secrets. If we get too entangled with him, it'll be too disgusting. When it's time to talk, Lin Ling will talk. That's true. Right at this moment, a woman in plain clothes walked over. She held a jade bottle in her hand, and she gave others the feeling that she was graceful like an immortal. This person was the Tranquil Sovereign, one of the 7 sovereigns. And behind her was Lu Susu. Looks like you guys are also curious about the person behind Lin Ling. But my little girl seems to have guessed it. Emperor Qingjing's smile was extremely beautiful. He was the most sincere among the 7 emperors. Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou looked at Lu Susu at the same time. Lu Susu smiled and said, "Last time I felt that there was an ancient martial artist behind Lin Ling. And now I guess that he might be the disciple of Sword Immortal Song Tian. Of course, my master forced me to say this. Don't tell Lin Ling, or he'll ignore me." After Lu Susu finished speaking, she shrugged her shoulders helplessly. In fact, she had already guessed it, but her master forced her to say it, so she had no choice but to say it. Sword Immortal Song Tian? Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Li Shou gasped. Although they had never seen such a person, they had naturally heard of him. "Are you sure?" Emperor Yu said solemnly. "I'm not sure, but I'm 60% confident." Lu Susu nodded and said, "That day when I went to Earthly Paradise, I saw Lin Ling touching an ancient statue. My master once said that Earthly Paradise used to be called Cloud Extinction. It was the palace of Sword Immortal Song Tian. So I had this guess. After all, people who go there for the first time won't touch the statue casually. It seems very possible." Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Li Shou's faces changed dramatically. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so lucky to be chosen by Sword Immortal Song Tian. However, he might have been accidentally met by Sword Immortal Song Tian, and then accepted as a registered disciple. Because if he was a real disciple, how could Sword Immortal Song Tian not appear when Lin Ling was in danger? Lu Susu guessed. Even if he's a registered disciple, it's enough to make people jealous. After all, Sword Immortal Song Tian is the most ancient existence. He's as famous as the supreme deacon of the mortal realm. Even we haven't seen him. Emperor Li Shou couldn't help but shake his head. He felt that he had to help Lin Ling more. No wonder his martial arts cultivation speed is so fast. It turns out that there was an expert who gave him pointers in the past. But fortunately, Lin Ling is a disciple of my East Mountain. This matter can't be spread out. Otherwise, It will attract more people who want to harm Lin Ling, because they don't want Lin Ling to grow. What's more, Sword Immortal Song Tian has disappeared for so long. Those who want to kill Lin Ling may not remember that ancient figure. The few of them kept talking and chose to hide the secret. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the so-called Sword Immortal Song Tian was actually Li Xiaoyao's chief disciple. While they were talking, Lin Ling was still forging the tyrannical Song sword in his purple mansion. He was so engrossed that he forgot to eat and sleep. 9999. In the world of the starry sky, a large number of weapons were floating. They were magnificent and gave people a great pressure. Looking carefully, they were all low-level divine weapons. There were sabers, swords, spears, and axes. These were all divine weapons that Lin Ling had tried to forge. On the other side, a large number of half-step divine weapons were also floating there. Lin Ling planned to give these divine weapons to the rainforest Holy Land to increase everyone's strength. Your Majesty, you have been forging for 300 years. After an unknown period of time, Purple Elder's voice floated over. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He raised his head and said, "So long." He felt that only a short period of time had passed. Then he couldn't help but sigh. As a martial artist cultivated, the time spent would become longer and longer. A casual seclusion would take more than 100 years. However, martial artists went against the heavens, and their lifespan was greatly increased. So 100 years was actually just a blink of an eye. Purple Elder, how is the sword embryo? Then Lin Ling spoke. In the distance, a colorful spiritual chi shield appeared. Lightning formed in the space and raged continuously. The spiritual chi shield was like a huge embryo, breathing slowly, as if it was waiting for the moment to come out of the furnace. That was the sword embryo, the tyrannical Song sword that Lin Ling had forged. Chapter 1712. Come out of seclusion. This sword is the strongest divine sword I have ever forged in my life. The moment it comes out, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. Lin Ling was also looking forward to it. After all, he had spent all his merit points to forge a divine weapon. Your Majesty, although you did not cultivate during the forging process, your cultivation has reached the 8th layer of Saint Realm. Old Z looked at Lin Ling and said. His words made Lin Ling's expression change. After careful examination, he discovered that the Saint C's power in his Dantian was extremely vast. Even using Saint Rune martial arts was extremely easy. Lin Ling was also one step closer to Wuxia's realm. Wuxia was a realm that Lin Ling had never imagined. In the past, he didn't even know if he could reach this realm. But now it was not far away. It was as if he could reach out and touch it. Wuxia was a real expert with the title of CND. He was a giant in the mortal world. It's time to go to the Fire Tribe. Lin Ling suppressed his thoughts and left the Z mansion. A year had already passed in the outside world. When Lin Ling walked out of the small house, the 4 poisons of Dong Mountain, Lai Qing, Jindosa, and the 9 spirits of heaven looked at Lin Ling and sucked in a cold breath. Lin Ling, you broke through again. They couldn't help but be surprised. After all, only a year had passed and Lin Ling had broken through again. Such progress was extremely rare even in the 7 emperors' heaven. Especially the 9 spirits of heaven, he sucked in a cold breath. In the past, Lin Ling was stronger than him, and his only advantage was his high cultivation. But now this flaw had been filled. Worthy of being the boss. The 9 spirits of heaven helplessly shook his head. He didn't know how Lin Ling cultivated. The 4 venomous poisons of Eastern Mountain were all looking at Lin Ling. Their eyes were extremely heated. They did not know why, but the current Lin Ling gave them an extremely attractive feeling. His body faintly exuded a pure aura, as if it was the true power of the origin. Lin Ling naturally noticed their gazes and smiled bitterly. In fact, he also faintly knew that these 4 beauties seemed to be interested in him. However, he had too many things to do now. He really didn't have much time to deal with them, while he was in the midst of romance. Here's a lot of half-saint's essence. Take it all. Lin Ling took out a few green rings and distributed them to the 4 poisons of Dong Mountain. They carefully inspected them and suddenly jumped up in excitement. They were still disciples of the 7 emperors, and only received a few drops of half-saint's essence every month. But Lin Ling gave them a pool of half-saint's essence. How could they not be excited? Yixier's charming face flushed red. She couldn't help but lightly kiss Lin Ling's clean cheeks. Lin Ling was stunned. He looked at the other beauties and saw gratitude on their faces. It seemed that they also wanted to do something. Of course, the 4 poisons of Dong Mountain couldn't be blamed, because there weren't many people in the world who were as forthright as Lin Ling. No need to be so grateful. Because of these half-saint's essence, I already have a lot of seawater. Lin Ling quickly explained, causing everyone to stare at him. Lin Ling, not bad. You've improved your realm. I wonder how your martial arts have improved. Take my move, Cloud Expelling Palm. At that moment, a delicate shout rang out. Then, a mighty white cloud rushed over and turned into Source Strength, slapping towards Lin Ling. This power was very strong and ferocious. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly and also slapped out with his palm. Dragon soars to the universe. Hung Long Long. Similarly, the peak origin energy swept across the place. Hung. The 2 powerhouses collided, causing the entire mountain range to shake. If Lin Ling and the woman hadn't controlled their strength, this place would have been destroyed long ago. Amazing. Your fire martial Tao is about to reach the transcendent realm. A moment later, several figures landed. It was none other than White Cloud, Heavenly Emperor, and the others. All of them wore looks of surprise on their faces. Lin Ling's cultivation had risen, and his martial arts had also improved. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only a Saint Realm cultivator. His cultivation speed was simply terrifying. Almost there? Maybe I've already reached it. Lin Ling already knew who had come, so he smiled faintly. Previously he had held back. Otherwise, if he had unleashed his transcendent source strength, Baiyun Tiandi would have had to dodge. Moreover, this was only the fire martial Tao. Lin Ling also had the space martial Tao. In fact, Lin Ling felt that even if he didn't use his Saint Rune martial Tao, he could still break Baiyun Tiandi's attack with his 14 universe strength. Lin Ling, you're worthy of being called a genius among the heavenly emperors. The unhindered heavenly emperor was also among them. He couldn't help but sigh. In the past, he was responsible for protecting Lin Ling. Through the previous test, he knew that Lin Ling wasn't much weaker than him. With your current strength, you're definitely ranked in the middle among the gold-level heavenly emperors. Baiyun Tiandi also said. However, her words made Lin Ling shake his head. He had a feeling that even among the gold-level heavenly emperors, he could still be ranked in the top. He wasn't just in the middle of the gold-level heavenly emperors. By the way, I'm going to the Fire Clan next. Are you guys coming with me? Without further explanation, Lin Ling looked at the 9 spirits of heaven and asked. They immediately nodded. In the past, they were chased by Xianhuang Dayu. Today they could return with pride. Boss, when are you going? You must call me. The 9 spirits of heaven said excitedly. I'll be ready to set off after I go home. Thinking of the little girl from the Fire Clan, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. Now, he was going to fulfill his promise. After that, Lin Ling left the 7 Emperors' heaven and headed towards the rainforest's sacred land. At this moment, Xianping province was even more lively than usual. In the martial pavilion, many experts from the mortal realm were gathered there to break through the martial pavilion's ranking. As for the Xian Yuan and Xianhuang Diyu martial artists who were usually arrogant, they were now much more low-key. This was because not long ago, the sealing barrier of Xianping province's Lin Ling had won great glory, allowing many martial artists from Xianping province to puff out their chests and speak proudly. At this moment, in a restaurant, the martial artists of the 3 profound realms of the mortal realm were gathered there. They were chatting with each other, looking for the information they needed. In the past, during the Qianquan ceremony in Xianping province, a large number of super sects and ancient imperial courts fell. In the end, a new era began, resulting in the rise of the 4 emperors. East Venerable Lin Ling, South Venerable Hong Tianxia, West Venerable Zhang Luochen, and North Venerable Xiaoyao Tianzi. But now, South Venerable Hong Tianxia has mysteriously fallen. The ancient country's Han residence has completely declined, and North Venerable Xiaoyao Tianzi has disappeared without a trace. The only ones left are East Venerable Linling and West Venerable Zhang Luochen. I heard that West Venerable Zhang Luochen and Linling have formed an alliance and unified the entire Xianping province. Nonsense! Who does West Venerable Zhang Luochen think he is? Is he qualified to be on the same level as East Venerable Linling? This alliance is probably just a rumor. I don't know about that, but I feel that Xianping province is actually Linling's world. It's not a fact but a fact. Linling once went to Xianhuang Dayu and challenged Xianhuang Dayu alone. Can West Venerable Zhang Luochen do it? In the realm of true martial, Linling became the hero of the mortal realm. Can West Venerable Zhang Luochen do it? Chapter 1713. Changes in Xianping province. How dare you compete for the title of King of the Wilderness? What a disgrace. A true expert is a tyrant above a 3-star saint realm. That's what an emperor is. At this moment, a disdainful voice drifted out from a luxurious private room on the 2nd floor, causing many people in the hall to fall silent. The person who came was mocking them, saying that it didn't matter who was an emperor in the Xianping region. They were only kings in the wilderness after all, and only those who dominated above the 3-star saint region could be called emperors. In the 3-star saint realm, the mortal realm had the 3 mysterious clans. For example, Xianhuang Dayu had the 3 great clans, while Xianping province had the supreme clans and the ancient Ji clan. However, the world over there was not a place where ordinary martial artists could step into, so not many people knew about it. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak on behalf of Xianping province? Maybe you can't even be called a king in the puny 9-star saint realm. Someone in the hall sneered. Slap him. At this moment, an indifferent voice came from the 2nd floor. Slap. Waves of air rolled, and a slap turned into a handprint, flying down from the 2nd floor. The person who spoke spat out blood, and all his teeth were broken. At the same time, a slender figure appeared on the 2nd floor, looking down at the crowd from above. Open your ears and listen. Xianping province now belongs to the ancient Ji clan. Whether it's the Western Emperor, Zhang Luochen, or the Eastern Emperor, Lin Ling, they all have to listen to the ancient Ji clan. What? Many people's faces changed drastically, and someone frowned. What is the ancient Ji clan? Why are you so sure? The ancient Ji clan is one of the highest deacon palace in the mortal realm. Because Xianping province is too chaotic, and heroes are rising, the ancient Ji clan decided to intervene in Xianping province's affairs to give martial artists an era of peace. The Western Emperor, Zhang Luochen, and the Eastern Emperor Lin Ling have also agreed to be the ancient Ji clan's underlings. The young man said calmly. Hearing this, the crowd's hearts roared. Not many of them had heard of the ancient Ji family. But how could they not have heard of the highest deacon palace in the human world? This also meant that the ancient Ji family might have been a 3-star saint realm ancient dynasty in Xianping province. As for Xianping province, everyone had submitted, including Lin Ling. Many people felt like they were dreaming. In their hearts, Lin Ling was an arrogant man. When had he ever submitted to anyone? That's just your opinion. At this moment a melodious voice rang out. On the 1st floor, a girl in a pink dress lifted her head and spoke. Her eyes were filled with stubbornness. She didn't believe that Lin Ling would submit. Whatever you say is true. Then, according to this, we will also say that Lin Ling has already unified the 3 profound of the human world. Beside her, there was another quick-witted girl who spoke at this moment. Of the 2 girls, one was youthful and lively, while the other had long silver hair. They were cold beauties that were unforgettable at first glance. The warriors of Xianping province stared at the 2 girls, and their eyes flickered. The 2 girls seemed to be from the pill forging union. One of them was called He Tianyu, the granddaughter of one of the top 10 blacksmiths, He Tian. The other was called Yu Yu, the disciple of one of the top 10 blacksmiths, Senior Moon Axe. Looking at the girls beside them, they were the top 10 blacksmiths of Xianping province. Among them were He Tian, Senior Moon Axe, and the old man of Dongfu. Many people couldn't help but believe the two girls' words. After all, the top 10 blacksmiths were also there, and their words carried more weight. Ignorant. However, on the second floor the young man sneered. Then do you know who I am? I can tell you that I'm the West Emperor, Zhang Luochen. He's the West Emperor? Many people's expressions changed drastically. That young man was the West Emperor, Zhang Luochen, of the Lihua Divine Dynasty bloodline? If that was the case, then what he said before might be true. Because he was the West Emperor, and he had spoken up, it must be the truth. Lin Ling's strength is on par with mine. Since I've submitted, how can he not submit? The young man was the West Emperor Zhang Luochen. A wine cup appeared in his hand, and he drank as he spoke. You've submitted, but that doesn't mean Lin Ling has submitted. In the hall on the first floor, Yu raised her head and said, during the Pill Forging Union's assessment, Lin Ling had shocked everyone, and his soul power had surpassed everyone. After that, she knew that the low-key young man was Lin Ling. After that meeting, she didn't think that Lin Ling was a person who was afraid of death. You talk a lot of nonsense. What if I come out and talk? At this time, a handsome middle-aged man walked out from the side of the young man, and many people's eyes flickered. Who was that? I'm Lin Ling's subordinate, the Lingtian Battle King of the Lingtian Battle Imperial Mansion. The middle-aged man said indifferently. The Lingtian Battle King, the one who followed Lord Shui Wu and Lord Pu to the north of Xianping Province. His name once shook the world, and he was known as one of the 10 great generals under Lin Ling. Many people's faces changed dramatically. In Xianping Province, many people had never seen Lin Ling, but they had seen the Lingtian Battle King many times. Because Lin Ling often went out to train, most of the time, it was Lin Ling who ruled Xianping Province under his command. Now that he had come out to speak, it was likely that the truth was as such. It's possible. Lin Ling and the West Emperor, Zhang Luochen, are equally famous. Even the West Emperor, Zhang Luochen, has submitted. How can Lin Ling not submit? Many people said, and they were even more respectful of the ancient Ji family. Yu and the others frowned. How did things turn out like this? No one saw that in a corner of the restaurant, a man in a cloak was sitting quietly, drinking wine from time to time. Under the brim of the cloak, there was a puzzled look on his delicate face. The Lingtian Battle King seems to be a friend of Lord Shui Wu, and he has a good relationship with the Sea Calming Venerable. Why would he admit that I've submitted to the ancient Ji family? Did something happen in the rainforest when I wasn't around? The man muttered to himself. He had a vague feeling that there was a shocking conspiracy behind this. You may not believe me, but I'll tell you again. I'm Lord Lu of Lord Lu's mansion. I watched Lin Ling grow up, and I'm Lin Ling's confidant. So my appearance should have the right to speak. So my words represent Lin Ling's words. Another man walked out from the second floor and said, It's Lord Lu. This time, the people had no choice but to believe him. The two of you come up here. You've been spreading rumors and slandering us. What are your intentions? Now you must come up here and apologize. At the same time, the West Emperor Zhang Luochen stared at the two women and said calmly, Not bad. I didn't expect there to be beauties in Xianping Province. It's my first time here, so I'll let them serve me. A voice came from the room. It seemed that he had taken a liking to the two women. You want us to apologize? You're too overbearing. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.